Get ready to dive into the scorching heart of Himmelpus Mountain, where molten rock flows like rivers and the air itself is a furnace. But wait, who's that pushing through this fiery hellscape? It's Agni, and he's struggling, big time. Every breath is a battle, as the heat tries to cook him alive. He can feel the burn, but he's not giving up. Even with his top-tier fire-resistant gear and double buffs, this place is melting his defenses. He's even wondering why he can't tank it like Lee Hyun-sung. But don't count him out yet. A spark of determination ignites, because he's not just anyone, he's officially ranked 31st in Korea. This is it, folks. The one, the only, Fire Dragon Knight, Agni, ready to conquer the impossible. A circular emblem, blazing with draconic power, reveals itself as the Fire Dragon's Heart, a legendary item granting immune resistance to all skills, found as a hidden piece deep within the Himmelpus Mountain dungeon. This incredible artifact, now revealed in its full, fiery glory, is the very essence of a fire dragon. Agni's eyes practically pop out of his head with pure hype. This hidden piece is literally tailor-made for him. Fueled by this insane discovery, he points towards a distant, ominous structure, the entrance to the legendary dungeon. This is it, the secret dungeon where the legendary dragon sleeps, a place of unimaginable power and peril. A guttural roar rips through the air from within, a terrifying sound that promises an epic challenge. Clenching his fist, the Fire Dragon Knight lets out a determined grunt, absolutely pumped to face whatever lies ahead. He steels his resolve, acknowledging the endless grind, but vowing to finally clear the dungeon that once owned him. But despite his fierce determination, the sounds of battle fade, leaving him utterly wiped out and seemingly defeated on the dungeon floor. Agni, the Fire Dragon Knight, was down. His green cape a stark contrast against the hellish, fiery ground, a silent testament to a brutal fall. But then, a new challenger emerged, towering over the defeated hero, a moment of pure shock hanging in the air. Hyun-sung's jaw dropped, his mind racing, sleeping. Here. I'm decked out in fire-resistant equipment and barely making it, and this guy's just chilling. He leaned in, a flicker of recognition, or perhaps confusion, crossing his face. Who is this? Then, it hit him like a truck, a name flashing through his mind, this bastard. Hold on, a rancor. Switching into his battle gear, Hyun-sung knew he couldn't just leave him, he had to investigate this mystery. Kneeling down, his mind raced with questions. Seriously, what went down here? He took a moment, a deep breath to steady his nerves. This was no time to freak out. His armored hand moved with purpose, ready to check the fallen hero, and all his precious gear. Every single item on this guy. Legendary grade and beyond. And he's just, out cold, totally defenseless. If he could just snag one item, he thinks, but then snaps back to reality, remembering how he barely survived this inferno even with his top-tier gear and a special fire-resistant skill from a quest. This dude has to be an elite ranker, he figures, because who else would just nap in front of an enemy like this? Only someone as legendary as Lady Freya. He's got way more fire resistance than Hyun-sung, that's for sure, but still, he's no match for him. He's even snoring. Can you believe it? But here's the kicker, if he's a ranker, he should be famous. Yet, Hyun-sung has never, ever heard of this guy. He knows every single ranker out there, and this guy isn't on the list. That means he's an unofficial ranker. Then, his eyes lock onto a blazing sword resting right next to the unconscious fighter. A faint smirk plays on the Fire Dragon Knight's face, and Hyun-sung instantly knows, he can't drop his guard for a second. Hyun-sung, seeing through the ruse, unleashes a devastating two-handed fiery sword attack. He's going for the kill, thinking Agni is totally defenseless, a prime target for his legendary gear. But just as the blade is about to land, a scorching aura explodes from Agni. Hyun-sung gets the notifications, fire resistance up, magic proficiency up. He thinks he's got him, that the attack landed perfectly. A smug grin spreads across his face, he's sure he landed the hit. But then, in a flash, Agni moves. He dodges the attack like it's nothing, springing to his feet with impossible speed. Hyun-sung's jaw drops. He dodged it. No way. Agni's awake, and he just countered. Agni stands tall, his golden eyes blazing, fiery sword in hand, and the system confirms it, sleepwalking skill has been put into your inventory. This guy was fighting while asleep. The system confirms it, that a sleepwalking skill is officially active. Hyun-sung's face is priceless, utterly dumbfounded by the revelation. Sleeping. This changes everything. Thinking Agni's legendary gear was ripe for the taking, and seeing him totally vulnerable, Hyun-sung unleashes a lightning-fast assault. But bam! Agni's eyes blaze open, shocked by the sheer velocity of the incoming strike. Before the hit lands, a purple flash. He pulls off a blink skill, dodging the critical blow like it was nothing. Hyun-sung's attack slices through thin air, and he's left reeling, realizing. Where did he go? The target is gone. Agni, however, is already locked in, his rancorous instinct screaming that he cannot take a hit. With an explosive burst of fire, he unleashes his Fire Dragon Scale Shield. This isn't just any shield, it's his ultimate defense, boasting the highest protective power in his arsenal. Hyunsung's chain attack finally connects, but it just bounces off the fiery barrier, a mere chain against Agni's impenetrable defense. Hyunsung's chains connect, slamming into Agni with a shockwave. An unblockable, undodgeable assault. Agni coughs up blood, sent flying back. But just as quickly, the tide rips back. Hyunsung screams in frustration. As a devastating counterattack lands, triggering hallucinations and blinding pain for 5 brutal seconds. Blood explodes from his mouth, his body convulsing from the force. Trapped by his own power, he stares up, utterly bewildered. Agni unleashes a relentless barrage, a whirlwind of strikes. Landing another critical blow, plunging Hyunsung into an even deeper nightmare of agony and illusion. A shadowy, skeletal figure, eyes blazing purple, lands a crushing scythe blow, hitting Hyunsung with explosive force. A guttural cry of pain rips from him as blood explodes from his chest, his defenses utterly shattered. His face twists in pure agony, the torment absolutely consuming him. The system declares him dead, forcing a logout, a stark red message confirming the unthinkable. A brutal penalty hits next, no login for 24 real-time hours, a crushing blow that could turn him into just another unofficial gamer. His in-game avatar explodes into a shower of golden particles, as he's violently ripped from the virtual world. With a soft thud and a jingle, his golden sword and pouches clatter to the ground, abandoned in the digital dust. Back in the real world, Hyunsung stands in his room, silently staring at the sword and pouches on his floor, tangible proof of his crushing virtual defeat. Later, he's in bed, the items still there, the crushing weight of the game's consequences settling in as he tries to find an uneasy rest. Just a few hours later, the world shifts. Suddenly, with a sharp gasp, he jolts awake from his deep sleep. He stretches, groaning, utterly bewildered as to when he passed out. But then, his eyes fly open, a shocking truth hitting him like a truck. He gapes at his own body, still clad in the sleepless night's cloak and clutching the sword of flame, thinking, wait, I'm still wearing these? He quickly rationalizes that he must have won the fight since he initiated it, dismissing any thought of defeat. Just then, the system confirms his win, blasting notifications that he's officially obtained the Sword of Flame and the Sleepless Knight's Cloak. A sly grin spreads across his face as he eyes his new loot, realizing these epic items could actually solve his money problems. Later, standing before a colossal, glowing red door, he marvels at his incredible class, while the world marks a year and 4 months since Eden first launched. His ID, Hyunsung, flashes into view, and he lets out a frustrated sigh, yearning for the day he can finally climb the ranks and become a true legend. Hold up. Lee Hyunsung isn't just any player, he's the Monos descendant. And his class rank? It's not just high, it's God tier. With a nickname to match, are you legendary? I'm God. Talk about confidence. The universe itself seems to acknowledge his claim, a chilling, powerful skull emerging from the cosmic dust, glowing with raw energy. And just like that, Hyunsung's eyes ignite with an intense, electric blue, a powerful green and blue aura erupting around him. He's powered up. With that power coursing through him, he coolly asks, shall we get going then? He's ready for anything. The city awakens, sunlight glinting off skyscrapers as another day kicks off. But inside, a furious voice cuts through the calm, demanding, Section Chief Lee, what time do you think it is? Hyunsung, looking utterly defeated, quickly apologizes, the caretaker was late today. I'm so sorry. But his bald superior isn't buying it, grilling him on why a caretaker's absence is his problem, leaving Hyunsung only able to stammer, my apologies. The superior just shakes his head, utterly fed up, declaring, TSK TSK TSK. Not again. It's not even 9 a.m., and your laziness is just pathetic. Another coworker chimes in, seemingly backing up the boss, as the superior rants about department head Lee's behavior, even admitting Hyunsung's work ethic is usually solid. But the superior brushes off any praise, slamming Hyunsung's performance and branding him, totally useless, a low ranker who only got in because he's a rich kid, and the coworker quickly agrees. The superior just keeps going, ripping into Hyunsung's lack of social skills from not going to college, then bizarrely pointing out how popular he is with the women. He knew they were all legendary grade and above, and he was totally defenseless against their verbal onslaught. If he could just get even one of their items, he thought, but his superior's voice sliced through his thoughts, demanding to know why he was just standing there. He was ordered to go buy some coffee, a strong latte, and to stop just standing around. The superior kept going, rubbing it in that he was only there because of family connections and should be grateful, as a colleague eagerly jumped in to agree that Hyunsung was lucky. He could only manage a defeated, yes. The superior then waved him off, barking at him to hurry up. And just like that, he was dismissed to fulfill the order. A short while later, he was back, coffee in hand. He delivered it, getting a dismissive thank you in return. As he walked away, his mind raced with financial burdens. He absolutely had to keep working, even in this toxic environment, just to secure his monthly wage. There was no way around it, he mused, with his sister's hospital fees and his own living expenses looming large. He let out a heavy sigh, knowing this day was going to drag on forever. Staring out at the sprawling city, one thought screamed in his mind: he just wanted to quit. Night descends, and the city lights ignite, painting the towering apartment blocks with a vibrant glow. After a brutal day, Hyun-sung finally makes it back to his sanctuary, the apartment door swinging shut behind him. A woman in an apron, already busy in the kitchen, spots him, her greeting a soft welcome before she announces she's wrapping up her work. Stepping deeper into the apartment, a sweet voice chirps, "You're home, Appa," and Hyun-sung replies, "I'm home, Hyuna," as she eagerly welcomes him. He heads straight for a closed door, a soft knock preceding his cheerful call for Hyuna. This humble apartment is their shared sanctuary, where Hyuna and he make their home. Stepping into the room, Hyuna, radiant in her wheelchair, beams another welcome, the other woman observing from the side. Dropping to her level, he tenderly asks about her day, a routine she teases him for, noting he asks it every single time. Tragedy struck early, robbing them of their parents. With Hyuna's mobility gone, she was forced to grow up way too fast. As he wheeled her along, she just casually dropped that she'd been gaming and reading all day. Classic Hyuna. He asked about dinner, but she'd already eaten, flipping the question right back at him. Just a quiet okay, from him, but you could see the exhaustion etched on his face. Back at the apartment, he clicked the lock open. He tried to play it cool, but he was absolutely drained. His thoughts flashed back to that fateful day, 6 years ago, the pouring rain a perfect match for the chaos in his soul. A crushing regret, wishing he'd been in that car instead, the memory of the wreck a constant, agonizing burden. That crushing regret twisted his features, a deep, profound sorrow burning in his eyes. He flashes back to the deafening screech of tires and the gut-wrenching impact, a split second where everything exploded, and a young Hyuna's face contorted in absolute terror. The collision was brutal, a shadowy, monstrous vehicle slamming into their family car with devastating force. 6 years ago, that nightmarish truck smashed into their car, and nothing would ever be the same. His parents, right there in the front, died on impact. But somehow, Hyuna survived that nightmare, though she was left staring out a hospital window, her world shattered. She blamed herself for everything that went down that night, and even though her mind was fine, her legs were gone, just like that. 6 years later, and that nightmare still haunts him, a dark cloud hanging over his entire existence. Imagine the trauma for a 14-year-old, watching their parents die right in front of them. But hold on, there's a new development. Doctors are actually reporting that Hyuna's health is getting better. That radiant smile, once a fleeting glimpse, was a rare treasure in the hospital, where she was stuck for what felt like forever after the crash. But to see her genuinely laugh like this now, it's an absolute game-changer, a wave of pure relief. He flashes back to that weird, unsettling stare she used to have, a look that still gives him chills. That memory still haunts him, keeping him up at night. He can still hear her innocent, heartbreaking question, "Are you gonna hit me?" a gut-punch reminder of her fragile state. But now, he's convinced her turnaround is all thanks to this one game, a virtual reality phenomenon that would eventually rock the entire planet. On her doctor's orders, Hyuna had actually started diving into a VR game just last year. The doc had given it the green light, telling her there was no pressure to stick with it if she wasn't feeling it. She wasn't exactly thrilled at first, but slowly, she got into it, and her whole demeanor started to change for the better. This isn't just a game, it's an idea, a whole new entity, a world unto itself. Even after a decade, this game still feels massive, its epic scale blowing everyone away. It's still crushing it at the top of the VR charts, a true legend in the making. This was the greatest game, and as Hyun-sung checked on his sister, he asked if she was finally hitting the hay. Hyuna confirmed it, telling him to crash too because he looked wiped. But when he asked if she needed anything, she just wanted him to chill out next to her. He let out a soft sigh, a silent agreement to her wish. He gave in, telling her to just ring the bell if she needed anything. She scoffed, like, "Dude, I have a smartphone, why would I use a bell?" With a quiet click, he opened the door and slipped out, letting her get some sleep. Turns out, when he bought Hyuna's VR capsule, he snagged one for himself too. Even though it wasn't for him back then, he never once regretted that purchase. He finally caught up on some serious sleep, something he never got to do. And this VR capsule? Totally clutch, super useful. But there was only one real reason he snagged this thing, the insane time dilation. 1 real hour meant 5 in the game. The game's pull is so immense, people are literally quitting their jobs to play, proving its undeniable power. He gets it, the insane gap created early on makes this game feel less like a game and more like a whole new reality. A flash of what could have been, he almost became a pro gamer, if only his parents hadn't shut it down. But no time for regrets. His ultimate motivation is clear, his one and only little sister. Past is past. He's diving into the game, ready to grind for cash and guarantee his sister the good life. The VR interface ignites, flashing his player name, Hyunsung, and asking if he's ready to jack into idea. No hesitation, he locks in his decision. System engaged. His recognition sequence kicks off, blue energy swirling around him. Connection established. He's pulled into the virtual realm. He steps into the tutorial village, the supposed hub for all new players, yet he's the only one there, an eerie silence hanging in the air. This isn't just any room, it's his personal gateway, a space to master his character and dive headfirst into the virtual realm. But nothing in the real world could ever compare to the sheer comfort of this digital inn. A subtle shift of covers signals his return to consciousness. As he stretches out, a deep, satisfied groan escaping him. This is it. He breathes, a massive yawn following, imagine getting sleep this good back home. The vibrant village outside cycles through the bright day. Then settles into the tranquil night. A stark system notification flashing to reveal he's already logged over 10,000 hours of in-game sleep. Whoa! A sudden, electrifying sound effect rips through the air as a dazzling blue system window explodes into view, dropping a bombshell. His class just got upgraded to the descendant of Thanatos. But wait, there's more. Another flood of notifications hits him like a truck, revealing a new class skill, OP for his shop, and a whole arsenal of nicknames and titles, the law of 10,000 hours. Wait. I haven't even started but I received a change in class, are you a noob but I'm a god, and the legendary, you deep sleeper. But back in the real world, or at least, his virtual bed, Hyunsung is still totally out cold, completely oblivious to the insane power-ups he just scored. A low groan escapes him as he finally starts to twitch, his brain still stuck on his annoying boss, Department Head Park, that bastard, before he just wants to hit the snooze button again. Waking up with a massive stretch, Lee Hyunsung lets out the most satisfying sigh. Muttering about how well he slept, but then his eyes lock onto something totally unexpected, a glowing blue interface just floating there. He bolts upright, wondering what time it even is. The glowing screen flashes 5:13, but it's the weird, unknown logo at the top that really grabs him, leaving him completely stumped. A soft, ethereal sound echoes as the window suddenly expands, filling his entire view with even more bizarre details. He just stares, totally unable to process this wild sight. The blue light pulses intensely as a torrent of shimmering text lines rapidly cascade down the interface, each one a total enigma. Suddenly, a massive wave of discomfort hits him, forcing him to hunch over and let out a pained cry. His face twists in a mix of confusion and pure distress as the word class pops up, hinting at some insane transformation. Then, the full, mind-blowing message materializes, he's about to change to the God-rank class, descendant of Thanatos. His mind was racing, trying to process the system message that just popped up. A God-rank class? Was he really about to get a top-tier class? His brow furrowed in confusion, what the heck could this status even be? Suddenly, a full system window popped up, revealing his new status, player Hyunsung, level 1, class, descendant of Thanatos. He was absolutely floored. He remembered the game rules, everyone starts with stats at 5, and he hadn't even passed the tutorial. Was this crazy situation because he was banned? His face was a picture of pure shock and disbelief, eyes wide, trying to process the impossible. The system window expanded even more, dropping the full bombshell, God-rank class, descendant of Thanatos. He'd heard about making bank in this game, but now he wasn't just a legend, he was a literal god. Okay, deep breaths. He needed to calm down and check everything out, but first, he had to log out. The system was waiting for his confirmation. With a firm yup, he hit that log out button. Back at his computer, the sheer reality of it all started to hit him, a wave of pure awe washing over him as he whispered, wow. This is just incredible. He's deep in thought, grappling with the mind-blowing implications of his new status, realizing that if he's right, he could be banned from the game forever. This isn't just about some god-rank class, he thinks, it's a god-rank skill, and then, bam. A brilliant idea hits him, a game-changing strategy for his future. He's questioning everything, wondering if hitting that insane level is even possible, but then, a wild thought, could he just talk his way to the top, just by spilling the beans about his power? A fierce determination burns in his eyes as he locks in a deadline, convinced that 2 months is all he needs to absolutely crush it. It's an earth-shattering, mind-blowing, I've seen God, kind of moment. Later, chilling at home, he's got that post-game glow, casually vibing in his kitchen, whipping up some grub. A chill, satisfied grin spreads across his face, like he's got the whole world figured out, or at least, his next 2 months. Just as he's about to head out, a voice cuts through the morning quiet, asking if he's making breakfast, and he can't help but echo the question in his mind, caught off guard. He's quick to shut down the breakfast idea, confirming his dungeon dive, but she's not letting it go, questioning if he's really going today, even after he promised to be back for dinner. Her face drops, a clear sign of disappointment, as she brings up his forgotten promise, the one about taking her to the park today. With a soft grin, he smoothly helps her into her wheelchair, playfully calling her out on her secret desire to go, and then, ever the gentleman, offers to handle the door. Her whole face lights up, a transformation he knows is all thanks to his brilliant idea, but he snaps himself back to reality, reminding himself he's supposed to be gearing up for the dungeon, not getting sidetracked. Flashing him a sweet smile, she gives him her blessing, promising a hot bowl of ramen when he gets back and telling him to go at his own pace. The moment he's gone, she starts to push herself up from the chair, her legs shaking like crazy. But with a look of pure grit, she pulls herself to her feet. Even though she's a bit wobbly and stumbles a little, she holds her ground next to the vacant wheelchair. She could dominate in a game, but real life? Walking was still a massive challenge. But with enough grind, and some serious muscle gains, she knew she'd be back on her feet, just like the doc said. A quick thought about her brother getting some backup for his own adventures, then she decided it was time to get some help for herself too. With a cheeky grin, she got it, time to hit the gym and get swole. Mostly kidding, of course. Her determination locked in, she decided to keep her comeback a total secret from him until she could walk like a boss again. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a hand clutching a bombshell document, a resignation letter. What in the world is this? Hyun-sung's face went from zero to shocked in an instant, his eyes practically bugging out as he tried to figure out what was happening. Then, a bald guy with a seriously smug grin laid into him, his voice practically oozing disdain. Listen up, Deputy Chief. You get what this means, right? This is what happens when you mess up. Kid, just live your life. Don't even think about giving up on something like this. He's in the office, and the whispers are already starting. Everyone's asking why this top performer is bailing now, and honestly, how did he even survive this long? The bald boss is practically breathing down his neck, claiming he's helping, but it's a total power play. Sign the papers, or else. The boss lets out a fake sigh, acting like he's doing Hyun-sung a favor, but it's pure manipulation. Hyun-sung, poker-faced, gives a polite goodbye, muttering about meeting again, but you can tell it's just for show. The boss just watches him walk away, a creepy smirk spreading across his face, his eyes practically glowing with evil glee. Hyun-sung walks out, the boss's taunts about him being dumb still ringing in his ears, but then it hits him, a massive, game-changing realization. He feels like he just hit the jackpot, not with cash, but with a golden ticket, a chance to rake in money through some unknown game. He's in. A digital welcome flashes before his eyes, and the first quest drops: get a license, get a PC. The grind starts now. No hesitation, he's filing for that PC, but a quiet thought echoes, gotta be careful here. The choice is clear, high-tech capsules for the pros, or classic PCs for everyone else. Which path will he take? He's locked in, ready to dive deep into the game's secrets. Time to hit the books, or rather, the pixels. The system drops a truth bomb, level 15 won't cut it for cash. Start at level 10, explore, it advises. The grind is real. His eyes widen, the gears turning as he absorbs the system's blunt assessment. Then it hits him, his rank is, after legendary, meaning insane experience multipliers, 3x for legendary, 5x for mythic. But he quickly grasps that raw experience isn't the only thing he'll need to dominate. He's still processing his rank, the system practically screaming that if he can't make bank at this level, he's utterly worthless. This isn't just good, it's 5 times better than normal, cementing his ranker class status. This isn't just about being good, it's about being a legend, because the system itself laid down the law: if you can't rake in the cash at this level, you're just plain trash, and he was born for the ranker class. He then turned to Agni, dropping the question, can I double dip and use a capsule simultaneously? Agni, the voice of reason, quickly shot back that those things cost a fortune and you gotta pay to play. But then it hit him, his god rank status was literally worth 5 times the normal value, and that thought alone fueled his determination. A quick glance at his phone, and he declared, 9 hours, please. He did the math in his head, 30,001 an hour, that's a cool 270,001 total. No biggie. Both of them gave a firm nod, ready to dive in. With a low hum, he sank into the game capsule, bracing for total immersion. The system flashed, demanding iris recognition, then hit him with the ultimate question, player Hyun-sung, ready to enter idea? A single, resolute yes echoed, and he was ready to plunge into the breathtaking virtual world. After jacking into the game capsule, the world of idea exploded into existence, starting with a sick view of some epic architecture. Inside a basic room, Hyun-sung was already strategizing, refusing to lose his hard-earned momentum. He decided to just grind out all the daily missions, ready for more action. Suddenly, a holographic screen popped up, flashing his player name, Hyun-sung, and his insane stats: level 1, with the epic class Descendant of the Mangoes, a literal god rank, and titles like Legend and God, plus his HP and MP. He just stared, totally mind blown, at the system message, asking himself what kind of class this even was, while another notification confirmed Themangos was the god of death and sleep, and hey, a dungeon boost was ready. The system kept dropping lore bombs about Themangos, spilling that he was the strongest ancient god, unbeatable, and totally into death, sleep, and causing trouble. Hyun-sung, still reeling, wondered if this was just some backstory, totally baffled by how he ended up with a god-rank class, and not just any god, but the strongest one. His confused face slowly morphed into a thoughtful smirk, realizing that being the god of death and sleep actually sounded pretty cool. Next, he pulled up his skill log, a fresh notification popping up as he scrolled through his awesome new powers. Glancing down at his feet, he grinned, realizing he had 5 whole days off, the perfect chance to dive deep into this ridiculously powerful new role. Hyun-sung was already diving deep into the game systems, a crucial DP store notification popping up, revealing he could snag skills and items, but only once a month. And the system wasn't holding back, dropping a bombshell, use it or lose it, because his DP would vanish monthly. The game practically screamed, check it out. Suddenly, the screen exploded into a full-blown display, the DP store menu laid out with every category imaginable, skills, items, buffs, the works. Hyun-sung's jaw practically hit the floor, stunned to see he could snag legendary rank skills and items right here, right now. Just when he thought it couldn't get any better, a new window flashed, revealing Themangos' blessing, a game-breaking skill letting him wield any weapon, boosting his proficiency like crazy. And that wasn't all, the will of Themangos' skill promised a shadowy ally whose power would skyrocket with his own stats. He couldn't help but exclaim, how utterly awesome it was to be an all-rounder, with total weapon freedom. The system dropped another bomb, his summoned Shadow of Themangos would farm items and XP for him, resetting its power every single day. Despite his current lack of combat skills, he quickly calculated that with a few DP store purchases and his insane class abilities, he'd be stacked with skills. He lets out a triumphant laugh, feeling like an absolute hacker for his insane gains, wondering if this isn't some kind of broken bug. But then, out of nowhere, a system message flashes, dropping the bombshell that Thanatos' narcolepsy has been activated. He blinks, totally confused by this out-of-left-field notification. As the system clarifies he's about to be forced into a nap, and his head immediately starts to droop. He crashes onto his bed, the system dropping the info that he'll stay logged in until forced logout, and his character will remain in-game even if the capsule gets trashed, so it's totally safe to just disconnect. Even in his forced slumber, a thought punches through, like, wait, am I actually sleeping, as the system counts down almost 13 hours until forced logout. Lee Hyun-sung bows his head, apologizing profusely, as the woman reassures him about the device's upfront charge, even offering a sweet discount. Just moments later, hooked up to the strange machine, a digital countdown blazes above him, 2 minutes until his new, bizarre skill, narcolepsy, kicks in. The skill hits, and a single thought explodes in his mind, this is one seriously dark power. And just like that, he's out cold, thanks to narcolepsy, a power he definitely didn't sign up for, while the woman looks on, totally worried. Fast forward, and we're outside the Dahan Rehabilitation Hospital, a new, crucial setting in his unfolding story. Inside, his bare feet hit the floor, grinding through the tough physical therapy he's now stuck with. Hanging in a harness, he pushes through his reps, with a rehab assistant in a lab coat guiding his every move. Lee Hyun-sung is still on the mend, finding every step a challenge, yet he's convinced his physical limitations aren't a mental block. Watching his own body adapt, he can't deny the slow but steady gains from his intense regimen. Later, in a consultation, psychologist Lee Mina pushes him to maintain his routine, introducing herself as the expert in his mental game. Hyun-sung, taken aback, questions if she's his brother's helper, and she confirms it with a smile, revealing she's also a close friend. He presses, asking if she's clued into his current state, and her blunt answer is a simple, no. Mina clarifies she was only told he was off to a game, but a gut feeling told her something was wrong when he vanished for so long. Grinding through his rehab, Hyun-sung muses that his brother must not watch much TV, given how much cash he's been raking in lately. Mina, a soft smile gracing her lips, breathes a sigh of relief that he's okay, confessing her deep concern for him and his loved ones. Her words hit home, and he vows to see his brother's happy face again, no matter what. Lee Mina is totally hyped on the phone, promising pics and telling someone not to sweat the travel, all while Hyuna just chills and listens. But then, her face totally changes as another call comes in, and she's like, why is he calling me now? It's Hyun-sung, and Mina's instantly on it, shocked he's out walking. She tells him to get back, saying she'll meet him, and Hyun-sung, meanwhile, is secretly stoked about his new passive skill that lets him level up just by sleeping. Hyun-sung drops the bomb that he's been hitting the streets daily since he got back, planning a quick stroll before heading in. Mina's mind races, telling him to chill but not overdo it. Mina hangs up, then turns to Hyuna, playfully telling her to chill because she's not a kid, and then gets serious, thinking about how crucial this all is. Fast forward to the hospital, Mina's pushing Hyunsung in his wheelchair, telling some unseen professor to bounce, that she's got her brother covered, no worries. Back at the house, Mina's on the phone again, Hyuna's still hanging out, asking if someone can swing by, then just settling for, see you tomorrow. She hangs up, sighs, and looks at Hyuna, muttering about how, they, are just too much to handle. Back with Hyunsung, he's in his wheelchair, staring at his legs, a silent promise in his mind, soon, he'll be back on his feet, no more worries. Mina flashes a bright, reassuring smile, ready to make her move. The massive hospital building stands as a silent sentinel. Back inside, Mina drops the news to Hyunsung, still confined to his wheelchair, that she's heading home and he can follow suit, leaving him to wonder if her words are truly genuine. She lays down the law, telling him to rest up, reminding him his time is ticking, as he internally questions if he's somehow angered her. Mina gives her thanks, promising a reunion, a silent acknowledgement of her relentless grind. But wait. Instead of leaving, she's lifting Hyunsung right out of that chair, his injured leg still needing major support. He can only manage a stunned, why yeah. She's deep in thought, replaying his reaction, trying to figure out if he was actually mad or just feeling the effects of his condition, noting he doesn't look sick at all. Later, as she helps him onto the bed, he locks eyes with her, demanding to know what's on her mind. Thud, she drops onto the bed next to him, turning with a direct gaze, asking if he finally has something to say. He just drops a bombshell, casually announcing he quit his job. Leaving Mina completely stunned and asking, huh? Why? What about your job? You said you liked it. Hyunsung then drops another bomb, explaining he'll earn money through idea, adding, yeah, it's a bit sudden, but... Mina's mind is blown, her thoughts echoing, wait, you quit your job to earn money through idea? She stares at him, utterly bewildered, and he just shrugs, huh? Yeah. Mina's internally reeling from his nonchalance, as Hyunsung debates, should I spill everything about idea? I want to, but is now the right time? She pushes for answers, demanding, so, what's your class? Your rank? He dodges, asking, you guys are still doing okay, right? He then casually offers his help, boasting, oh. Need a hand? I'm actually super high level. Mina, eyes wide, asks, seriously? What level? Hyunsung, however, decides to keep his true power under wraps for now, leaving Mina with a simple, drawn-out, ah. Mina is still trying to process Hyunsung's bombshell, asking if they can actually talk about this, but he's playing it cool. Mina's not letting up, reminding him she warned him about the game's dangers and how worried she is, and he just nods, saying he gets it. But then it hits her, he's still dodging the real questions, and the frustration is almost physical. They move to the bed, but Mina's not giving up, demanding to know how he's making bank from this idea thing, and Hyunsung's mind is racing, almost spilling the beans on his insane power, but he holds back. He tries to brush it off, saying he's just playing idea to make some cash, promising her there's nothing risky going on. But Mina's not buying it, reminding him how much time this game demands, and he can't argue with that. Then he drops the bomb, he's gonna make enough money in just 3 months, a claim that leaves Mina utterly speechless. Mina's still digging, demanding to know his class in the game, but he's totally shutting down, wondering if she could even handle the truth. He makes the call to keep his class a total secret, figuring it's best to just play it by ear, leaving Mina completely clueless about his true power level. He's got this crazy narcolepsy skill, but is it really a free pass? He's not losing anything, right? But then, he shakes his head, no way that's how it works. His eyes flash with a cool blue glow, and bam. The system asks if he's ready to dive into idea. Energy swirls around him, and he's logging in. Get ready for the game world to pop off. He's in a chill village, but he's already thinking, time to bounce from here. Another system message pops up, telling him his boosted stats are getting locked in. He checks out his narcolepsy skill again, and yep, his stats are literally leveling up just by sleeping. He knew it, but seeing it is still mind-blowing. A huge grin breaks out, because this whole thing feels absolutely epic. He's standing at the massive gate, hyped to blast off from the village center. He's finally at the starting village, hyped up and ready to go, remembering everything his friend told him about this game. With a firm push, his bandaged hand slams against the interface, ready to dive in. Boom. A system message pops up, straight up asking if he's ready to warp into the tutorial. No hesitation. He steps right into the glowing archway, a confident yes sealing his fate. Whoosh. A blinding burst of blue energy explodes around him, sucking him into the warp. The light fades, and he's already scoping out the new zone, wondering, what is this place? Blue energy still crackles around him, as he stands ready in the fresh, mysterious zone. Then, another system alert, confirming his iris scan. And just like that, the tutorial instructions flood his screen, telling him to grab a weapon, smash some scarecrows, no pressure, and snag a sweet beginner weapon as a reward. Hyun-sung stares down the tutorial, thinking, is this it? Just a summer event? He can't believe he actually thought he could skip this. Then, a.m. A system message pops up, please choose your weapon. For epic choices await. He scans the weapons, thinking, so many choices, but which one's the real game changer? He snatches the beginner's sword. You've chosen the beginner's sword, the system screams, and he's already feeling like a second-dan master. He's thinking about how real this game feels, even if there are probably some differences from reality. But swords? Swords are his jam. He snaps into a battle-ready pose. His mind races, balanced skills, balanced stats. I'm a hybrid, baby. And choosing a familiar sword? That's just smart. Gotta stick with what you know. Smash. A training scarecrow's arm is already shredded, proof of his raw power. It's go time. The tutorial kicks off with a bang, start screaming across the screen as he gets ready to throw down. A basic scarecrow, stats popping up, but he's already thinking, seriously? This thing is a joke. A smirk plays on his lips as he mentally declares, this tutorial scarecrow is practically begging to be dismantled. No time to waste. He unleashes a lightning-fast, devastating swing with his sword. The blade tearing through the air and slamming into its target with a blinding flash. The scarecrow crumples, and a triumphant message blazes, quest cleared. Time for the loot. He's crowned monstrous newbie and gets the ultimate freedom, pick any starting village he wants. He's blown away by the sheer amount of info in the tutorial, thinking, why is there so much to learn? This isn't just a game, it's a whole new world. A new world, alright, and the power to choose his starting village means he can totally ditch those boring state-run maps and get a head start. He's got the monstrous newbie title, and while it's a double-edged sword, it's way better than being a nobody. But elsewhere, a girl is totally freaking out, complaining about how monstrous newbies get way less EXP. Talk about unfair. But our hero isn't sweating it, he just shrugs off the title's downsides, saying it's all good as long as his stats are safe. Time to check that title log. Inside, he finds a crazy passive skill, Thanatos' narcolepsy, God. It forces him to sleep, but get this, he levels up and gets random stat boosts while he's out cold. That's just broken. Then, a new system message pops up, telling him he can teleport to any village he wants. A massive world map appears, and he's ready to pick his starting zone. The map shows off all the continents and towns, highlighting Korea as the strongest country, right in the middle. He points right at it, picking Dha Town, the most notorious and dangerous beginner village. He's thinking, this is gonna be good. The view snaps to his chosen spot, a super dark and creepy village, right next to an orc camp. He knew the score, most players would get absolutely wrecked trying to advance here, facing off against monstrous, towering orcs right from the start. And because of that insane danger, almost no one even bothered to visit that village. But for him, that was the ultimate cheat code. The best starting hunting ground was one no one else touched, letting him power level like a madman. A raw, vibrant energy explodes around him, mirroring his absolute, unshakable resolve. Welcome to Oha Town, a seemingly peaceful place under a vast, open sky. 2 guards patrol, one letting out a massive sigh, asking, why no outsiders ever show up in their town, and his buddy can't believe he's even asking that. But their chill patrol is instantly ruined when Guard Hansen drops an expletive, both he and Guard Smith locking eyes on a pulsating, green blob, the infamous acid slime, Oha Town's special export. From afar, Lee Hyun-sung watches the slime, yelling out instructions to blast it off, but warns them to be super careful, because that stuff is nasty if it touches your skin. Hansen, clearly overwhelmed, asks if this isn't just a bit much, while Smith tries to calm him by mentioning the nearby orc village, but Hansen just sighs again, totally defeated. Then, out of nowhere, a blinding, otherworldly light explodes from the earth, shooting straight up with an intense, magical shimmer. Hansen's jaw drops, his eyes bugging out, a stunned H-ha, barely making it out. Smith, equally stunned, stares wide-eyed, the bizarre light reflecting in his pupils as he tries to figure out what the heck is happening. The Oha Town crowd goes absolutely wild, a collective gasp ripping through the marketplace as they spot a total stranger. Taking it all in, Lee Hyun-sung drops a comment about their arrival, and Agni can't help but notice how absolutely packed and buzzing Oha Town is from up here. Agni, though, is totally unimpressed, shrugging off some hisses and just wanting to get back to business. Hyun-sung, staring at the ground, is having some serious regrets, questioning why he even bothered coming here and if he was a total idiot for expecting anything at all. Agni keeps on judging, calling the guy a total noob with zero experience and actually feeling a little bad for him, even if he's got an immortal body. Then, he just casually asks a guard, straight up, hey, where can I find some monsters around here? Hyunsung cuts in, warning him about acid slimes in the forest, but totally tells him not to go, because noobs just can't handle those things. With a sly grin, Hyunsung just confirms he already knows, dropping the bomb that he came here because he knew, leaving Agni completely flabbergasted. Out of nowhere, a green acid blast slams into Agni, and Hyunsung shouts a warning that those slime blasts are one-hit KOs, impossible to dodge, and will literally melt your hair off. Hyunsung drops a final warning, sensing Agni's irritation, who just brushes it off internally. Agni scoffs, muttering about how easy foreigners have it, and Hyunsung just deadpans, tell me about it. Then, with a burst of speed, Agni takes off, tearing through the forest. His feet fly across the ground, pushing him further into the unknown. But then, a subtle noise makes him snap to attention, his eyes locking onto something unseen. It's an acid slime, shimmering green right in front of him, and he's already calculating his next move, thinking about his core skill. No hesitation, he lunges, ready to take on the slime head-on. But before he can even land a hit, the acid slime strikes first, blasting him with a concentrated shot of corrosive power. Meanwhile, Hyunsung snaps to attention, certain he just saw movement, but quickly rules out a cannon shot. He doesn't hesitate, landing a critical hit on its vital point, delivering a fatal blow that makes the creature shriek, "Kiik." The hit is devastating, and the monster instantly melts away. As the creature vanishes, Hyunsung gets the XP notification, thinking this whole thing is way too simple. He can't help but think, this isn't even a warm-up. A new goal forms in his mind, he's heading back to ask about the Orc Village. But the words, Orc Village, hit like a bombshell. Guards Hansen and Smith are absolutely floored, demanding to know what he's even saying and why he'd ask about an Orc Village. Hyunsung, totally baffled by their over-the-top response, just wants to kill some orcs and thinks their reactions are super weird. He just brushes off their worries, declaring his interest in things like that, leaving one guard utterly baffled and asking, "Pardon?" Hansen, the guard, gets serious, telling him not to quit on life so fast, pushing him to try harder and give his all, and his buddy totally agrees. But he just shrugs off their heartfelt lecture, muttering that it's no big deal, then drops another bombshell, asking them to take his request too. Suddenly, a glowing, golden orb materializes in his hands, and he just says, "Thank you." The guards are totally flummoxed, one telling him not to come back if he's just slime hunting, while the other groans, realizing he just got strong-armed into a quest by this weirdo. A smug grin lights up his face as a system alert flashes, declaring him the new Begging King. The system window pops up, revealing that the Begging King title's insane description, make others give you money before you even beg. But then the kicker, minus 10% NPC favor. He's absolutely floored. Strolling out of town, he figures, hey, at least he'll always get something when he begs, even with this weird new title's downside. No map. No problem. Hyunsung was ready to blaze his own trail, the acid-scarred earth is only guide to the right direction. He even dared to think, he wouldn't mind if another monster showed up. The ground beneath his feet, a tapestry of cracks and dust, screamed, right place. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he declared, bingo. Out of nowhere, a monstrous red beast with glowing eyes burst forth, its raspy voice snarling, "Chike." A human. Hyunsung sized up the incoming threats, a thought flashing through his mind, they're supposed to be weak, but these guys are huge. With a furious cry of, "Chike! Chike!" the monsters charged. They were fast, a red streak across the landscape, but their massive bodies made them clumsy and loud. Hyunsung's mind raced, instantly pinpointing their flaw, too many wasted movements. Lee Hyunsung is absolutely tearing through this desolate, acid-scarred wasteland, pushing forward with relentless drive. Then, out of nowhere, a monstrous, red-skinned beast lets out an insane snarl, flashing its razor-sharp teeth in a terrifying challenge. But Hyunsung is ready, squaring off against not just one, but two of these grotesque, red-skinned monsters on the brutal, corrosive terrain. Hyunsung goes in, and one of the massive beasts lets out a primal growl, locking eyes with him, and just like that, a system alert flashes, 1 CP gain from Thanatos' dream, and boom, another level up. The monster gets absolutely rocked, reeling back from his attack, a clear impact shaking its entire body, and then, even more system notifications explode around him, another 3 CP from Thanatos' dream, triggering even more insane level ups. He's totally blown away by this insane progression, realizing he can just rack up massive combat power by constantly fighting, and that means he'll get stronger faster than literally anyone else out there. Then, as he stares down one of the monsters, its eyes bug out in pure shock, and it lets out a primal roar, a human. Lee Hyunsung strides through the vibrant, green wilderness, his heavy steps pounding the earth. He's already calculating his next move, confident he can handle the current situation even without new abilities, planning to snag a skill as soon as he hits the next village. But lurking just behind him, two monstrous, red-skinned beings are already sizing him up, one of them gasping, "Wait, is that a human?" The monster's shock morphs into a bloodthirsty grin, its eyes gleaming with hunger as it practically screams, "Yes. Time for an experience point feast. Hyun-sung, feeling the sudden surge of hostile intent, locks his gaze forward, his expression hardening with fierce determination. A breathtaking village, tucked away in the mountains, shines under a perfect blue sky, its rooftops a vibrant mosaic. At the village gate, a guard can't even handle the peace, complaining that it's just as boring here. His buddy, ever the realist, points out that their boredom means everyone else is happy, but the first guard just wants to tell some jokes. But then, their faces totally freak out as a glowing red orb just pops into existence, blindsiding them both. They gape upwards, totally shocked by the sudden appearance, their boring shift now completely forgotten. The first guard's eyes practically pop out, his jaw dropping at the insane sight. And then, someone just steps out of the glowing light, making the guards gasp in shock. Lee Hyun-sung pops out with a huge, happy grin, but one of the guards is totally confused why he's even there. He casually explains his sudden arrival, mentioning he was just passing by when he saw the monsters breach their defenses and decided to take them out. While Smith is still reeling from the casual monster takedown, Hyun-sung, ever practical, just asks where he can offload his loot. The glowing-eyed, red goblins were no match, quickly turning into loot, their brief existence ending in a shower of valuable items. Waving a red orb, he presses for an answer, and Smith quickly directs him to the nearest general store. Clutching a fresh haul of monster drops, he gives a quick thanks to the bewildered guards. As he heads off, Smith jokingly reminds him to return any cash he finds, since those monsters were technically their problem. Hansen wonders about the money, and Smith shrugs, saying they'll just ask for it back if he ever shows up again. Following the directions, he quickly finds a quaint shop, where the shopkeeper, all smiles, invites him to drop his goods. Hyun-sung, ever the shrewd negotiator, challenges the shop owner's initial offer of 50 gold, convinced his monster drops are worth far more. But the owner, a master of the deal, swiftly counters, dropping a bombshell offer of 50 gold for the entire haul, leaving Hyun-sung stunned. Just a moment later, the owner returns, not only with the 50 gold but also a sweet little bonus, sealing the deal. Staring at the massive sack of 500 gold, Hyun-sung's mind races, instantly converting it to 15,000 real-world dollars earned in a blink. A game-changing thought hits him, could he actually make more than a normal job just by playing? He thanks the owner, his mind already buzzing with possibilities. Striding out of the shop, Hyun-sung can't help but think about his earlier choice to focus on real-world money, a decision that's now looking like pure genius. With his eyes practically blazing, Hyun-sung's mind explodes with the realization, even basic items can make him rich. Elsewhere, the guards, Hansen and Smith, can't help but chuckle, marveling at the sheer speed of Hyun-sung's growth. They both agree on his insane growth rate, confirming that Hyun-sung has already surpassed their own strength. He's already calculating the long game, realizing that 100 days of this grind could literally set him up for life, and a smirk plays on his lips. He knows the noobs won't get it, but who cares? He's just gotta keep grinding, keep moving. Then, his chill walk instantly morphs into a high-speed dash. His hand already flying to his sword's hilt. Just as a gnarly, red-skinned beast with glowing eyes bursts from the dark, and he whips out his sword in one lightning-fast move. No hesitation, he's already in its face, his blade a blur aimed right at the monster. His sword flares with a sick blue glow, all that raw power focused into one devastating swing. Then, with a brutal crunch, his sword slams deep into the monster's chest. The red orc warrior is down. Its glowing eyes fade as a system message confirms the epic subjugation. He sheaths his blade with a relieved sigh, realizing this zone is getting seriously tough. Looting the fallen foe, he grumbles about his leveling speed, feeling like it's dragging. Still miles away from the level cap, he can't afford to lose any more ground. Pulling up his status window, he's itching to hunt stronger monsters and find a new, tougher zone. His gaze sweeps upward, wondering if there are even more monsters hiding near the boss. But a quick reality check hits him, he's probably not strong enough, and a level 40 boss will absolutely require an attack skill. Time to check those ability points, his strength, dexterity, and vitality are looking solid. Pointing decisively at the screen, he declares his focus on dexterity for MP, targeting 70 wisdom, 40 reaction speed, 14 strength, and 16 stamina. Hyun-sung checks his stats, the only descendant of Thanatos title blazing, but there's a catch, no magic power. He's a bit bummed, but he's not giving up. He's gonna grind it out, level by level, his eyes locked on the shimmering, system skill, and DP stored interfaces. Skills can wait, he thinks, gotta save the best for last. He's diving straight into the items, smashing that button. The system drops some serious knowledge, items can go legendary, but repeat purchases mean a 30-day real-world wait. He ponders, normal grade first, then slams the normal rank 10 peak button. Boom. System confirms, normal grade item incoming, straight to his inventory. A glowing box pops up, ready for the reveal. It's a steel dagger, slow but throwable, boosting his reaction speed by 5 and accuracy by 5%. He figures it's decent for throwing, then immediately eyes the next prize, a rare item, and smashes the rare 100p button. The system confirms the next big pull, a rare grade item, heading straight to his inventory. The system flashes, revealing a new drop, bloodstone ring of rare grade. This thing's made from blood and needs serious strength and stamina to even equip. But wait, there's more. This ring isn't just for show, it's got a 10% chance to restore 10% of his stamina every time he takes down an enemy. Hyun-sung can't deny it's a solid piece of gear, even if he's never seen one before, but this insane gacha luck is starting to make him seriously nervous. Then, a unique grade notification pops up, and Hyun-sung groans, realizing his insane luck yesterday was all thanks to Thanatos' narcolepsy, which he finds absolutely awful as the system gears up for another unique grade pull. He just stares, completely exasperated. And what's next? Agni's stick, another rare grade item, but Hyun-sung's hyped mood crashes when he sees it's just a skill. Seriously, skills are useless to him right now. He lets out a frustrated sigh, muttering about what he even expected from this gacha mess. But he's not giving up yet. Hyun-sung clenches his jaw, vowing to get something epic from this heroic grade pull. The system confirms it, he's about to pull a heroic grade item, and it's going straight into his inventory. He's hyped for a heroic grade item, but then he just stops, totally confused as a new system window pops up. The window flashes, revealing, Iris Failed Product 1, a heroic grade auxiliary weapon that's literally a failed prototype. What even is that? More stats and requirements pop up, laying out all the crazy conditions to even use this thing. He's totally over it, thinking he'd just trashed this quest item, but then he's like, nah, maybe I'll need it later. Then, out of nowhere, a new notification screams, finally, the legendary grade is here. The system confirms the legendary drop, telling him it's going straight into his inventory with a satisfying ding. He just stares, totally blank, like, what just happened? He's seriously annoyed, muttering, seriously, why couldn't I get something useful? He's totally baffled by this whole situation. And the legendary item is finally revealed as, a super mysterious egg. But Hyun-sung was ready to make the ultimate sacrifice. He still had skill pulls left. Out of nowhere, a terrifying red monster charged. But before it could even touch him, he struck back with lightning speed. After easily dispatching the threat, he stood calmly in a white robe. A new system alert popped up, confirming skills were double the price of items. He stared at the glowing green portal. Taking a deep breath, he decided to kick things off with a standard skill pull. He goes for the skill pull, and the system confirms a normal grade skill is coming. First up, it's sprinting, a passive, level 1 beginner skill. This is his real sprinting skill, the system declares, hyping up the next reveal, a rare grade skill. Another pull, another random rare grade skill on the way. Boom. Magic Bullet Barrage drops, an attack skill, and the system teases the ultimate prize, a unique skill next. The moment of truth. A unique grade skill is about to be created. And the first unique skill is, Berserker's Song. A level 1 beginner ability that boosts damage for him and his party when he sings, but watch out for that exhaustion. Hyun-sung's jaw drops, completely stunned by the incredible skills. But wait, there's more. Dragon's Detection is revealed, a unique skill that lets him sniff out dragons and their eggs within 100 meters. He starts with a dismissive scoff, calling the skill garbage, but then his eyes snap open as the system reveals its true, mind-blowing rarity. Finally. Legendary, he shouts. A system notification flashes, confirming the pull of a legendary grade skill, randomly generated for ultimate power. His eyes practically pop out, reflecting the sheer, sudden shock. Incredible, he gasps, as the epic name, the God of Death's Chains, materializes before his very eyes. The full, mind-bending description of the God of Death's Chains floods his vision, detailing its immense, game-changing power. A massive grin splits his face, followed by a look of pure, unadulterated satisfaction. Finally a worthwhile skill, he exclaims internally. Later, in a sleek, high-tech control room, he stands, surveying a massive bank of monitors like a true boss. Arms crossed, a confident, almost smug smirk plays on his lips, radiating pure swagger. He strides forward, every step radiating purpose and unshakable assurance. The high of the legendary skill acquisition fades, replaced by a focused intensity, his jaw clenching as the true weight of his new power begins to sink in. Behold the colossal Inferno Corporation, a monumental skyscraper dominating the Korean skyline. Where its elite user management team relentlessly monitors all activity. One man, clearly agitated, contemplates the unfolding chaos, convinced he needs to dive in himself. He lets out a frustrated sigh, exclaiming, "This is absolutely insane." He can't fathom why the team leader greenlit this mess, especially when it was just one user who got it through. This is none other than Joe Minwo, the head honcho of the user management team. who demands to know what other options they have, ultimately deciding they're stuck analyzing the data to see if this nightmare gets dumped on the dev team. He clutches his head, utterly exasperated, groaning about already checking the god rank and questioning why he ever got tangled up with this specific town. Joe Minwo is absolutely losing it, gripping his head in pure disbelief and rage, screaming about someone hitting up a forbidden town just a power level. His frustration explodes as he yells, like, "Do you seriously think I don't know what's going on?" His hands are still locked on his head, pure exasperation radiating off him. Then, out of nowhere, a subordinate's voice slices through the air, dropping a bombshell. Team leader. User Lee Hyun-sung just opened the DP store. Minwo, absolutely blindsided by that intel, jerks around in his chair, eyes bugging out in total shock. His face is a mask of intense focus as the info hits him, the thought, he's using it, screaming in his mind. He lunges, grabbing his subordinate by the shoulders, practically shaking him for answers, both of them bug-eyed with pure panic. His eyes narrow, a flashback to his earlier indifference, confessing he totally blew it off at the start. A lone red rose appears, a stark symbol of the terrifying power now unleashed, and he's left wondering, what if he can actually control all that? It's seriously unsettling. Gazing out at the sprawling city below, he drops a truth bomb. It doesn't matter how OP a class 1 is, if you can't control it, it's totally worthless. He ponders the sheer magnitude of it all, a single thought echoing, but that user. It's not just the raw power, it's the terrifying lack of control. He realizes, the real issue is someone who can move freely, yet lacks control. He's definitely S rank, at least. This monstrous power, it's undeniable. He's a class 1, no doubt, yet. He's so incredibly strong, probably a class 1. But his control? It's practically non-existent. The raw, untamed power of the monster fills the space. He can't shake the feeling that something's off, wondering, why did someone this talented only just start playing? I wish I could tweak the probability rates just a little. Eden's AI is too smart for that, a fact he acknowledges, but the thought persists, Eden's world is run by AI. That's right, it's too smart. The system is ironclad, he realizes, especially the probability rates. It's all AI generated, even the dev team can't touch it. Resigned, he can only conclude, all I can do now is wait. But elsewhere, Hyun-sung, completely unaware of the storm brewing, just casually thinks, my stats go up just by sleeping. That's insane. PFT. Hyun-sung just can't hold it in, letting out an epic, booming laugh. He's still hyped, barely able to believe it, they've officially gone beyond hero-grade gear. But hold up, Minwo's got a totally different vibe, staring at a screen like, did my prayers actually work? He's totally confused. Then, bam. A shockwave hits him, and he's like, wait, why is that showing up now? And what's the big deal? It's Iris, failed product, a gnarly, broken mess with weird green swirls. But don't let the name fool you, this broken piece is actually the number 1, most crucial part for the entire Iris quest. Back in the office, Minwo tells his colleague, that quest. It's someone else's problem now, trying to keep his cool and reminding them that this is probably just the tip of the iceberg. But back to Hyun-sung, whose eyes are glued to a brand new, mind-blowing find, a legendary egg. The system confirms it. SEGG, legendary, but its grade and options are still a total mystery. He's locked onto the screen, a burning question in his mind, what in the world is this thing? Elsewhere, team leader Joe Minwo is on the scene, confirming to a colleague that yeah, a quest item is cool and all, but he's totally clueless about its true nature. A silent, desperate plea screams in his head, just give him one decent skill already. Suddenly, a system window pops up, flashing, Dark Night Moon, passive, max level. His gut reaction. Pure frustration, he's ready to bolt. Another window flashes, bullet skills, and he tries to reassure himself, telling himself he'll be fine as long as he has attack skills. His face twists in a grimace as he grumbles, skills. Then, Dark Night Moon pops up again, and it hits him like a truck, a sudden, shocked gasp escapes his lips. A wild, almost unhinged grin splits his face as he declares that no matter how epic a skill is, they're dead in the water against monsters without an attack skill. But the legend of this skill? It's still there, and he screams with pure, unadulterated joy, jackpot. A beat of silence, then a single question hangs in the air, echoing the sheer power of what's just been revealed. Then, bam. The system screen pops up, flashing the details of Reaper's Chains, a skill that screams control and absolute domination. Minwo's jaw drops, his mind racing as he connects the dots, a massive, haha, moment hitting him like a truck. He's already calculating, realizing that with this insane skill, the Red Orc village is basically a done deal, and that hidden dungeon. It's as good as found. Later, chilling with Hyun-sung, Minwo is still hyped, spilling the beans that once they smash the Red Orc village boss, that hidden dungeon is practically theirs for the taking. Then, a sudden, awkward cough, and he's stammering an apology, totally flustered like he just spilled all the secret sauce. Walking along, Hyun-sung shoots him a look, demanding to know what that was all about, and Minwo just throws his hands up, dramatically wishing he'd never been born. And hey, don't forget the monthly system drop. You can snag all sorts of insane skills and items from the RP store to boost your game. He knows management's gonna be salty about his game progress, but who cares? That narcolepsy skill hasn't even kicked in, leaving him with all the free time in the world. Because let's be real, he's raking in cash with this skill, right in the middle of the game. No way his account or character are ever getting sold. A smug grin spreads across his face as he declares, this god rank class is everything. Ditching that old job. Best decision ever. He flashes back to his corporate days, grinding through endless BS and putting up with everything. But now, in the real world, he's already pulled in 100,000 won in under a day, and he's still barely scratched the surface. If he's making bank like this, imagine Hyuna, who's already level 300, she must be absolutely loaded. The realization hits him, no more money worries. Even as a low level, his clown hunter persona is already worth more than a small corporation. A satisfied escapes him. With a surge of ambition, he declares his next mission, level 500 in 3 months, let's go. He ponders his next power play, thinking, is it time to catch some Z's? Then, a.m. A glowing portal rips open, practically screaming for him to jump in, as a hype voice shouts, let's go, kid, the boss awaits. He charges through, landing in a wild, untamed landscape, his boots hitting the ground with a determined thump as he pushes deeper. A flash of red. A skeletal horror, cloaked and ancient, blurs past with terrifying speed across the barren land. From a high perch, he scopes out the Red Orc Village sign, spotting that creepy skeletal monster lurking just beneath him. Still high up, he keeps his eyes peeled on the village, strategizing his next move and sizing up the danger. The trail ahead plunges into a thick, autumn forest, a clear sign of more adventure to come. He pushes through the woods, eyes darting everywhere, but the big boss is a no-show. Undeterred, he keeps the hunt going, forging ahead on the lush, winding trail. He spots the Red Orc Shaman, instantly recognizing it as a potential boss monster. But then it hits him, there are 7 of these shamans. This is going to be tough. Rain starts to fall as he makes a crucial decision, take out the small fry before the big boss shows up. Suddenly, with a powerful hum, a massive, glowing magic circle erupts around him. The symbols lock into place, and just like that, he activates Siren Seduction, a heroic-grade skill. A monstrous roar rips through the air, as an orc reacts with pure, unadulterated rage. More of the grotesque beasts join the furious chorus, their faces twisted in a mix of aggression and confusion. Another close-up shows the raw, bestial anger just radiating from the orc horde. Then, amidst the chaos, a vision of ethereal beauty bursts forth, glowing with soft blue light, a stunning siren with flowing blonde hair and a shimmering mermaid tail, her presence absolutely mesmerizing. The siren's power exploded onto the scene, a colossal, glowing serpent materializing and sending shockwaves of confusion through the orc ranks. They had no idea what hit them. Watching the pandemonium unfold, Hyun-sung's eyes widened as he realized this skill was even more broken than he thought. But the confusion quickly turned to pure, unadulterated fury. The orcs' faces twisted into monstrous snarls, their aggression skyrocketing to insane levels. Then, bam! A colossal orc was launched through the air, its battle cry silenced mid-flight. But this wasn't just any orc. The enraged boss charged forward, its colossal axe ready to cleave. Hyun-sung, instantly locking onto the biggest threat, drew his sword, knowing this was the big one, the boss. No time to waste. He surged forward, plunging straight into the heart of the orc frenzy. Then, with a brutal counter, the boss orc was violently slammed against the solid rock wall. The impact echoed, crushing the massive beast even deeper into the stone. He unleashes a new power, the very air crackling with dark energy as he activates Reaper's chaining. From his form, spectral purple chains erupt, coiling around him before lashing out with incredible speed. The chains snap forward, instantly binding the maddened orcs, their roars turning to pained grunts as the magical restraints crush them. Even the formidable Red Orc Shaman finds himself ensnared, dragged helplessly alongside his lesser kin. With a fierce pull, Hyun-sung commands the glowing, crimson-tinged chains, drawing his enemy's eye in. The ground beneath them tears open, revealing a fiery abyss into which the bound orcs are mercilessly dragged, their demise punctuated by a system notification. More notifications flash, confirming the rapid accumulation of experience as the last of the horde vanishes into the inferno. He stands amidst the fading light of his devastating attack, the echoes of "level up" ringing in his ears. The fiery chasm closes, leaving only the lingering scent of ash and the triumphant chime of his continued growth. A system message explodes into view, confirming the absolute annihilation of the Red Orc hero Karak, and Lee Hyun-sung's jaw practically drops. His eyes practically pop out, as the system screams the victory again. And just when he thought it couldn't get any better, bam. A new title, Red Orc Slayer, is his for the taking. Alone in the vast expanse, he's hit with the ultimate bombshell, a brand new passive skill. The sheer power of it all leaves him utterly stunned, with only one thought screaming through his head. Lee Hyun-sung's jaw drops, a soft, wow, slipping out as he processes everything, totally baffled by the lack of an item collecting skill. The village is exactly the same, a total rerun from yesterday. And yeah, the village is still the same old, same old. Strolling through the empty zone, Hyun-sung realizes no monsters have even shown up, making him wonder if this place is just a boring, everyday hunting spot. With a quick show, he whips out a scroll, unfurling a super detailed map. He pores over the map, and it hits him, this has got to be a secret dungeon. Facing down the menacing, skull-shaped maw of the hidden dungeon, Hyun-sung knew it was go time. He had to grind, he had to clear this place. One final glance at the open sky, and then, a sudden, sharp thought hit him. Plunging into the cavern's shadowy depths, he actually thought, hey, a hidden dungeon. This might not be so bad. Dropping further into the abyss, his hand was already on his sword, ready for anything. Then, a system alert blazed across his vision, elite monster, these weren't your average grunts. They were smarter, stronger, skill-wielding beasts, a whole new level of challenge. The entrance itself practically screamed danger, radiating dark energy, a clear sign this was the real deal, a hidden dungeon. He strode into a chamber already slick with ancient blood, eyes scanning, sword ready, every nerve on high alert. With a fierce glint in his gaze, he mentally chanted for epic loot and insane XP gains. His hand flared with a crimson glow as he roared. He's just stepped into a brand new, desolate chamber, and the system's already blowing up. First, he's the first discoverer, then he gets hit with a game-changing power, using skills from defeated monsters. But before he can even process it, the vengeful spirits of orc warriors start wailing all around him. And the system drops another bombshell, physical attacks are basically useless against these vengeful spirits unless he's using skills. He tries a physical hit, just to test it, and boom, no critical damage. The system wasn't kidding. A TSK escapes him as he realizes his best skills are basically nerfed against these guys. He tries another move, a chike sound effect and purple energy flaring, but it's still not enough. Then, the wailing takes form, it's an orc warrior's vengeful spirit, a full-blown elite monster. And he's already sizing it up as the perfect test subject. But before he can even make a move, the spirit lunges, a green energy slash ripping through the air and slamming into him, sending him flying back. The orc warrior's vengeful spirit lets out a guttural roar, taunting him for thinking a single skill could take it down, and promises to end him right here. But Hyun-sung isn't backing down. He ignores the taunts and unleashes a devastating counterattack, blasting the spirit with a torrent of glowing purple, magic bullet fire from his hand. He landed a direct hit, a critical strike that rocked the orc warrior's spirit. But even with that hit, he realized a spirit would naturally shrug off critical hits. Still, he wouldn't let that stop him from turning the monster's own nightmare against it. With a surge of blue and purple energy, he launched himself into the air, ready to strike again. The spirit could only gasp in confusion as the next devastating blow connected. Another critical hit, a blinding flash of purple energy, slammed into the orc warrior spirit. He unleashed a concentrated blast of magic bullet fire, scoring yet another critical strike. But the spirit just laughed, sneering down at him as he hit the ground, calling him all talk. But he wasn't about to take that disrespect. His eyes flared red with a sudden, shocking realization, it wasn't just a spirit, it was a ghost. With a furious stomp, his foot ignited with red energy, shattering the ground beneath him. He's cracked the code. Lee Hyun-sung has figured out the enemy's skills and attack patterns, and now he's powering up for the ultimate counter. This is it. Ghost monsters might be tough, but with his skills activated, he can absolutely tear them apart and unleash his full arsenal. The orc warrior spirit screams in pure rage, a terrifying sound echoing through the battlefield. Boom! Hyun-sung unleashes the ultimate attack, his magic bullet fire, overload detonating in a colossal, fiery blast. He surveys the desolate wasteland, seeing dozens of shadowy figures, and knows this is going to be tough, he might just have to leave a few of them in the dust. With a confident smirk, he's ready to turn this into a massive leveling session, he's got their patterns down, it's game on. The sky opens up, and a voice reveals the master plan, cramming in dungeons for maximum leveling speed, and Hyun-sung's been crushing it, a true grinder. Back home, Hyun-sung's pushing his mom in her wheelchair, and she's stoked he can finally go out while dad's gone, he's even planning to go all out from the very beginning. A warm smile spreads across his mother's face as she asks, is it really that much fun? A young woman spills her guts to her friend, totally stressed about someone who's been gaming non-stop, just hoping he's okay. Strolling down a busy street, she snaps out of it, telling herself to focus on the present. A tiny smile breaks through. Later, rocking her school uniform in the hallways, she can't help but wonder how epic her life would be if that accident never happened, picturing a totally normal student vibe. But then, a hopeful look lights up her face, because at least she found awesome people in the game, ideal. Peeking at her phone, she scrolls through a guild chat, realizing it's just her and him in the guild, and she's totally wondering if he's even still around, while Sunny, Kaiser, A, and STI are blowing up the chat, begging to play. Rin herself taps out a message, super relieved he's doing okay, because she was seriously worried about his job, and now AI and STI are all like, invite him to the guild. With a sweet smile, she decides to chill and not pressure him, figuring she'll ask him to join the guild once he hits level 100. Meanwhile, a massive building gleams under the bright sky, and it's none other than the Daein Rehabilitation Hospital. Rin's walking with Hyunsung, throwing some playful shade about him solo hunting. Gonna keep going it alone, just like siblings, she asks, a smirk playing on her lips. Hyunsung instantly shuts her down, declaring he's got a guild picked out. But Rin's not buying it, scoffing that even with a heroic class, he won't hit level 100 in 3 months. Hyunsung catches her smile, calling her out, you look pretty happy about that, don't you? Rin just grins, we made a bet. The stakes are clear, can he actually hit level 100 in just 3 months? That's the whole game. A mischievous giggle bubbles up from her, her eyes practically dancing with delight. Flashback to their childhood. Little Rin, swinging high, muses aloud, what am I gonna make him buy me when I win? A tiny Hyunsung, clearly annoyed, yells back, that's not a game. Back to reality, Hyunsung presses her, so, you're not gonna help me at all. Rin just shrugs, am I the only one who cares? Then, a curveball, what about your brother? He's totally lost, what do you mean? Rin, with a knowing look, drops the bomb, I'll help him in 3 months. Hyunsung's mind is blown. Does it even work like that, he wonders, shaking his head at the sheer unpredictability of siblings. After absolutely crushing all the small fry, he's locked in, knowing only the mini-boss and a few straggler orcs are left to conquer. If he snags those bonus points too, he's totally hitting level 50, no sweat. He's hyped about hitting level 50 and getting a new class skill, but he's gotta play it smart, those skills are precious. His unused class skill is a total mystery, but he's crossing his fingers, hoping it's something epic. Suddenly, a glowing, skull-faced gate blasts with an ominous blue light, screaming, mini-boss incoming, even in this ideal game. He's now staring down a colossal, blood-red wall, looking seriously intense. With a casual shrug, he's like, whatever, and just goes for it, smashing that yes to open the door. The skull gate absolutely explodes with even more intense blue energy. Suddenly, terrifying system messages blare, screaming that the orc shaman's vengeful spirit is awakening, and it's summoning the orc warrior's vengeful spirits to join the party. The system screams, and then, a burst of raw purple power rips through the floor, as the first orc warrior spirit bursts forth, its confused roars of, huh? What? Shaking the very air. But it's not just one. More spirits surge into existence, their forms crackling with dark power, one of them roaring, even orc warriors, as if shocked by their own return. Confusion vanishes, replaced by pure, unadulterated rage, as a spirit screams, kill the human. The very air vibrates with their bloodlust, one spirit roaring, how dare you kill the orc shaman? The reason for their furious return now clear. Hyunsung, blindsided by the sheer number of spirits and their furious accusations, is momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with shock. The system hammers home the danger, confirming the orc shaman's vengeful spirit has fully awakened, its spectral form radiating pure, unholy power. All around him, more and more orc warrior spirits erupt into being, their forms crackling with raw purple energy, a terrifying army ready to strike. But Hyunsung's surprise lasts only a moment, as his expression hardens into grim determination, ready to face the coming storm. A hulking orc warrior unleashes a devastating, bone-shattering blow. Sending Hyunsung flying, slamming him to the ground as he gasps, these monsters are on a whole new level. But he's not out yet. Scrambling back to his feet, he grits his teeth, thinking, I can still clear this. But then, a blinding inferno explodes from the enemy ranks. And Hyunsung spots the source, an orc shaman, eyes blazing with dark power, unleashing pure chaos. The fire blast slams into him, rocking him to his core. Watching the shaman continue its assault, he realizes, this guy's got buffs and attack spells, a serious threat. With a fierce glint in his eye, Hyunsung clenches his fist, a mysterious purple glow igniting around his hand as he thinks, what epic loot will this guy drop when I take him down? He's thinking fast, wondering if he can even access his skills right now. But before he can even think, a massive green energy attack surges forward, slamming into him with a devastating impact. He fires back instantly, unleashing a spear of pure white energy. But the red orc shaman isn't holding back, unleashing a torrent of crimson magic, engulfing him in a fiery explosion. Blasted to the ground, he hears the shaman's guttural roar, screaming for its minions to finish him off. As orange energy flares around him, he's ready to unleash his fire and lightning. Still getting hammered by the shaman's relentless assault. He's already thinking ahead, realizing he needs to grab some new skills, especially for those epic boss battles. He lets out a strained grunt, green energy crackling around him. Just 5 minutes later, a triumphant roar signals the complete annihilation of the goblin regiment. Yet, the red orc shaman persists, still slinging spells, though their relentless barrage has finally started to slow. Hyunsung, sensing the shift, realizes the shaman's mana reserves must be critically low. He explodes into action, blue lightning erupting from his fists as he absolutely decimates the last of the orcs. A guttural growl rips from the shaman's throat, the chilling realization dawning that he stands alone. But in a flash, before Hyunsung can even react, a devastating blow slams him to the unforgiving ground. The red orc shaman looks down, a flicker of shock in his gaze. His eyes blaze with an ominous, crimson glow. The orc shaman's resentment, a terrifying green skull, explodes into nothingness. A foot in sleek white and blue armor slams down, a lingering blue-green aura fading, and a triumphant system message declares the orc shaman's resentment utterly crushed. Then, a blinding level up notification erupts, showering him in golden light. A grin splits his face, a soft click confirming his triumph as he basks in the glory. He surveys the glittering mountains of gold and treasures, a testament to the brutal fight and massive payout, even if his health bar is screaming for a potion. No sneaky traps here, just pure, unadulterated loot. He's thrilled by the massive XP boost and the sweet unique drops from that shaman boss. He reaches for a massive red door, his mind racing through the perfect chain of events, wondering if he can keep this winning streak alive and crush the next orc shaman too. The colossal door bursts open with a deafening crash, revealing the next challenge, the next boss, waiting to be conquered. He stands before the gaping portal, a dark, suffocating energy pouring out, absolutely ready for the next epic showdown. A system message pops up, hitting him with the ultimate question: wanna dive into the second basement floor of the orc dungeon? Lee Hyunsung can only manage a stunned, oh. He instantly figures out the new rules, this floor's a full clear. Every monster down before the boss door even thinks about opening. His boots crunching on the winding path, he kicks himself, realizing he could have just, heavens, chained straight to the boss. The relentless thump-thump of his boots keeps going. He lets out a frustrated sigh, kicking himself for being too careful, too conservative with his moves. Suddenly, the whole vibe changes to a dark, high-tech zone, with user management room blazing in neon. This massive, tech-filled space, packed with control panels and empty seats, is actually another VR zone, part of the IDEA system. A figure just like Lee Hyunsung is jacked into a slick VR capsule, because they need tons of players to stress test the system and squash all the bugs, but getting into this exclusive user management room means using a special capsule in the main, Inferno, building. He's back in the real world, facing a supervisor who drops a bombshell. It's been 5 whole years since they last met in real time. Hyunsung is like, wait, isn't this illegal, but the supervisor just shrugs, explaining that VR time counts as real time, so it's all good. The supervisor sighs, admitting it's technically overtime, and promises to pay Hyunsung for all that extra time, throwing in a quick, sorry, for good measure. Hyunsung's face contorts in pure disbelief and frustration. This whole situation is absolutely driving him crazy. But the supervisor just brushes it off, saying it's totally normal to be worried about a newbie after a year in the game. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired guy is like, good thing the director isn't watching, as a dark-haired woman wonders why they're even bothering with some random newbie. Hyunsung, staring into a glowing pool, figures this newbie must be some super important, high-level player, then just gives a quick, understood. The blonde guy then spills the real tea. It's all about development team leader Min Yura. The dark-haired woman confirms it, spilling that Min Yura is super invested in player Lee Hyunsung because of this descendant of Thanatos project. A skull-faced entity, radiating raw purple power, dominates a dark throne, flanked by shadowy figures. This isn't just any job class, it's next level. Team leader Min Yura, a total powerhouse, didn't just meet the development timeline, she absolutely crushed it, paving the way for a brand new job class accessible to everyone. He thinks, if he hadn't been stuck with overtime, if she hadn't forced him offline, he'd still be grinding in the game right now. Team leader Min Yura, facing her monitor, knows the system isn't over-engineered, it's a masterpiece built with international tech and talent. And that, a colleague points out, is exactly why the company bends over backward for her. A colleague asks if the player's back online, and the other confirms he's still glued to the game's status. So, the company can't control him. They're just letting him do whatever he wants, crossing their fingers for a positive outcome. Hyunsung processes this, and a thought sparks: if he keeps going, he could actually clear the boss raid. His colleague drops a bombshell, revealing they expect him to hit level 33 super fast. But Hyunsung's mind is racing, a silent warning echoing, don't log out. Normally, for a Thanatos descendant to even hit level 30, we're talking a full week of real-time grinding. But this absolute legend just crushed it in a single day. The team's buzzing, with one colleague pointing out the insane luck needed for the new job class's first trial, and another hyping up the massive rewards for anyone who actually pulls it off. This is the legendary first trial everyone's talking about. Hyun-sung, deep in thought, can't help but wonder how long it would take someone named Hyun-sung to conquer it. He's secretly hoping it takes forever, already picturing all the sweet loot. The system drops a bombshell: rare items from the first trial are practically impossible to get. But then, a game changer, the set of mind skill just activated, promising insane, rapid growth. Hyun-sung's mind races, his eyes wide as the system confirms that set of mind skill is live. He can't help but think, it's impossible to stay calm watching this unfold. But then, it hits him like a truck. A massive, triumphant laugh explodes from him, his fists pumping with pure hype. He's absolutely ecstatic, throwing his arms sky high in a victory roar. That massive grin just won't quit, his eyes practically disappearing in pure, unadulterated joy. But forget Hyun-sung's celebration for a second, because in the brutal, forbidden heights of Para Mountain, a place where even the top-tier players fear to tread, an epic, no-holds-barred battle is raging. And right in the thick of it, Agni goes full power, blasting out a blinding, golden energy surge from his eyes, lighting up the entire mountain. The battlefield is pure pandemonium, with warriors slamming into each other, a whirlwind of fists and fury. Agni just goes off, blasting a massive wave of fiery energy across the entire battlefield. And this armored goblin knight is barely holding on, getting absolutely rocked by the blast. Meanwhile, a fierce blonde knight is already winding up her massive sword, ready to jump into the chaos. But hold up. A monstrous ogre brute is already winding up a devastating punch, its fist practically exploding with energy. Boom. The impact is insane. Sending the knight absolutely rocketing backward, she's just a streak across the screen. That ogre's eye is just glowing with pure menace, locked onto its next target. But nope. Agni is there in a blink, smashing a brutal kick right into that ogre's face, drawing first blood. That kick just snaps the ogre's head back, leaving the giant beast reeling in the middle of the fight. He slams into the armored goblin knight, a thunderous kwang erupting as his attack connects, sending the creature's leg violently recoiling from the sheer force. But then, the very ground shatters, as a terrifying ka rips through the battlefield. A colossal ogre brute, its face a mask of pure rage, explodes onto the scene. Its gargantuan frame casts a terrifying shadow, HWI chung of raw power. An armored goblin knight shouts a desperate warning, get ready for the shock. But it's too late. The ogre brute unleashes a devastating TADA strike, sending the female knight soaring through the air, her desperate plea to get back, cut short. But just as the female knight is sent flying, Agni blurs into action, TATATATA of pure speed as he races across the ogre brute's massive frame. He lands with a decisive JEOK, poised to unleash hell on the monstrous ogre. He charges forward, a determined declaration escaping his lips as he closes the distance on the massive ogre brute. The sheer force of the ogre's movement sends massive chunks of earth and rock crashing into the water with a resounding kwang. Another powerful impact erupts around the brute, sending a shower of rocky debris into the air with another kwang. A guttural roar echoes through the clear sky, a terrifying KUAAK that shakes the very air. The ground trembles as the ogre's next move creates a colossal kwang splash, sending water high into the air. But then, the brute is suddenly struck, its massive form plummeting into the earth and leaving a deep, circular crater as it stares up in stunned confusion, wondering what just hit it. From a distance, a woman with fiery red hair and piercing crimson eyes watches the unfolding chaos with an unreadable expression, a new player entering the fray. Suddenly, a powerful, crackling yellow energy erupts from her, tearing through the air with a JJJJEOK. The potent energy streams upward, a beacon of raw magical power, ready to unleash devastation. Suddenly, a game-changing system window pops up, revealing the ultimate passive skill, Thanatos' Narcolepsy, God, level max. This insane ability, tied to the perpetually sleeping god Thanatos, forces the character into a random sleep state once every 24 hours, even if you log out. But here's the kicker, every single hour spent sleeping boosts your stats randomly, letting you power up just by catching Z's. Lee Hyun-sung can't believe his luck, shouting, my status will rise just by sleeping. That's awesome. Suddenly, a massive explosion just rips through the air, escalating into a fiery, earth-shattering blast that sends debris flying everywhere. The sheer force of it sends Agni absolutely plummeting downwards. As he and the female knight both look up, reacting to the absolute chaos unfolding above. But without a moment's hesitation, she shouts, I'll save Sunny. And then just launches herself through the air, straight towards a massive, newly formed crater in the desolate ground below. She then plummets into its dark depths, a single thought echoing in her mind, it's probably Sunny. With an unyielding gaze, the female knight dove headfirst into the gaping maw of the crater. While a system alert blared, confirming the Cyclops Lord, Aptolican, was now stunned for 5 crucial seconds by a devastating skill. Meanwhile, the very earth around the crater continued to violently rupture, spewing dust high into the air as she hurtled towards the tiny, desperate figure waiting below. She was a blur of motion, the child's silhouette sharpening into focus with terrifying speed. Her golden hair whipped wildly, a golden streak against the chaos, a symbol of her unstoppable drive. But even as she plummeted, her voice ripped through the air, a thunderous, "Focus on him." And just like that, a white armored figure was absolutely obliterated by a savage, purple energy blast. The shadowy attacker wreathed in that same terrifying, dark power. With the female knight still mid-air, Agni unleashes a devastating green energy slash, his sword blazing with raw power. The attack connects with a thunderous quang, exploding in a violent, crimson blast. The fiery blast engulfs its target, leaving nothing but a searing, destructive void. The Cyclops Lord lets out a final, earth-shattering scream, his massive eye wide with pure terror as he's utterly annihilated. A system notification flashes, confirming the epic victory: "You have defeated the Cyclopes Lord, Aptolican." What a marvelous achievement! Below, the female knight, Agni, the armored goblin knight, and the ogre brute stand at the edge of a colossal crater, surveying the shimmering golden dust and debris left behind by the epic battle. Another system message pops up, announcing a sweet bonus: all stats will be increased by +10. The crater shimmers with dazzling golden particles, a radiant testament to the sheer power unleashed. The female knight exclaims, "Amazing," at the impressive sight, and Agni coolly adds, "This is why I do raids." In the dazzling golden crater, the female knight breathes a sigh of relief, glad Agni made it through, and he totally agrees, giving her props for the assist. But the armored goblin knight jumps in, like, "Nah, don't even mention it. You did all the heavy lifting, dude." Meanwhile, the female knight is all smiles with a cute red-haired girl, who's just cracking up. Lee Hyun-sung chimes in, backing up the idea that without the tank and bomb, they'd have taken some hits, and the little girl totally agrees. Agni's like, "Yeah, totally." But then he's all, "Wait, where's Hyuna? If she was here, this would have been a cakewalk." The armored goblin knight, chilling with the ogre brute and female knight, spills the tea. Hyuna is always glued to him, even though he has no clue why she's so obsessed, and she only tags along for certain missions. Hyun-sung's mind starts racing, wondering if Hyuna actually showed up for him, not the goblin knight, but he's totally stumped. Agni, suddenly remembering Hyuna's past comments, recalls her always wanting to see her older brother, and figures her empty stomach is the real reason she's even allowed to join the party. Hyun-sung still totally confused, thinking she meant him but then realizing the goblin knight's also an option, which makes him wonder if she's actually here to fight him, still clueless about her real agenda. He gives a subtle nod, taking it all in, while the female knight confesses she wasn't trying to hide Hyuna, just worried about how they'd react. The conversation shifts to the newly formed Hira's Guild, its name flashing before their eyes. The female knight quickly clarifies that even with their new addition, there's still a tight-knit crew of only 7, Hyuna included. She then boasts that even though they're small, their guild leader is an absolute legend, ready to take on any of the big names. Agni jumps in, pointing out that in this crew of elites, being normal just doesn't cut it anymore. The female knight clutches a glowing orb, a clear sign of their elite status, because Hira's guild isn't just any guild, it's a hand-picked squad of the absolute best. Even without insane power, their exploration limits were shattered, catapulting them to a unique rank, which, ironically, meant fewer people could even join their exclusive club. The armored goblin knight abruptly changes the subject, bringing up Hyuna's brother and then dropping the bombshell that he wants to recruit Hyuna's little sister too. The female knight, eyes on Hyuna, asks if she's okay, while someone else immediately demands to know her class. The female knight lays down the law, this person's a top-tier ranker, and since this is her guild, she's not about to mess with its integrity. She drops another bombshell, this ranker just hit a unique status, and even though she's only level 50, the knight wants her in the guild, but warns Hyun-sung to keep quiet about her own guild registration. Hyun-sung and Agni are absolutely stunned. 3 months. Level 50 and a high rank. They can only call her a total genius. The armored goblin knight is all in if it's Hyun-sung's sister, and Agni and Hyun-sung are right there with him, totally on board. Everyone's on the same page, but the female knight pivots to Hyun-sung, demanding to know why he's coming along, and he just shrugs, saying he was going to agree no matter what. The female knight, now next to Hyuna, doubles down on her commitment to help if it's Hyun-sung's sister, as Hyuna, with a worried expression, checks if she's okay. The whole crew's together, and Hyuna thanks them all, but then drops the bombshell that she probably can't hit the dungeon. The female knight stares at Hyuna, a nervous gulp escaping her, and asks if this whole thing is about helping her sister. A crucial system alert flashes, getting the gear you need in Hira's guild is a serious challenge. A game-changing passive skill, Thanatos' narcolepsy, God, just dropped, letting you power up just by sleeping, talk about OP. And everyone knows the grind for ingredients means you need those manufacturing sub-accounts. The female knight was hyped to hunt with Hyuna's sister, but Agni was not feeling it, letting out a frustrated groan right next to her. But beneath that confident exterior, the female knight was secretly stressing about everyone bailing on them. Shaking off the bad vibes, she rallied the squad, Lee Hyun-sung, Agni, the armored goblin knight, and the ogre brute, and declared it was item distribution time. The armored goblin knight was all smiles, loving the loot sharing, and the ogre brute, remembering his last power-up, was hyped to get even stronger now. With a mountain of gold, weapons, and potions spread out, the female knight swooped in, shouting, "Magician items are mine." Loot distributed, everyone was stoked, with Lee Hyun-sung and Agni giving their enthusiastic thumbs up. After the item distribution wraps up, a red-haired girl shouts a quick goodbye to the knight, who just gives a cool nod. With the immediate tasks handled, she's already thinking ahead, ready to dive into her sub-account. A quick check on a floating screen locks in the next meetup, Manhwa City, here they come. Meanwhile, deep in a cavern, Lee Hyun-sung is crushing it. A system message pops up, confirming he's totally wiped out the Orc Knight's resentment. Another notification flashes, revealing that Thanatos' dream just hooked him up with a sweet dungeon point. Staring into a glowing chasm below, he's hyped to go all out this time. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes there's a whole new floor waiting below. With a surge of determination, he declares that his fresh dungeon points are exactly what he needs to absolutely dominate this new level. Health maxed and confidence soaring, Lee Hyun-sung charges into the new dungeon room. But hold up, a system message pops up, laying down the law, once you're in, you're locked until the boss is toast. He's like, yeah, bring it on, totally hyped for the next challenge. He pushes forward, the atmosphere getting super intense, and then bam. A giant, glowing-eyed skull thing appears out of nowhere. He lets out a stunned, whoa, as he tries to grasp the sheer size of this thing. It's absolutely massive, way bigger than anything he's seen. He quickly calculates that this monster is easily several times bigger than the last middle boss. It's an absolute unit. Just one of its armored legs is absolutely massive, a beast of fur and steel. He gazes up at the colossal limb, muttering, is it even alive? Then he spots its head, totally chill, and it hits him, this colossal monster is just taking a nap. He stares down the colossal beast, a named boss, knowing this is it, go all out now, or face certain doom. Clutching his blade, ready to unleash hell, he braces for the ultimate showdown. Then, a chilling system alert blares, Phase 2, Reaper's Chalice, and the monster's colossal eye snaps open, revealing pure menace. A primal, earth-shattering growl rips through the air, as the beast fully awakens, its face a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. Its roar intensifies, a sonic blast that threatens to tear the very dungeon apart. Even as his body shakes from the sheer, terrifying aura, he charges, a blur of steel, slamming his sword into the monstrous foe. He tightens his grip, a grim determination in his eyes, realizing the true might of this named boss, and readies for the next devastating blow. Then, a thunderous impact sends shockwaves through the entire chamber. The beast roars, a mix of agony and pure rage, as it reels from the devastating strike. The colossal monster lets out a guttural roar, ready to unleash its fury. But then, a moment of pure shock crosses its face. Suddenly, Hyun-sung's vision blurs, an overwhelming drowsiness hitting him like a truck. He can't believe this is happening, fighting with every fiber of his being to stay awake. The sheer frustration is palpable as he realizes the absolute worst timing, unable to fight off the sleep with the boss monster looming right there. A terrifying system message confirms it, Thanatos' narcolepsy, God, has activated, forcing him into an immediate, unavoidable sleep, even if he tries to escape the game. The fight is over, just like that. Lee Hyun-sung is out cold, the skill dragging him into an inescapable, forced logout. Thanatos' narcolepsy just went live, slamming him into an unavoidable sleep state. A sudden, crushing wave of sleep hits Lee Hyun-sung, and he's sent spiraling through a dazzling, blue-hued dimension. Fast forward a bit, and he's stretching out in an office chair, that forced nap clearly hitting different. His colleague is hyped about the skill's power, calling it perfect and badass even though it forces sleep. Hyun-sung, totally chill and smiling, is on board, wondering what the big deal is. But then, on a call, he's totally confused about the skill, like, why would a god's power just make you sleep? His colleague, hanging on every word, suddenly gets it, a shocked expression spreading across his face. The guy's shock just keeps growing as he processes the implications, muttering about what Hyun-sung must be able to do now. He looks down, a sly smirk playing on his lips, clearly holding back some epic secret. His colleague, totally baffled, looks up from his screen, thinking the whole cheating thing was the real reason for the earlier talk. He keeps going, laying out his logic. If Hyun-sung was really top tier, there's no way other players would have breezed through the second phase like it was nothing. Hyun-sung just lets out a confident laugh, a knowing smirk plastered on his face, telling his colleague he'd get it soon enough, leaving the poor guy totally stumped. Then, bam. We're in the game, facing a terrifying, red-eyed monster, and Hyunsung's voice cuts through, dropping the epic line that it looks like the universe is still on his side. Back in the real world, Hyunsung is locked in, glued to his screen, totally absorbed in the insane action happening in his game. Inside the game, his avatar is a blur of motion, pure precision, a glowing blue blade slicing through the air with an epic whoosh. Just 20 minutes later, a brand new, super creepy gateway, decked out with skulls and bones, looms in a game world, signaling the next insane challenge. Karak, the one who lost his wisdom, was down for the count. Lee Hyunsung's avatar just absolutely dominated the battlefield, securing another epic win. Meanwhile, back in the real world, his colleagues were absolutely stunned, with one shouting, "That's amazing." But one of his co-workers was totally over it, thinking, seriously, is he ever not playing that game? He's the section chief, but he's always slacking off. Oblivious to the office gossip, Hyunsung just smirked, totally owning his impressive victory. But then, his smug look totally changed, as something new caught his attention. He let out a quiet, "Oh," as something unexpected popped up. He squinted at his monitor, muttering, "Huh. What's happening now?" His jaw dropped as a ridiculous amount of gold, a literal mountain of riches, exploded onto his screen. His in-game avatar is absolutely buried in gold, a soft groan escaping him as he lies there, completely out cold. But back in the real world, he's totally out cold, leaving his colleague to shout, "Is he sleeping?" Another colleague chimes in, watching the screen, "He's not even picking up the gold. It's gotta vanish any second now." But Hyunsung, now wide awake and looking totally hyped, bursts out, "Ha ha ha. This is exactly what I was talking about." A massive grin splits his face as he shouts, "Ka. That just hits different." His eyes light up with pure genius as he connects the dots on the consolidation-only battle, that crazy game mode where you beat the boss, get knocked out, clear a hidden dungeon, and then bam, you're back in the village with a fresh reset. And then, the ultimate question hits him, so, the loot actually stays after I take down the boss. He lets out a frustrated sigh, realizing the sheer magnitude of this unexpected game mechanic. His hand clenches, a silent testament to the storm brewing within him. Head bowed, he's deep in thought, the gears turning as he grapples with this new reality. Perched on his bed, he's dissecting the consolidation-only battle and its forced sleep, a bizarre game feature that's either a curse or a hidden blessing. He admits the challenge is real, but a spark ignites in his eyes, he's not giving up. A smirk plays on his lips as he chooses optimism, realizing this disadvantage might just be his biggest cheat code yet. Just as he's cooking up a plan, his phone blares, snapping him out of his strategic reverie. The screen flashes to life, revealing an incoming call from none other than Jae-hwan. Moments later, he's clutching a piece of ice, cooling his head for the next big move. Lee Hyunsung was hyped. A passive skill, Thananos' narcolepsy, meant he could level up just by sleeping. That's next level awesome. But the real world called, and he was chilling with his middle school buddy, Jong Jae-hwan, who was already complaining about how swamped he'd been. Jae-hwan then asked what was so good that Hyunsung had to call him. Jae-hwan dropped a bombshell, he was an owner now. Hyunsung, still riding the game high, told Jae-hwan to just trust the game, then immediately grilled him, was he doing ads now? Or something even weirder? Jae-hwan quickly set the record straight, saying he didn't start with those things, but he was definitely deep into editing and uploading videos, and more. Hyunsung cut straight to the chase, demanding to know if he was talking about idea videos. A quick TSK of exasperation escaped Jae-hwan, confirming Hyunsung's suspicion. Jae-hwan explained that idea was so fused with real life, people were literally living and breathing it, and its reach was exploding worldwide. But even with all that hype, Hyunsung wasn't budging, a game is still just a game. Hyunsung takes it all in as Jae-hwan drops some industry knowledge, revealing how even small companies are crushing it in video editing by outsourcing to the big players. Jae-hwan keeps going, dropping another bombshell. There's a massive trend of players teaming up with top-tier mechanics to make their content absolutely next level. And get this, Jae-hwan reveals that players are actually getting contracted for their videos now. Hyunsung's mind is blown. Hyunsung, putting the pieces together, figures out his buddy must be absolutely swamped. Jae-hwan just laughs it off, confirming he's right. Then, Jae-hwan hits him with a question, does he even know how many players are actually signed to contracts right now? Hyunsung's got no clue, but then a thought hits him, what about players from his guild? Are any of them contracted? Jae-hwan just smirks, telling him he wouldn't even believe the sheer scale of it, then pivots to ask about Hyunsung's own game plan. Hyunsung just grins, telling his friend he knows him way too well, hinting that Jae-hwan's got some epic master plan brewing. The whole conversation just keeps circling back to one thing, idea. Jae-hwan, rocking some new glasses, is still dropping knowledge on Hyunsung, laying out his master plan to absolutely rake in cash from idea. Hyunsung hits him with the classic, dude, you always played idea. And Jae-hwan just pauses. You can practically hear the gears turning. Then, it clicks. A sudden thought flashes across his face. While Jaewon's still processing, Hyun-sung, ever the chill one, adjusts his cap and just throws out, "So, what class did you even pick in idea?" Jaewon just grins, like, "Come on, you already know this, right?" That look in his eyes. Pure mischief. A sly smirk spreads across his face. Cut to later, they're chilling at a cafe table, and Jaewon is just going for it with a super loud slurp of his drink. Hyun-sung, meanwhile, is just across from him, rhythmically tapping his fingers, clearly lost in thought. He stares down, a burning question on his lips, "What level are you at right now?" Hyun-sung, totally blindsided, stammers out a guess, thinking he's somewhere around level 30. His eyes widen in shock. "What? Only a day?" he exclaims, as the reality of the game's time dilation hits him. Elsewhere, a bystander with glasses grumbles, thinking it's been more like 8 hours, bruh. Suddenly, at a cafe table, Jaewon drops a bombshell, "Hey, let's make videos together." Hyun-sung pulls back, totally bewildered, demanding to know why he would be part of this. But Jaewon just smirks, dropping a bombshell about Hyun-sung's past, revealing he knows about his pro-gamer offers and his killer grades. Then, he flashes a small, glowing orb, with the number 10,000 emblazoned next to it. Hyun-sung's eyes practically pop out, his mind racing with the implications. Jaewon keeps dropping bombs, revealing he worked with a YouTuber who had insane mechanics, and that guy was raking in serious cash. The number hits like a truck, a mind-blowing 100,000 a month, and Hyun-sung's jaw practically drops. That shock instantly turns into pure hype as he demands, "Wait, what? The contract. Where do I sign this thing? Check out this epic bowl of stew, packed with meat and veggies, just chilling on the table." Hyun-sung's like, "So, what else do I gotta do to get this whole thing rolling?" Jaewon, chill as ever, tells him it's all good, no need to stress about anything else. Jaewon drops the bomb that he's already crushed all the paperwork and management, leaving Hyun-sung totally stunned, like, "Wait, what?" Hyun-sung's mind is blown, "Dude, you're too good at this." But Jaewon just shrugs, "Nah, I've been doing this kind of stuff forever." He even jokes that if he knew Hyun-sung was this easy to deal with, he would have tried to snag him way earlier. Hyun-sung just grins, "Exactly why I came to you." He's like, "I'm clueless about management, but I knew you'd crush it." Jaewon then drops the big question, "How about we split the profits 50-50ths?" He's waiting for Hyun-sung's reaction. Hyun-sung's mind races, the weight of Hyuna's hospital bills a heavy burden, as Jaewon's words hang in the air. A flicker of disbelief crosses his face as he questions, "You want me to just forget about this? All the stuff we've been through, it's..." But Jaewon cuts him off, unwavering, "It's a straight 5-5 split, no questions asked. If you're serious about making money with me." Hyun-sung's mind reels, a silent thought echoing, "To that. I promised to help him earn, but now he's offering this." A poignant memory surfaces for Jaewon, a silent declaration, "He was the only one I could ever truly rely on, my one and only friend." Snapping back to reality, he finishes his thought, "If it wasn't for you. So, how about we grab some food?" A wide grin spreads across Hyun-sung's face as he enthusiastically accepts another round. "Absolutely, let's do it." With a knowing smirk, Jaewon retorts, "Think I'm not the forgiving type? I'll let it slide this time." Moments later, a feast of delectable dishes is laid out, sealing their agreement, with a satisfied voice exclaiming, "Man, this is absolutely the best." Lee Hyun-sung is back, and he's got his eyes glued to a massive screen, muttering, "Let's see. What's he up to now?" He's plugging in a USB, asking himself, "Is this where I plug in a USB and see the different footage?" The suspense is real. A menu pops up with "My account" and "Save," but his eyes lock onto "Copy footage," and he lets out a quiet, "Oh. This is getting good." He doesn't hesitate, with a quick tap, he hits "Copy footage." Suddenly, the screen explodes with dungeon names, Acid Slime, Red Orc Soldier, Red Orc Shaman, Red Orc Village, and a system message pops up, basically saying, "Hey, for a newbie, the hidden dungeon, Orc Tomb, is totally fine." His face lights up with a mix of surprise and curiosity as he spots something else, muttering, "Additional options. What could it be?" Diving deeper into the system, he's blown away by the sheer amount of hidden functions. He quickly preps a message, attaching that juicy, hidden dungeon, Orc Tomb, footage for Jaewon. And with a satisfying, "Kwang," the data is sent. Meanwhile, across town, a house glows softly in the night. Suddenly, dong, Jaewon's phone buzzes, interrupting his post-workout chill. He checks the screen, sees Hyun-sung's name, and can't help but admire his dedication. But back with Hyun-sung, he's already back at his computer, diving into even more new info. Then, his eyes go wide. A shocking realization hits him like a truck. A mask? He's totally intrigued by this new, mysterious discovery. On the screen, a lone warrior absolutely obliterates a monstrous horde, their moves a whirlwind of pure destruction, making an unseen viewer shout. Oh, he's destroying them. The warrior keeps up the insane attack, every hit exploding with raw power, making the viewer gasp. Amazing, the monstrous forms crumble and drop before the onslaught, their elite status utterly useless against this level of power, as the observer mutters in disbelief. They look like elite monsters, the fight keeps going, a blur of hits and collapsing enemies. Another monster gets launched, its body spinning from the sheer impact, making the viewer wonder. Is it possible? The warrior stands triumphant over the last fallen enemy, a clear victory, and the observer declares with total satisfaction. I don't need to edit this. There's nothing useless. A beat of silence, and the observer's thoughts go deep as they confess. I can't. Zhang Jaehuan, at his desk, practically lunges forward, eyes locked on the screen, declaring. I'll look at this later and watch him fight the boss, first. A huge, hyped grin takes over his face as he practically vibrates with anticipation for the next part of the footage, ready for the ultimate showdown. He watches as Hyun-sung goes head-to-head with a massive, red-furred beast, sword flashing, ready to throw down. Then, a sudden gasp rips through him. As he can't believe his eyes, the fighter's literally sleeping mid-battle. And sure enough, Hyun-sung is just chilling, kneeling in a deep slumber, with the monster still right there. But then, the figure rises, now rocking a dark mask and surrounded by shimmering particles, making Jae-hwan realize this is a whole new game. He's locked in, watching the masked fighter's precise, almost liquid movements. Who then slams into the monster's armored leg with a blade absolutely blazing with purple energy. Jae-hwan's jaw drops as Hyun-sung's eyes ignite with a fierce red glow beneath that mask. This is a total game changer. The strike is absolutely pinpoint precise, even if the initial hit feels a little understated. Watching the screen, Jae-hwan remembers Hyun-sung's wild, untamed fighting style against the middle boss. But now, he's moving with insane precision and calculated strikes, just absolutely owning the situation. It's like he's transformed into a knight, a totally new persona on the battlefield. Sure, the wild hunter style was epic, but this knight style? It's next level. The thought crosses his mind, what if a hunter had to fight a knight? Then, his eyes snap open in shock as the monster on screen hits phase 2. The beast reels back, its face twisted in pure agony and disbelief. A brutal hit connects, splattering crimson everywhere. The monster's body starts to shatter and crumble, literally breaking apart from the impact. A chilling, evil aura washes over him from the unfolding chaos. As the colossal monster stumbles back from Hyun-sung's brutal attack. Is it stunned? Then, a game-changing skill erupts, Reaper's Chain. Wicked, shadowy chains explode from Hyun-sung, wrapping around him in a whirlwind of power. Then they absolutely explode outwards. They slam into the monstrous beast, locking it down completely. The creature goes absolutely berserk, thrashing against the unbreakable chains. Letting out a monstrous, enraged roar. Its fangs are bared, dripping with pure, unadulterated fury. Trapped by the Reaper's chain, the monster goes absolutely berserk, crimson energy exploding from its masked face. It lets out a primal, desperate scream, but Hyun-sung's chains are holding strong. The creature just keeps fighting, tearing at the very air around it with raw power. A monstrous clawed hand strains, trying to rip free from the invisible grip, pure rage radiating off it. Its jaws unhinge in a silent, terrifying roar, flashing razor-sharp teeth. Watching the chaos, Jae-hwan's eyes glow with a faint yellow, a stunned whoa escaping him. His face is a picture of pure shock, realizing just how insane this monster's power truly is. A system window explodes into view, revealing the ultimate passive skill, Thananos' narcolepsy, God, at max level. This insane ability lets you hypnotize and sleep whenever, making life a nightmare for anyone under you. It randomly triggers every 24 hours, granting special skills and boosting your stats every single hour you're out cold. Even with a forced logout after 12 hours, the sheer power of leveling up just by sleeping is absolutely mind-blowing. Suddenly, a phone screams to life and a hand snatches it up, slamming the answer button. On the other end, Jae-hwan's voice is absolutely hysterical, screaming about how he pulled off that insane stunt. He's convinced no human could do it, especially that boss kill that felt like some kind of ultimate binding skill. He's practically yelling, "Are you even listening?" Hyun-sung, still chilling in bed, can only muster a completely dumbfounded, utterly confused, "What?" Jae-hwan's voice blasts through again, demanding if he's even paying attention, and Hyun-sung just casually replies, like, "Yeah, but you sound kinda rough, dude." Then he's like, "Wait, what did the boss even say?" Totally missing the point. A close-up shows Hyun-sung's face completely blown away, his eyes practically popping out. Jae-hwan keeps going, spilling the beans that the boss actually praised him, saying he'd never seen better, even putting him on par with the top ranker who posts videos. He's like, "Why are you acting like I'm making this up?" Totally exasperated. Hyun-sung can only manage a drawn-out, before Jae-hwan cuts him off, barking orders to upload that boss fight video, calling him a lazy bum. Hyun-sung, still on the call, agrees to upload the video ASAP, but he's already stressing about the overtime his team will have to pull to make it happen. But Jae-hwan's like, dude, chill. Take your time, reminding him he's got other stuff going on. Hyun-sung's eyes widen, but he's already got a plan, shrugging off the other work because this new power changes everything. He quickly reassures Jae-hwan, don't even sweat the video, promising to get it uploaded the second he's back and hit him up. A quick alright and a good luck later, Hyun-sung hangs up, now sitting in front of his rig. Jae-hwan's mind is going a million miles an hour, thinking, should I just upload this insane clip myself? He's convinced that keeping this kind of power and luck to themselves is just too much to handle. Hyun-sung stares at his phone, a fierce grin spreading across his face as he declares, if I'm gonna make this footage legendary, I gotta hit the books even harder. Later, a delicious meal is devoured, and someone chimes in with a grateful, thanks for the food. Jong Jae-hwan is caught in a grilling session at home. A woman in a wheelchair is demanding answers about his game status, pushing him to spill his level. He dodges the questions, claiming his class would give away his level and rank, but she's relentless, demanding to know if he's at least level 100. He just shrugs, saying if he had anything big, he wouldn't have quit his job, and she actually buys it. She then quietly wonders, he should be at least mystic rank, right? Then, she hits him with a new idea, why don't you and Appa team up, she asks, convinced they'd crush it, even with Genoa's help, a unique rank is still key. He shoots her a cheeky wink, flipping the script and asking about her level. She casually drops her level, around 50. Why? Her eyes practically pop out. Wait, I'm 50 and you're 1, she gasps, realizing this is not a good look for him. She's totally baffled, asking if he's even really started playing. She remembers him saying he had 2 classes at level 1, and he just nods. He's jolted awake, a mind-blowing system message about Thanatos' narcolepsy dropping like a bomb. Leveling up just by sleeping. This game-breaking passive skill is insane, but the sheer randomness of it leaves him totally stunned. Still reeling from the insane news, he's questioning reality itself. Is he actually awake, or is this skill already messing with his head? He shakes off the haze, half tempted to just hit the snooze button and let the system do its thing. Then, out of nowhere, a blinding light explodes, ripping him from his thoughts with a shocked gasp. His eyes practically pop out of his head in pure shock, this wild event leaving him utterly speechless. The light fades, and he's suddenly in a bustling city street, staring up at a massive, glowing blue screen absolutely packed with text, and he's already hyped, convinced this means he's about to strike it rich. With a confident smirk, he pops open his inventory screen, totally hyped to check out the sweet loot from that boss fight. His eyes scan the loot, a hopeful glint in his expression as he wonders what epic treasures he just snagged. A beat of silence hits, his initial hype fading into a thoughtful pause as he tries to make sense of it all. Still clutching that glowing inventory screen, he just stands there in the city, totally lost in thought about his wild new discoveries. He's absolutely floored, staring at the system message that just confirmed his worst fears, there's nothing left. Then, a.m. He's instantly teleported to a bustling city street, bombarded by glowing blue system windows, each one screaming about his insane stat boosts, his strength, magic, and intelligence all skyrocketing. A deep thought crosses his mind, trying to make sense of this wild turn of events. But before he can even think, another system alert slams into him, revealing that clearing the hidden dungeon reverted it to normal, and he was instantly teleported to the nearest town, leaving him absolutely speechless. He drops to a knee, ripping open his inventory, a sudden thought hitting him. He was in a village when he logged in, and now the system screaming that he crushed the enemy, finally deactivating Thanatos' enabalism. A worried frown carves into his face as he panics about missing out on all that sweet loot, then he snaps open his status window. As his eyes dart across the data, one crucial detail jumps out at him, a brand new skill. A new system message flashes, revealing the active skill, Thanatos' Nocturne, God, a beginner-level power. This god-tier skill allows Thanatos to hypnotize, silencing and killing those who hear his song. Every successful hit builds a stack, up to 100, then unleashing the skill deals a mind-blowing 100% damage per stack to all enemies in the area, with 0 mana cost. No EXP from kills and a mere 1-hour cooldown. Jae-hwan's jaw drops, realizing this no mana, short cooldown skill is absolutely broken, a true god-tier power. A triumphant grin spreads across his face, but then a chilling thought hits him, all those exclusive, hidden dungeon items, gone forever. His face twists in pure agony, the crushing weight of missed loot hitting him hard. Suddenly, a massive impact rocks the distance, a stone pillar shattering under an invisible assault. Another earth-shattering impact hits, as a voice cries out, "Whoa! I didn't even get paid yet," while another whispers, "Did he figure it out just by looking at us?" The very ground shudders and groans, a tattered skull flag whipping wildly in the terrifying tremors. The earth rips open, glowing with an unholy green light, as desperate, terrified screams tear through the air. A violent burst of red energy erupts from the ground, obliterating the secret passage. Jae-hwan can only watch in stunned silence as it's completely wiped out. He gazes down at the intricate, now shattered, magical array, the secret passage utterly annihilated. A dark chuckle escapes him, a twisted sense of relief in his voice as he declares, "Ha ha ha. My luck is insane." Strolling away from the chaos, he overhears two other survivors, one hysterically laughing at their narrow escape, the other urging them to just forget it and bolt, a plan they instantly greenlight. He forces a positive spin on the situation, telling himself, well, at least I'm not dead. Gotta stay hyped. He shrugs off the item loss, reasoning that dying would mean a 24-hour lockout, so why stress about gear, when he can just die in the next fight anyway. Later, in a bustling market, a crisp chime signals as he pulls up a glowing blue system window, ready to shop. Grinning confidently, a glowing orb in hand, he declares, my luck's boosted, so it's time to test Eurus's failed product 1. He's ready to test his luck. This failed product 1 is actually a game changer, promising double attack and 30% less MP cost if he can just equip it to his sword. He's hyped, thinking his stats will just skyrocket from sleeping. And just like that, a blinding green light explodes from the item. He's totally shocked. The green energy swirls, and bam. A glowing orb is now fused with his sword. He checks it out, and it's looking good. His sword is now buzzing with a constant, sick green glow, radiating pure power. Weapon upgraded, he's on the hunt. He pulls up the system, thinking, time to hunt, and instantly finds a high-level hunting ground for 70 to 90. His face hardens with resolve, totally ready to dominate. Jae-hwan zeroes in on Reina, a name that just screams next-level power, like an upgraded DNA sequence. He rips that scroll without hesitation, locking in his destination. He teleports straight into a massive city square, and the first thing he hears is a vendor shouting about buying anything. He immediately tries to find a scroll vendor, annoyed he can't just whip up a transaction scroll on his own. This plaza is absolutely buzzing. Everyone's yelling about forming dungeon parties or wilderness hunts, and vendors are hawking everything from weapons and armor to potions and escape scrolls. This is it, Reina City Central Plaza, the ultimate player hub. He stares at the insane crowd, totally shocked. This is supposed to be a high-level zone, why are there so many people? He watches players practically begging for teleportation scrolls and help, and all he can do is hope some of them are actually going into the dungeons. He's just unlocked Thananos' narcolepsy, a passive skill that'll boost his stats just by sleeping. This is insane. His eyes scan the horizon, zeroing in on where that level 80 dungeon should be. But a harsh system notification slams him, you cannot enter. Turns out, the Cave of Leakin needs a full party of 5, minimum. The plaza is absolutely buzzing, with merchants yelling out, we buy anything. Even your trash gear. Desperate players are screaming about being stuck without transportation scrolls, warning everyone not to get scammed. Totally fed up, he bellows over the crowd, desperate to find a party. His shout rings out, hoping someone, anyone, will join him for the Cave of Leakin. His patience completely shattered, he unleashes a primal scream of pure, unadulterated rage. Footsteps hit the pavement, a steady rhythm. As all Reina, a support guild member, drops a truth bomb, this whole situation is getting seriously problematic. She's weighing her options, knowing her mana is next level compared to a newbie, but even with that, 2 people just aren't cutting it for this mission. Seriously, with every dungeon around here already cleared out, the grind is real, and the lack of action is a major problem. She's fully aware that Leakin's Cave is a no-go zone for most, so the big question is, do they just grab a noob and hard carry them through? Her eyes snap open, locking onto a recruitment poster screaming for adventurers brave enough to tackle Leakin's Cave. A wave of pure disbelief hits her, did she just hear that right? She rushes to the board, confirming her worst fears, no high level, no low level, literally no one wants in, Leakin's Cave is a hard pass for everyone, even with the desperate plea. Whoa! She just spotted someone in the distance, and it's got her attention. This guy, he's totally another player, and he's rocking that low-level alt vibe, freaking out in his basic gear. She's thinking about how high-level players grind outs for control practice, and then, boom. Total relief, because this guy looks like he's got no strings attached. He walks right up and just asks, straight up, are you looking for a party for Leakin's Cave? Talk about cutting to the chase. She's totally caught off guard by how fast he figured it out, letting out a shocked gasp and demanding to know how he knew. He's like, nah, not a party, but companions. Then he's inviting her to meet his crew, and she's finally like, oh, by the way, I'm Reina. With a huge, beaming smile, he introduces himself as Hyun-sung. They're walking off, and Hyun-sung spilling the tea, he and his sisters need help clearing Leakin's Cave. Reina asks how long he's been playing, and he just drops, not very long, like it's nothing. Hyun-sung, ever the gentleman, quickly apologizes, worried he might have overstepped. But Rina, cool as ever, shuts down his worries, confirming it was totally fine. He then spills the beans on his long-term plan to raid Leekon's cave, a dungeon that demands a 3-person squad, making recruitment a real headache. Rina's mind races, connecting the dots that he's not some overpowered veteran, which is actually exactly what she's looking for. Then, with a hopeful look, Hyun-sung pops the question, asking if she'd be down to team up for a low-level dungeon run. A radiant smile lights up her face as she instantly agrees, just double-checking if he's genuinely okay with the plan. A wave of relief hits him as he quickly confirms he's more than okay, confessing his low level and the pressure of his companions had him on edge, leading to yet another apology. He then voices a new concern, muttering about whether his other party members will even be accepted. A flash of a fierce, armored warrior with blazing hair appears in his mind's eye, as he ponders that Yejin, one of his crew, rocks a dual-blade class, which could totally change things. Going too fast meant facing monsters with insane mana, a bad move, but he saw it as a chance to level up his patience, especially with Yejin, the dual blade, on his team. Hyun-sung and Rina rolled up, right on time, with Jaehwan there to meet them. Hyun-sung even got a quick call from his sis before they started. But hold up, a message from Son flashed across the screen, desperate to know if her friend was found, last seen near the cave entrance. Rina was ready to roll, but Hyun-sung, ever the gentleman, offered to grab a drink for his buddy first, and she was totally cool with waiting at the rest spot. He confirmed the plan, and she just reminded him she'd be chilling at the rest area, giving him a quick thanks. With a quick wave, she was off, promising to be back in a flash. And as she walked away, a system alert popped up, her affection for him just shot up. Hyun-sung was on the move, but all Rina was already overthinking, wondering if he was about to ditch her for another meeting. Hyun-sung, however, was focused on his new blade, a pricey but essential upgrade for the upcoming dungeon crawl. This rare blade, with its double damage bonus against product elf monsters, was a game-changer, making him feel ready for anything Leekon's cave could throw at them. He confirmed their next move, telling all Rina their contact was chilling at a cafe just around the corner. Before long, they hit their spot, a cool cafe called Xantippe Coffee. The sweet smell of coffee hit them, and Hyun-sung just soaked it all in. He checked out their contact, and wow, she looked super young, maybe even younger than all Rina. But in the end, he brushed off the age thing, because if you're heading into Leekon's cave, you've got to be strong, period. Hyun-sung's mind races, realizing all Rina's deep knowledge of the area can only mean one thing: she's a seasoned veteran, an alt player with serious experience. He turns, a confident smile on his face, and introduces himself. "My name is Hyun-sung. I'll be in your care. The game is on." But the siren? She's playing it cool, staying silent, a true enigma. Just a quiet sip of her drink. While the trio gets down to business, discussing Leekon's cave and Hyun-sung's commitment to dungeon runs. All Rina is totally on board, giving her enthusiastic approval. But all Rina hits them with a dose of reality, worrying about their low level and suggesting they just observe. Son, however, isn't having it, firing back that they can't even get in if they don't fight. Hyun-sung's inner monologue is pure fire, flexing his level 20 status and shutting down any low-level talk. He's ready for action. He can practically feel Son's burning ambition to level up, but she just tells him to chill out and speak softer, secretly wondering why she should even care. All Rina, observing the dynamic, remembers Son and her sister are family, but their personalities are like night and day, despite the family resemblance. With a confident grin, Lee Hyun-sung drops the question, "Wanna join my party?" He doubles down on the invite, and all Rina, with Siren right there, is all in, ready to speed things up. Suddenly, a system alert flashes, screaming, "First party," and prompting all Rina to accept the invite. While the system loads, both all Rina and Siren lock eyes on Hyun-sung, waiting for the big reveal. Then, a bombshell system message drops: "LV, 35 Hyun-sung Nim has entered the party," and Hyun-sung himself looks stunned as his level is exposed. All Rina and Siren are absolutely floored, one gasping, 35, while the other playfully jabs, "Don't even try to say that's low." Hyun-sung, totally blindsided by their shock, just bursts out laughing, a mix of oops and "the." They instantly realize his speed was absolutely insane, way beyond what any level 35 should be capable of. All Rina, deep in thought, puts it together: he's gotta be a speed-based class, that's the only explanation. All Rina's brain was on fire, piecing together the puzzle. Those stats, that level, it screamed top-tier class rank, and he definitely didn't want anyone to know. He let out a nervous chuckle, while Siren gasped, "Level 35? But all Rina was already on it, pointing out that no warrior could be that fast, he had to have a speed-based class, just like hers. Her eyes went wide, as she put it all together: his other stats were totally off for a speed class, but his moves? Undeniable. The two women just gaped at him, one word screaming their shock: legendary. All Rina spun to Siren, her voice dripping with worry, asking, "What now, Uni?" Siren's face was still a mess of worry, her brow all crinkled up. Hyunsung, meanwhile, was off in his own world, totally embarrassed that his level was out in the open, and debating if he was stuck with this crew or if it was time to ditch them. Then, he just broke the silence, announcing, "I think it's fine." A confident grin plastered on his face, he figured, "Hey, we're going to a dungeon, so this is actually a sweet deal for me, right?" He ponders his newfound power, realizing it's a waste not to unleash it. Rina then questions his filming plans, with Siren quickly chiming in that he's totally free to record. He confirms, noting his footage is still in the editing bay since he just began. A confident smirk spreads across his face, as the thought of documenting his dungeon run excites him. He then declares it's time to go, eager to get the show on the road. He questions if they weren't supposed to be heading out right away. Rina, deep in a board game with Siren and him, clears her throat, casually mentioning she just started playing. Siren and Rina share a knowing glance, as Siren playfully remarks on his obvious eagerness to leave. He then directly asks Rina if this is her very first party hunt. Rina lays out the usual protocol, a full briefing on dungeon threats and tricks before they even step foot inside, practically calling their current chat a pre-mission rundown, and Siren chimes in, revealing they were holding back the details because he was practically bursting with eagerness to get going, but hey, he was already hyped. Taking it all in, he then drops a philosophical bomb: what's the point of even playing if you're just going to stick to a rigid strategy? Rina just gives a simple, okay. The journey led them through breathtaking landscapes, with lush green mountains stretching endlessly under a clear blue sky. Until they finally arrived at the ominous 10 Days Cave entrance. Lee Hyun-sung, ever the leader, turned to his crew, demanding, "Alright, we're here. Everyone ready to dive in?" A resounding yes echoed back, the squad hyped and ready at the glowing dungeon entrance. But Rina, with a mischievous glint in her eye, threw out a challenge: "Hey, Hyun-sung-nim, why don't you take point?" Her face immediately dropped, realizing the absolute rookie mistake she'd just made. Seriously, that's the cardinal rule of party play. Jong Jae-hwan, ever the calm one, stepped in to smooth things over, explaining, "Look, we just need to see his moves. We'll totally bail him out if he gets into trouble, no sweat." But before he could even react, Hyun-sung was blindsided, slammed to the ground by shadowy attackers. A voice boomed, revealing this was a solo tutorial for newbies, where the monsters were invincible, forcing him to survive on his wits alone. Rina shoots Jae-hwan a look, totally baffled, demanding to know how he could even think of saying something so wild. But Jae-hwan just shrugs it off, totally convinced he's right, and challenges her, "What's the big deal?" She pauses, then finally gives in, a reluctant okay, barely audible. But a worried frown still creases her brow. She knows his level is low, yet he just grins, promising he'll be totally fine, even as a newbie. She can only manage a week, it's true, but... Her words hanging in the air, full of doubt. Finally, she gives the go-ahead, then let's head inside first, and Hyun-sung confidently strides into the shadowy dungeon entrance. He plunges into the darkness, and bam. A shimmering portal materializes. A system alert flashes: "You have entered the dungeon, Leekon's Cave." Suddenly, 2 more system alerts blaze across his vision: monsters awaken due to starvation, and 50% more EXP for 5 days. Hyun-sung's eyes widen, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as he shouts, "An over phenomenon. Nice." Deep within the dungeon, a sleek system interface pops up, offering a filming option from a first-person perspective. He quickly taps the mask button, triggering a brush-on effect. A virtual mask instantly forms over his face, leaving him looking a little stunned. Behind him, Rina is like, "Dude, why the mask? And why are you ditching us?" while Siren just chills, commenting on his theme. But then, bam. A massive, clawed foot smashes onto the ground, and a terrifying growl rips through the air. All 3 of them are instantly stunned, eyes bugging out at the monster's sudden arrival. But Hyun-sung just grins, calling it a quick warm-up, and dives headfirst off the ledge, straight for the beast. He closes the distance in a flash, crashing into the monster amidst the dungeon's shadowy depths. A monstrous humanoid unleashes a primal, earth-shattering growl, instantly ratcheting up the tension. Its razor-sharp claws flex, a terrifying promise of the brutality to come. But Lee Hyun-sung, now masked, just smirks, his eyes burning with anticipation. A humanoid type, this will be fun. His eyes, sharp as a predator's, lock onto the monster's every twitch. Then he explodes into action, a blinding flash of blue lightning as he delivers a crushing kick, sending the beast flying. He lands, light as a feather, already anticipating the counterattack. High above, Rina and Siren are absolutely floored by the sheer velocity of his assault. Without even unsheathing his sword. Rina, her jaw practically on the floor, can only gasp, "Won't he die at this rate?" The monster's face contorts in a grotesque mask of agony, the impact sending shockwaves through its body. He unleashes another devastating strike, purple lightning exploding from his fist as it slams into the monster's arm. All Rina and Siren are absolutely stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief, as the raw power of that hit shakes the entire dungeon. The monster gets absolutely rocked, flying backward like a ragdoll and slamming into the ground, and the clock is ticking down to the big boss in just 1 hour. He sees the monster reeling and thinks, okay, I can still land critical hits even if I don't go for the vitals. Then it hits him, that's the Nightmare stack in action. But the monster isn't done. It's glowing with a sinister purple aura, eyes burning red, absolutely enraged. But he's not backing down. He winds up for another attack, unleashing his skill, Thananos' Nocturne. The monster gets blasted again, its body jolting from the sheer power, purple energy erupting on impact. All Rina and Siren can only stare, completely shocked by the escalating power of this fight. A sudden, explosive burst of dark energy erupts, slamming into the monster with devastating power. The beast lets out a guttural cry of agony, its crimson eyes blazing as the raw purple power consumes its very being. Hyun-sung, a whirlwind of fury, continues his relentless assault, each strike landing with bone-shattering precision. Another devastating blow sends the monster flying, its body convulsing from the sheer force. The purple energy flares violently around its head, a clear sign of its impending doom. Its face twists into a mask of pure agony, as the destructive power utterly consumes it. A final, explosive impact detonates, sending blood everywhere as the monster's crimson eyes flicker and die. Victory is declared. The corrupted wolf is vanquished, and a sweet 1 DP bonus rolls in thanks to Thananos' dream. Amidst the gory aftermath, Hyun-sung stands, chest heaving, the adrenaline fading as exhaustion finally hits him like a truck. A game-changing system message flashes, revealing the ultimate passive skill, Thananos' Narcolepsy, maxed out. This legendary ability, tied to a god of death and sleep, grants hypnotic power and an eternal slumber, a real headache for his underlings. This insane skill randomly triggers once a day, knocking the user out cold until they're forced to log off. Even if they physically leave the game, their character stays sleeping. But here's the kicker, every hour of this deep slumber boosts your stats randomly, and you rake in DP. Just don't stay logged in for more than 12 hours, or it's forced logout time. Hyun-sung's mind races, his eyes practically popping out, a massive grin splitting his face as he realizes he can power up just by catching some Z's. Elsewhere, all Rina's jaw drops, her eyes wide with pure disbelief, muttering to herself, is that even real? Her eyes, locked onto an invisible target, flash back to the very first move she saw. Even after seeing it with her own eyes, she still can't believe how impossibly perfect and clean it was. Even if that skill or attack needs perfect user control, she's made up her mind, she has to get him into the hero guild. From the shadows, Agni, his face hidden behind a sinister mask, watches the commotion, thinking, looks like they're finally noticing me, but he's playing coy. Then, a sly smirk hidden beneath his mask, he corrects himself, nah, it's just my ultimate hypnotic skill kicking in, they're only now snapping out of it. Masked and ready, Lee Hyun-sung hears the call, a monster's on the loose, and he's leading the charge. Suddenly, a voice rings out, it's time to hunt. The mission is set, 3 Lycans are here, and Ranker 15 is officially on. All Rina, Jaehwan, Siren, and Agni are on the move, blazing through the dungeon like a storm. Out of nowhere, all Rina strikes, her blade flashing straight for Lee Hyun-sung. The impact sends him flying, a blur against the cavern walls. All Rina is stunned by his insane agility, realizing his speed is off the charts, it's all thanks to his raw, sky-high stats. Power surging, she unleashes another glowing assault. Her attack smashes into a massive Lycan, sending blue energy exploding as it lets out a furious roar. The hunt is on. A Lycan lets out a primal snarl, fangs flashing, its glowing eyes fixed on an unseen target. Then, a deafening AWO. The beast unleashes a terrifying roar that shakes the very ground. But before it can even move, BAM. A masked blur drops from the sky, slamming into the Lycan with incredible force. This isn't just any hit, it's a powerful attack. Activating Thananos' Narcolepsy, the masked warrior unleashes a lightning-fast assault. Kwang. The blow connects with explosive force. The Lycan lets out a pathetic woof. As it's completely overwhelmed. Stunned and writhing in pain for 3 crucial seconds, it's a perfect opening. No time to waste. The masked warrior is already a whirlwind of motion, blade flashing, taking on multiple Lycans at once. Fast. He's moving at an insane speed, a true master of combat. Kwang. Another Lycan goes down, unable to keep up with his relentless barrage. A Lycan gets absolutely rocked, sent flying with a burst of blood as the masked warrior keeps the pressure on. The fight is exploding, a critical strike just landed, and Lycans are everywhere, but Hyun-sung and Rina are holding nothing back. He moves with lightning speed, a blur of motion, the masked warrior locking onto his next target. Then, a surge of dark power erupts as he activates Thananos' Narcolepsy. And just like that, the skill hits, two lichens dropping like rocks, consumed by that eerie purple energy. But the action doesn't stop there. All Rina's blade is a blur, her armored leg kicking out with serious force. Her green eyes are laser-focused, absolutely locked into the fight. Hyunsung and Rina are a force of nature, a blur of attacks tearing through the lichen horde. The whole place is a blood-red mess, and Hyunsung is just taking it all in, ready for whatever comes next. Hyunsung unleashes a devastating, sweeping attack, blue energy exploding from his form. But in a shocking turn, a dark, swirling force erupts, blasting him violently backward. He slams into the ground, momentarily stunned, as all Rina, her blade blazing, fiercely defends him from the relentless lichen horde. Her eyes snap open, a jolt of pure shock hitting her as a single thought screams through her mind. They weren't even that far, but he'd already taken down 3 before she could even get close. The raw power, the sheer force of it all, was absolutely overwhelming. Siren spins to Jae-hwan, her voice a mix of confusion and alarm, demanding to know what just happened and where they even are. He just calmly tells her they're here to move to the next location, and she can only manage a stunned H-huh. She just stares, completely bewildered, a tiny pardon, barely escaping her lips. But then, their gazes lock forward, a new sense of anticipation, or maybe dread, settling in. The very air around them crackles and churns with an unseen, powerful energy. Suddenly, a masked fighter, all dark skin and sharp edges, slams into a combat stance, his arm blades practically screaming for action. He's fully aware there are still 20 minutes left on Thananos' Nocturne's cooldown, meaning it's pure, unadulterated physical combat time. A fierce glint in his eye, he's ready to push his body to the absolute max, skills or no skills. He explodes into action, his arm blades a blur as they slice through the very air. Boom! The hit lands, and a massive monster goes flying, blood erupting from the brutal impact. He's taken aback, realizing he's stuck fighting these things solo, and their power of reflection is seriously annoying. But then, a wicked grin spreads under his mask, because even with all the trouble, he's actually having a blast. He pivots, launching a brutal kick into one monster, while another beast is already mid-air, claws out, coming right for him. No hesitation, he rockets into the air, arm blades blazing as he clashes with the next enemy. The masked fighter is in the thick of it, when BAM. An unseen force slams into his defenses, rattling the very ground. But before he can even blink, a monstrous beast is already on him, claws flashing, aiming for a kill shot. But with a blinding flash of electric blue from his eye, he doesn't just block, he parries with impossible speed, leaving the monster reeling. "You blocked," it roars, absolutely floored. No time to waste. The masked protagonist unleashes a lightning-fast counterattack, his blade a deadly blur. Even an immediate counterattack, the beast barely processes before it's too late. And the hit connects. A brutal crimson spray explodes as his blade carves deep into the monster's flesh. No mercy. He keeps the pressure on, his sword a deadly arc, ready to deliver another crushing blow. Pure combat flow. He dances through the chaos, every move a testament to his insane mastery. The beast is reeling, its face a twisted mask of agony and pure, unadulterated rage. As the magical debris settles, the masked fighter stands victorious, a silent exclamation point on another brutal takedown. Suddenly, a new player bursts onto the scene, dual blades blazing with raw power as she dives headfirst into the chaos. Her moves are lightning fast, leaving behind a mesmerizing blur of green and blue energy, and the masked protagonist can't help but be taken aback by the sheer spectacle. He totally forgot about the other guys. This new arrival just threw a wrench in his plans. But while he's thinking, one of the bad guys is already down, screaming about how impossibly fast his attacker was, his arm shattered. A wicked grin stretches across the masked protagonist's face, because this is just getting fun. Then he's in the thick of it, a massive blood spray exploding from his enemy as he lands a brutal hit. The ground-shaking impact reverberates through the air, another enemy bites the dust. He watches the last of the energy fade, pondering his own power, and the ultimate truth he's chasing. Then he spots U-Number still tearing it up in the background, and decides to chill, because, honestly, it'd be rude to steal her spotlight. The masked protagonist watches U-Number move with incredible speed, her dual blades a blur as she absolutely shreds through her enemies. He notes her technique, using one arm as a shield while the other strikes swiftly, a fluid, efficient style that's just next level. The more he observes her graceful, visually striking combat, the more he's just blown away by her skill. A thought crosses his mind, wondering if he too should try wielding 2 swords, considering his own insane abilities. He muses that Thanatos' nightmare encompasses all weapon styles, making such an adaptation entirely possible for him. But then, he dismisses the idea, deciding there's absolutely no need to change his current, effective style. U-Number, having swiftly dispatched her foes, lets out a small huff, surprised it's already over, like, seriously. The masked protagonist confirms her victory, noting that he only managed one kill while she absolutely crushed the rest. With her now present, he signals for them to get going. He plunges into the depths of a new zone, a mysterious glowing ring beneath him, as U-Number prepares to dive in after him. Meanwhile, back at base, Siren and Jaehwan are already picking up on some serious bad vibes, their faces etched with concern. But our heroes are on a different path. The masked fighter and U-Number discover an ancient, colossal shield, the only one that ever survived a Titan's devastating attack. U-Number and her squad of elite adventurers are geared up and ready to face anything. Their quest takes them to an awe-inspiring, domed metropolis, its towering spires piercing the clouds. But elsewhere, the legendary hero Sunny, with his wild red hair, is absolutely bored out of his mind, craving some action. He's even bored by the latest gossip, Kaiser's off on an assassination, and Tenguria Jussi's wife is pregnant. Yawn. Still utterly bored, he's stuck pondering Rin Yuni's help with his sister and the constant pushback from everyone else. The thought hits him, should he just grind out another character? His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated apathy. But then, a sudden jolt. His eyes snap open. Someone's here. He spins around, ready for anything. It's Rin Yuni, standing right there, asking if he'd been around. He moves towards her. She pulls him into a tight hug, playfully asking if he wasn't late, and he just lets out a small, surprised sound. Rin Yuni's all, "You're back from hunting, right?" And he starts to explain, "Yeah, soon, especially since Appa just quit his job and..." He's still going on about it, saying his brother is always grinding, always matching his time to play the game. Rin, totally confused, has to ask again, "Wait, Hyunsung quit his job? Did I hear that right?" Sunny's like, "Yep, he did. Apparently, he snagged some insane class when he quit, so that's the real reason." Rin's jaw drops, a stunned "what?" escaping her lips. She's still reeling, demanding to know if he really got a good class just by bailing on his job. Sunny, looking deep in thought, starts wondering what kind of crazy conditions you'd even need to join a class like that. Rin's brain is clearly short-circuiting, confessing she doesn't get it, but hey, if it means a good class, then it's pretty sweet. Sunny drops the bombshell, his brother scored at least a heroic rank class and hit level 30 in a single day. Talk about broken. He keeps dropping bombshells about Hyunsung's insane leveling, and Rin is just absolutely floored. Despite the class being Thanatos' narcolepsy, a passive skill that literally makes you fall asleep randomly, he swears Hyunsung wasn't lying, and that his brother is just that fast. A heroic class, no less, she muses, utterly baffled how anyone could hit level 30 in just one day. He totally gets her skepticism, conceding it's wild, but then asks, what if it's actually true? She processes the sheer scale of it, and the thought hits her, if this is real, Hyunsung is way more skilled than even she is. He attempts to brush it off, claiming it's probably no big deal. Then, a sly grin creeps onto his face as he proposes, since Rin is Hyunsung's other alt, they should just ask her. Rin lets out a nervous, awkward laugh, fumbling an apology as she answers her phone, and then drops the bomb, she's literally right next to him. Her eyes go wide with shock, totally bewildered by what he's up to. Rin pauses, a beat of silence hanging in the air as she processes everything. Sunny, ever observant, remarks, looks like she's busy. He quickly pivots, alright, we'll hit her up next time. Then, with a grin, he turns to Rin, so, Yuni, you ready to go hunt? Sure. Rin exclaims, pumped and ready for action. Let's go. A terrifying, rapid descent echoes through the cavernous, blue-green tunnel. As Hyunsung and Rina plummet through the twisting depths. Rina spots something below, confirming his presence with a worried cry. Meanwhile, a system message flashes, Hyunsung's reaction speed is continuously increasing. He continues his uncontrolled, breakneck fall. As the masked figure below reacts with a jolt of surprise to the incoming threat. At the bottom, a terrifying horde of monstrous figures awaits. And Hyunsung hurtles directly towards them. Plummeting into the abyss, Hyunsung's eyes snap open, instantly locking onto the monstrous swarm below, a chilling count echoing in his mind. With a primal roar, his eyes ignite with an infernal yellow, a deadly promise to annihilate them all escaping his lips. A cryptic system alert flashes, hinting at his surging power as he slams into the dungeon floor, ready to face the monstrous onslaught, all under the watchful, unblinking gaze of the masked enigma above. No time for thought, only action. He explodes forward, his first devastating blow already landing. Another beast crumples under his relentless assault, its form contorting from the sheer impact. His fist, now a beacon of raw power, delivers a bone-shattering impact. One monster is sent careening through the air, a mere ragdoll against the cavern's dark expanse. And with a final, explosive surge of energy, his hand blazes with an intense light, poised for the ultimate, devastating strike. But he's not done yet. Boom. But wait. With a primal roar. Wiping sweat from his brow. He plunges into the cavern, a controlled dive into the heart of the beast. The cavern floor, bathed in an eerie blue glow, is already crawling with grotesque, waiting horrors. He slams one down with pure disdain, utterly dismissing them as too pathetic to even scratch him. Gazing down at the remaining horde, he knows a mere touch is all it takes to wipe them out. A blinding blur, he tears through the monstrous forms, dark energy blazing behind him. His movements are razor-sharp, every strike charged with a devastating, shadowy power. One last, crushing stomp sends blood exploding across the glowing floor. The final monsters reel back, their faces twisted in utter confusion and terror. They stand utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the sheer speed and power that just annihilated their forces. Trapped and outnumbered, a smug attacker gloats, convinced his poison has already sealed the deal for the hero. But a chilling smirk spreads across Lee Hyunsung's face, as he unleashes Thanatos Nocturne, game over for them. A devastating blow instantly connects with the closest enemy, crushing them in an instant. The power surges outward, taking down a colossal monster with brutal efficiency. In a flash, the entire horde is wiped out, leaving him standing victorious on a glowing blue pedestal. A monster screams in pure agony, its red eyes burning with disbelief. The relentless power keeps going, finishing off the last two standing. The blue energy fades, leaving behind shimmering traces. Hyunsung drops through the fading light, revealing a stunning pair of pure white wings. As the epic aftermath of his devastating attack finally fades, a system notification flashes, confirming he just annihilated 11 corrupted wolf humans. Amidst the carnage, Lee Hyunsung stands, sword still in hand, the sharp clank of metal cutting through the eerie quiet. Then, another notification explodes onto his vision, more experience points, and a glorious level up flashes across the screen. His masked face gives nothing away, but a flicker of annoyance crosses his mind. A frustrated growl rumbles from his throat, the experience gain just isn't cutting it. He can't believe how little experience he got, muttering about needing 20 times the points, not just 2, especially after taking down 11 foes in one shot. But his thoughts are cut short as two figures emerge from the shadows, their arrival a sudden interruption to his calculations. It's all Rina and U-Number, both gasping for breath, their weary faces confirming they're just as wiped out as he is. Even though the system was practically handing him free stats just for catching some Z's, which he thought was epic, Hyunsung just stands there as a completely drained all Rina asks if they should even bother pushing on. She quickly apologizes for being so self-absorbed, then drops the bomb that she just hit level 200 and is now a hero guild leader. Still looking like she's about to collapse, all Rina doubles down, saying they need a break because there's an elite monster up next. But Hyunsung's mind is elsewhere, thinking he couldn't care less about their problems, just feeling utterly wiped out himself. A brutal montage of hunters clashing with monsters explodes in his thoughts. He remembers the sheer, insane scale of the fight, the desperate, brutal struggle against impossible odds. Thinking about his OP Thanatos' narcolepsy skill, which he knows makes him a powerhouse, Hyunsung suddenly feels a weird guilt trip, deciding it's better if he just doesn't look at them. In the epic digital world, all Rina and the masked protagonist were absolutely tearing through the dungeon, their movements a blur of pure skill. But back in the real world, Lee Hyunsung was deep in thought about his insane power-ups, wondering if his unique abilities were somehow holding him back. He started training, throwing his arm in a massive arc, convinced this move would unlock even more raw power. His hand pulsed with a soft, golden glow as he nailed the move, a triumphant laugh bursting out as he exploited the game's physics to his advantage. Suddenly, in the game, the masked protagonist got hit with a brutal system alert, a harsh reminder that his 12-hour connection was almost up, forcing a logout. Even with the forced logout looming, he was having a blast practicing, a rush of excitement fueling his relentless skill grind. He decided to cram in one last practice session, maximizing every second while his teammates took a break. Not long after, all Rina and U-Number were hyped and ready to go, shouting that it was time to get back to the grind. Both women felt totally recharged and pumped, agreeing it was the perfect time to dive back into the action. He's pushing it, every fiber of his being screaming for more speed. He's making a vow, right here, right now, he'll bend time itself to his will. Then, with an explosive burst, he's gone, a mere streak of speed. The masked protagonist is absolutely flying, leaving his squad in the dust as they tear through the dungeon. And he's loving it, realizing he can keep this insane pace up. But all Rina is absolutely stunned, her jaw practically on the floor at his sudden, explosive speed. Then, a blinding blue aura erupts around him, launching him into hyperdrive through the twisting corridors. All Rina's mind is racing, thinking his frustration with their speed is actually a sign of his kindness, and she's already planning to apologize to U-Number for holding them back. They're still blazing through, even as U-Number wonders if this breakneck pace is even the right move, but there's no stopping them now. The afterglow of his insane speed still hangs in the air, a subtle blue aura clinging to Hyunsung, a testament to the raw power he just unleashed. A massive, gray-furred beast with glowing yellow eyes unleashes a terrifying, guttural roar. Its colossal jaws snapping shut with blinding speed. Deep within the monster's lair, the masked fighter and Hyunsung charge headfirst, clashing with a relentless horde of lichen-like creatures, the masked fighter realizing this battle is on a whole new level. As even more lichens flood the area, he grimly acknowledges the sheer, impossible numbers, knowing he can't win this fight solo. Rina steps up to the masked fighter, her gaze intense, declaring her absolute need for him to be with her. With a fierce, determined glare, she takes command, vowing to crush the remaining threats herself, admitting their past survival was nothing short of a miracle. Meanwhile, Yunumber watches the masked fighter with a calculating gaze, a powerful thought igniting within her. She absolutely has to recruit him to her guild, which means she cannot look weak in front of him now. Fueled by that fierce resolve, she unleashes a devastating swing of her scythe, plunging into the battle with unstoppable power. The fighter absolutely explodes into a spinning kick, a dazzling blue energy trailing his every move. The monstrous lichen lets out a guttural roar of pure defiance, fangs bared, practically screaming, ridiculous. But that kick. It lands with a bone-shattering impact, sending shockwaves through the very air. The beast crumples to the ground, blood already gushing, as the fighter looms over it, his intensity unwavering. He unleashes a lightning-fast, relentless flurry of punches, a blur of pure kinetic power. One devastating blow connects square with the lichen's face, sending a crimson spray flying. Suddenly, his iconic black mask is on, and the fighter is radiating an intense, vibrant blue energy, ready for anything. Another pinpoint strike tears into the monster's leg, drawing even more blood. The enraged lichen lunges back with a furious claw attack, but the masked fighter dodges it with impossible, blinding speed. The masked fighter goes for the kill, blasting a concentrated magic bullet right at his foe. The monster gets absolutely rocked, screaming in agony as the hit sends it flying back. But the beast isn't done yet. It snarls, promising death with its deadly claws. Our hero just shrugs it off, coolly taunting the monster, calling out its pathetic speed that's been a problem since day one. The beast ignores the trash talk and charges again, claws out for a desperate, sweeping strike. But our hero is just too quick, dodging the attack like it's nothing, leaving the monster to whiff completely. No time to breathe. He counters instantly with a supercharged kick, targeting the monster's weak spot. The kick lands with a brutal crack, sending shockwaves through the beast. The monster screams in pure pain, its claw now a mangled, broken mess from that devastating hit. That monster's red eye just glows, a dismissive snarl ripping from its throat like the masked fighter's attack was just a warm-up. But before it can even finish that thought, the masked fighter is already there, his glowing blade a blur, carving a brutal path through the monster's shoulder in a shower of blood. A primal scream of pure agony rips through the air, the creature staggering back, absolutely crushed by the critical hit. With a final, desperate twitch, the monster hits the dirt, utterly defeated, as the masked fighter stands tall, a faint blue aura practically vibrating around him. He takes a beat, letting the victory sink in, and then it hits him. His stats are gonna skyrocket just by sleeping. That's insane. But hold up, the creature isn't out yet. A pained, defiant growl rips from its throat, a clear sign it's not done. Its eyes, still burning with pure hatred, scream a promise of future pain. Dark energy swirls around its head as it snarls, a chilling, absolute vow to kill. The masked fighter, sword still ready, stays locked and loaded, prepared for the next move. He's got this new passive skill, Thananos' Nocturne. And suddenly, purple energy just explodes around him, leaving that monster's bloodshot eye as proof of his absolute dominance. The system flashes a huge victory message, confirming he just absolutely crushed that corrupted werewolf, and the particles are going wild. But wait, there's a catch. Another message pops up, saying he used Thananos' Nocturne, but he's not getting any experience for this one. What? Mask off, he's checking out that sweet, level up notification, muttering about how much easier it is to see without the mask getting in the way. Meanwhile, Agni's giving his 2 cents on Yunumber's moves, and Rina's just tearing it up with those dual blades, totally blowing expectations out of the water. Rina's a whirlwind of motion, her blade a streak of pure speed. Her attacks are just surgically precise and clean, earning her massive props for that insane accuracy. Peering down from above, the masked protagonist silently judges the chaos below. Impressed by the blonde warrior's lightning-fast, surgical strikes, yet a critical thought crosses his mind, could her control be even sharper? The warrior herself, however, knows the harsh truth, her auxiliary units are weak, demanding absolute, flawless control. Suddenly, a blinding explosion of crimson and amber energy detonates from her strike, leaving her and her companion poised and ready, the very ground beneath them shattered and smoking. With the elite monsters finally down, the blonde warrior immediately calls for a much-deserved break, especially since they're operating without a healer. But her companion's eyes widen in disbelief, challenging her, "Are you seriously trying to take a break here?" Risks be damned, the blonde warrior's resolve is firm, and the trio finally collapses to rest for a moment. Yet, even as she rests, her mind races, acknowledging the sheer impossibility of truly relaxing in a dungeon, even for a fleeting moment of peace. After all that intense action, the squad is finally taking a breather, with Rina hyping up their well-deserved break. Meanwhile, the masked hero, still tied up, is totally on board for some downtime. But just as they're chilling, bam. A system alert screams to life, declaring the sudden activation of Thanatos' narcolepsy skill. His eyes snap open in pure panic as the system drops the bomb. He's about to be forced into a sleep state. He lets out a frustrated shit as Rina and U stare, totally blindsided. The system then drops another bombshell. His avatar is staying in-game until a forced logout, even if his capsule breaks, meaning he can disconnect, but one of the girls screams NNO, as their faces twist in pure horror. Then, another message drops. The whole party is hit with Thanatos' narcolepsy, triggering a party hunt. Agni yells, wait. As if on cue, right before the Thanatos' somnambulism skill kicks in. His mind is a whirlwind, a silent sorry to Rina and U echoing in his head, as he curses his luck, realizing this is his limit, a harsh lesson for chasing those sweet experience points. A wave of blue energy pulses. His fist clenching in a mix of fury and defeat. A system alert blares as he jolts awake, sitting up from his capsule, the forced sleep finally breaking. He's already calculating the fallout from that somnambulism skill. It might be weak, but it's a total pain, and finding a new party after this? Forget about it. A frustrated groan escapes him as he reaches out, accepting the grim reality. It's solo hunting time, whether he likes it or not. The dungeon's chilling embrace is immediate, the cavern floor glowing with an ominous blue light. But then, his gaze locks onto two forms ahead, sprawled out on the ground, their armor glinting faintly amidst the glowing dust. He drops to the ground, his blade a silent companion, a heavy realization settling in. He rises, his eyes fixed on his fallen comrades, the full impact of the skill hitting him hard. He stares down, a silent storm brewing within him, his expression a mix of worry and grim resolve. Even while out cold, all Rina's mind is still working, thinking it's totally normal for him to be exhausted after all that grinding. He stares down at his unconscious companions, a sudden, shocking realization hitting him. When suddenly, all Rina and U snap awake, eyes wide with confusion, and all Rina shouts his name, demanding to know what just happened. A system message flashes, revealing the terrifying truth: somnambulism activates when narcolepsy strikes during a party hunt. And the worst part? The skill won't vanish until the entire dungeon is cleared. He watches their stunned faces, a heavy, frustrated sigh escaping his lips. With a steely gaze, he simply utters, yeah, his resolve hardening. All Rina watches, a faint, ethereal blue glow shimmering around them. Without a single word, he bolts, leaving his stunned companions in the dust. All Rina and U push further into the dungeon, absolutely stunned by what they find. The sheer scale of the devastation makes them wonder, how far has he gone, wiping out every single monster in his path? Staring down at the scattered loot, all Rina can't help but comment on his insane efficiency. He didn't even bother to pick up the drops. U figures his inventory must be totally maxed out, so they should totally grab all the free loot. Suddenly, all Rina spots something super rare glowing in the distance, her voice practically screaming with excitement. They realize he even took down an elite monster, and U is like, why would he leave a rare drop from that? Priorities, right? They decide to just try and catch up with him first, sprinting deeper into the dungeon. All Rina's getting worried, thinking about the real-life consequences of staying in the game this long. And the system's already flashing warnings about a forced logout from playing too long. After she'd been grinding in this dungeon for a mind-blowing 25 hours. Finally waking up, she stretches, hearing U exhausted request for a break, which she totally agrees with, right before a level up notification pops up. Even though it's automatic, she's thinking this dungeon grind is just way too much. When suddenly, her eyes snap wide open. She's pointing straight ahead, totally locked onto something far off. Pure shock written all over her face. They've finally hit the boss room. They faced it, the epic, wolf-headed boss room door. One of them couldn't help but wonder, seriously, this dungeon has this? All Rina was practically collapsing, and U was like, can we even do this? But all Rina shut that down instantly. She knew a new record would take days, but a wild premonition hit her, they were about to make history. But then, the exhaustion hit her like a truck, making her double over, and a weird feeling whispered that something was just off. The massive cavern just made her feel even more drained, and U couldn't help but worry. U then whipped out her comms, dialing up Hyunsung Nim and dropping a quick, sorry for the late call. She reached out, a comforting hand on all Rina's back. Then, with a fierce glint in her eye, she thought, Hyunsung's gonna be mad, huh? But she instantly decided, fine. We'll just blow his mind with the legendary record we're about to smash. Suddenly, a system alert flashed, all party members have gathered. Then the brutal truth hit, once they stepped into that boss room, there was NO logging out, NO return scrolls, it was beat the boss or bust. Both all Rina and Number's faces hardened with grim resolve. A system message blazes across their vision, demanding if they're ready to face Sirius, the werewolf who lost his soul. Rina's eyes snap wide open in pure shock. Number, absolutely floored, screams a desperate NO, as the reality hits her. But before they can even process it, Hyun-sung, now masked and determined, is already charging towards the terrifying, dark boss room entrance. Hyun-sung Nim, they cry out in alarm. Rina desperately reaches out, begging for just a moment to breathe, but he's already gone, plunging headfirst into the abyss. The system blares, party leader Hyun-sung has opened the door to the boss room. No turning back now. Standing before the gaping maw of the portal, another terrifying message flashes, Sirius, the werewolf who lost his soul, has awakened. It's on. Rina's face twists in pure horror as the system drops another bombshell, this boss hasn't been cleared in ages, meaning Sirius is now way stronger. But hey, at least the EXP and drops are boosted, right? But even with that terrifying news, Number cracks a grim, determined smile, declaring that if they're going to die anyway, what's a little extra challenge? And with that, Hyun-sung simply walks away, deeper into the dungeon, leaving the others to process their next move. We're done for now. He states, disappearing into the light. He's in. The masked figure charges deeper into the dungeon, leaving everyone else in the dust. All Rina is freaking out, yelling, he should have just left the dungeon himself. But Number is surprisingly chill, thinking, why worry when Hyun-sung is the one taking on the boss? That mask hides everything, but his determination is undeniable. Back at his place, chilling out, Hyun-sung is deep in thought, processing everything. He lets out a heavy sigh, remembering that annoying narcolepsy that used to hit him once a month. He's not getting much XP in a party, and the worst part. His narcolepsy means no bonus XP from boss clears. Meeting up with them next week? Probably not happening. And finding new party members here? Forget about it, it's a nightmare. He's at his computer, but the exhaustion is real, his narcolepsy is a constant battle, a struggle he knows all too well. Then, out of nowhere, his phone rings. Showing an incoming call from Jae-hwan, and he picks up, a little surprised. He almost drifts off, a close call as he fights to stay conscious and pay attention to the conversation. Jae-hwan's voice cuts in, checking on him after hearing he'd pulled an all-nighter for 2 days. He confirms the crazy wake streak, then presses Jae-hwan for the urgent reason behind the long-overdue call. His normally sharp eyes are a bit hazy behind his glasses, which he takes off, his stare intensifying as a past memory flashes through his mind. A monstrous, skeletal creature with glowing eyes and a dark aura invades his thoughts, a chilling memory of a vengeful spirit from a village he once annihilated. Still on the line, Hyun-sung's mind races. Could this orc shaman's vengeful spirit even be called a boss? He's clearly got some serious questions. Jae-hwan cuts him off, no, dude, I'm talking about Burbeek, Karen. Then, total shock, what? You haven't seen the video of you taking that guy down? Hyun-sung's face contorts, a cold sweat breaking out as he tries to remember, his thoughts battling against the max level, Thanatos' narcolepsy, that constantly threatens to pull him under. Hyun-sung's incredulous, what? You don't even remember killing it? Then, a sudden shift, yeah, I've got something big to tell you about that whole thing. He tries to articulate it, the guy I fought in the first half. Totally different from the second half. He's grappling with the idea of a playstyle changing mid-fight. Jae-hwan's voice crackles back, demanding to know, really? How was it different? Hyun-sung, slightly annoyed, reiterates, I'm talking about the playstyle. Still pressing, how was it different? He thinks for a moment, then explains, the control and movement were similar, sure, but it felt way more calculated. A calculated play? Hyun-sung agrees, yeah, you're right. It's impossible to beat someone who's exhausted and losing focus. He remembers the fight, the opponent moving with no will, no fear, just a cold, calculated machine. Jae-hwan's voice cuts through the line, pressing Hyun-sung on his wild claims about the monster's sudden shift. He doubles down, claiming Hyun-sung's monster tail sounds like it was literally being choked out, completely unable to fight back. Hyun-sung fumbles for words, but Jae-hwan's already got it figured out, a brutal style that gives zero chances and just crushes the enemy. But then Jae-hwan's tone changes, suddenly worried if Hyun-sung's okay, before playfully calling him out for talking to himself like a total weirdo. Hyun-sung shuts that down fast, only for Jae-hwan to drop a bombshell, Hyun-sung's own fighting style is different now, and he's totally forgotten it. Then Jae-hwan drops the bomb, linking this insane, suffocating fighting style directly to Hyun-sung's legendary skill, Thanatos' narcolepsy, demanding to know if only Hyun-sung can wield such power. Hyun-sung finally cracks, confessing he hasn't forgotten, but this skill is a massive stress bomb, and he's still trying to figure out what it even means. He quickly tries to calm Jaehwan down, saying he's totally fine, which just makes Jaehwan promise to hit him with an email full of skill info. Hyunsung gives the nod for the email, and for now, their intense call is over. He's in his AI's domain, contemplating if he's truly become a Jekyll and Hyde. A slight offense crosses his face as he admits the comparison stings a bit. Shaking his head, he brushes off the deep thought for now, but promises to ponder it later. Jaehwan tells him to hit him up once he's got a nickname, then drops the bomb, an email with a video attachment, Berserk Karak's raid video.mp4. He can't help but blush, admitting it's super awkward to watch himself in action. Click. The video starts, revealing his masked, Berserk self in full, brutal glory. His jaw drops, eyes wide with shock. "This is me," he gasps, utterly floored. Hyunsung's just chilling, watching his own video, and he's got this smug grin, saying, "Dude, I'm kinda embarrassed watching my own video." But then, bam. He transforms. Eyes blazing white, a dark, menacing aura just explodes from him. His face is pure shock, eyes wide, staring at something totally mind-blowing off-screen. "This is me," he screams, absolutely floored by the revelation. Then, boom. A dynamic shot of Agni, the Fire Dragon Knight, just pops up, radiating pure power in his armor. Chained up and transformed, Hyunsung's totally bewildered, muttering, "What the heck was I even thinking?" Elsewhere, a colossal, chained beast with glowing red eyes lets out a chilling laugh, growling, "Ha ha ha. I thought." The beast's eyes burn with intensity as it finishes. They must have changed it, because talking about a concept was just too hard. As the masked fighter flashes back to a savage battle, he can't help but notice the monster's unique combat flow, a style that's a total departure from his own brutal methods. He's already strategizing, thinking he absolutely needs to take notes from that wild fighting technique. Later, chilling out, the masked fighter confesses that yeah, he picked up some tricks hunting with a crew, but honestly, he's leveled up way more thanks to this one hero. He's totally blown away by how much this person taught him, especially when the system's out here dropping bombshells like your status can skyrocket just by sleeping, which, let's be real, is pretty insane. Suddenly, a terrifying, fanged maw rips into view, letting out a primal growl, its power level ominously displayed as 20. In another scene, the masked fighter, now fully concealed, drops a dark truth, warning that showing gratitude could literally get you killed. His chilling words leave Rina and Unumber absolutely speechless, their faces frozen in pure shock and confusion. The chained beast, a monstrous force of nature, glares down, acknowledging its foe's courage. Then slams a colossal foot down with a booming FOOM, unleashing a furious, arrogant insult. With eyes blazing red, it snarls a chilling warning, even weakened, its fury would be inescapable. Another heavy TAK shakes the ground. Then, with a ferocious CHWAH, the beast explodes forward, a terrifying blur of raw power. The masked protagonist is instantly overwhelmed, crashing to the ground, a brutal OH signaling his defeat. Rina can only watch, paralyzed by horror, her thoughts screaming about the impossible danger they face. Then, a devastating blue energy blast slams into the downed hero, exploding with a deafening do-do-ke. He's sent plummeting into the abyss, a final quang as he disappears beneath the shimmering blue surface. He's fighting back, blocking the beast's brutal assault, but the sheer power is too much, pushing him relentlessly towards the gaping maw of the abyss. His footing gives way, and he's swallowed by the unknown liquid below. Rina and Unumber can only watch from the edge, their expressions a mix of horror and disbelief. The masked protagonist is gone, swallowed by the abyss, the dark waters closing over him. His eyes shut, he's pulled into the unknown. Rina and Unumber lock eyes, a silent pact forming between them. Rina's blade flashes, a blue aura igniting around it, as she and Unumber brace themselves to dive into the abyss. No hesitation, they jump into the swirling abyss, following their fallen ally. The chained beast unleashes a triumphant roar, its victory echoing through the entire cavern. The masked protagonist's eyes blaze with pure rage, the chained beast's mockery fueling an explosive fury deep within him. In a flash of speed, he vanishes and reappears, unleashing a lightning-fast assault. His eyes ignite with an intense, purple glow, channeling raw power for the ultimate blow. A devastating blow connects, sending the colossal beast staggering back. The chained beast unleashes a thunderous roar of pure fury, its monstrous maw wide open. Its enraged roar rips through the abyss, a terrifying declaration of war. But he's not done yet. The protagonist charges up, a brilliant blue aura exploding around him, ready to unleash pure destruction. He slams into the beast, blue energy exploding on contact, sending it flying back with a furious roar. And then, a thunderous kick. He launches the colossal creature deeper into the watery abyss. Deep in the abyss, he's not holding back, launching a lightning-fast, glowing attack, his weapon slicing through the water like it's nothing. He follows up with a devastating, silent kick. And bam! The chained beast gets sent flying, totally caught off guard, its huge body reeling from the unexpected hit. Our hero hangs there, perfectly balanced in the water, totally ready, eyes locked on the beast, waiting for its next move. Meanwhile, Rina is just blown away by his moves, and Number can't believe it, asking if he's literally changing the planet's orbit with his insane dodges and hits. But the beast is not out of the fight. It roars back, pure rage in its eyes, charging with a primal scream, ready to end him. And just like that, the beast's counterattack connects, sending our hero flying back, a jolt of pain ripping through the water. The chained beast lets out a vicious snarl, its glowing red eyes locked on its prey, a look of pure, savage triumph on its face. Even after taking that hit, his bandaged arm twitches, already winding up for the next epic move. He unleashes a devastating blow, the sheer force of his attack absolutely shredding through the water and slamming into the chained beast. The impact registers as a strong, fatal hit, leaving the creature absolutely reeling. Stunned by the immense shock, the chained beast enters a dazed state, completely unable to move for 10 seconds. Yet, even as the beast falters, he takes a brutal hit himself, blood splattering from his arm. He recoils from the unexpected damage, the pain momentarily registering, but not stopping him. Meanwhile, the chained beast continues to struggle, still caught in the aftershocks of the initial, devastating strike. Suddenly, Thanatos' nightmares activates, plunging the chained beast into a deeper daze, rendering it completely immobile and doubling any incoming damage. A guttural cry escapes the beast, its mouth agape in pure agony as the skill takes full effect. With the chained beast incapacitated, the masked protagonist prepares his next move, his hand glowing with renewed, deadly power. Even after a devastating hit, the chained beast, covered in blood and roaring, just won't give up, its furious cries shaking the very ground. But the masked protagonist isn't letting up, slamming into the beast again with a bone-shattering blow. Yet, those eyes burn with an insane red glow, its roar a defiant challenge to its attacker. He watches its insane tenacity, a question burning in his mind, are you telling me that you'll attack me no matter how many times you fall? The beast's legs finally give out, and it hits the deck with a heavy thud. He looms over the downed monster, watching it desperately try to get back up. Then, a shocking blue energy explodes around the chained beast, its wounds closing as it powers up and gets back into the fight. But before it can even finish regenerating, the masked protagonist strikes again, his blade blazing with blue power, slamming into the beast's revitalized form. He analyzes the hit, a realization dawning, it looks like that black lightning. The chained beast is absolutely stunned, its mind blown. How could a resurrected boss, a creature of its caliber, be capable of this? With a furious roar, blue energy explodes around its claws, ready to tear into anything. It flashes back to the protagonist's earlier, weak moves, and now it's convinced some other super strong force is behind this black magic. But the masked protagonist isn't backing down, he's closing in, full speed ahead. The beast is still on edge, wondering where that terrifying, black lightning has gone. No time to think. The masked protagonist is already there, his glowing blue sword striking with a lightning-fast tap. The beast throws up an arm, blue energy exploding as it blocks the hit, knowing one direct strike could be game over. It screams, hyper armor, and locks down its defenses completely. But the masked protagonist is a machine, his attacks are pure blue lightning, shattering the beast's defenses and sending it reeling. The masked protagonist unleashes a devastating blow, pure blue energy exploding around him. But the chained beast is caught, paralyzed by the black lightning. I'm faster than him, but I can't move easily because of that black lightning, it roars. Absolutely furious at the relentless barrage. Damn it. Don't tell me he's going to use that lightning, even after expending so much. But the masked protagonist doesn't let up, slamming another precise strike home. Then, dark, shadowy tendrils erupt, lashing out to bind the monster. Which lets out a guttural snarl of pure rage. A final, earth-shattering blow lands, delivering a fatal hit. The lightning surges, stunning the werewolf for a critical 10 seconds. Leaving the chained beast utterly broken, bloodied, and its glowing red eyes burning with agony. He unleashes a furious sword swing, a burning resolve fueling his every move, the words, have lost, flashing through his mind like a battle cry. The blade becomes a blur, a streak of lethal intent. Connecting with a sickening crunch and a burst of crimson. A primal snarl echoes, the beast's glowing yellow eye burning with savage intent. But a dark, masked figure is already there, a silent, ominous presence in the gloom. The colossal werewolf unleashes a furious growl at Lee Hyun-sung, who meets its gaze with steely resolve, fully aware that this battle is about to get intense. Its massive jaws unhinge, unleashing another earth-shattering roar. While the masked fighter lies broken on the ground, a grim testament to the beast's power. The werewolf unleashes a deafening, victorious howl. But Hyun-sung is already a blur, a glowing weapon tearing through the air as he closes the distance in a flash. From afar, Unumber stares wide-eyed at the berserk werewolf, her expression a mix of pure shock and utter bewilderment, desperately trying to comprehend the chaos unfolding before her. The werewolf, now soulless, was powering up, getting seriously stronger, and Unumber could only let out a defeated sigh, the tension palpable. Even the masked fighter knew this was bad news, realizing the boss fight was officially kicking off its second, even tougher phase. Then, a deep, ominous hum started rumbling from the monster, and a terrifying, golden ichor flared to life inside it. The power exploded, spreading across its chest. Its limbs bulking up, becoming even more terrifying. Until its whole body was practically vibrating with a dark, blue energy. The chained beast was fully transformed, a monstrous, enraged titan absolutely bursting with untamed power. Then, with a vicious shlak, it unleashed a claw attack, crackling with dark, destructive energy. The chained beast, in its terrifying new form, unleashes a devastating blue energy wave. But with a thunderous impact, the masked protagonist intercepts the blow, blocking the beast's massive arm. He immediately counters, swinging his weapon with blinding speed towards the beast, while Unumber and Allrina watch the intense battle unfold. Allrina observes that even though the beast's power has skyrocketed, Hyunsung's damage reduction is still incredibly effective. But despite his incredible defense, the beast retaliates, sending the masked protagonist flying backward with a devastating blow. Before he can even react, a deadly barrage of glowing white energy shards erupts from the beast, completely engulfing him. The shards continue their relentless assault, exploding all around him. He crashes to the ground, forced to endure the continuous, explosive white energy. But even as the impacts rock his very being, his eyes ignite with an ominous red glow, a new power awakening within. The chained beast unleashes a monstrous roar, charging with an insane, primal fury. But in a flash of pure skill, the masked fighter parries the attack, a bone-jarring quadjik ripping through the air. He doesn't just block, he counters, slamming into the beast with a devastating, fluid strike, sending a massive splash erupting around them. Then, a blur of motion, a long, thin weapon snaps out from his hand, cracking through the air with blinding velocity. From the sidelines, Allrina's eyes widen in shock, uttering a stunned, "That's incredible," as the masked fighter dominates. Before Serbia could even think about stacking more damage reduction, he'd already found the opening and pierced it. Because here's the secret, as long as you pierce an opponent's shoulder, their damage reduction gets absolutely shredded. The weapon slams home with a sickening "tuck" right into Serbia's shoulder. And just like that, a burst of raw energy explodes from the wound, glowing with intense power as the debuff activates. The chained beast, Serbia, unleashes an absolutely furious, guttural roar, its massive maw wide open and fangs ready to tear. Totally blindsided, Lee Hyunsung gasps, his eyes going wide in pure shock. But before that beast can even think about it, it gets absolutely rocked, recoiling hard with a pained cry as some invisible force just smashes into it. Our hero just stares down, eyes locked, already plotting the next devastating move. Another invisible hit connects, sending shockwaves right through Serbia, making it flinch and lose its footing. Hyunsung is a blur of motion, his weapon absolutely blazing with power, while someone else is freaking out, asking if this place is even real because the beast is changing right before their eyes. Meanwhile, from a totally different spot, Allrina and Hyunsung are watching the whole thing go down, wondering if the fighter is actually the one who made this entire dungeon and all its monsters. Then Hyunsung just says, "Alright, it's time." And just like that, back in the action, Hyunsung absolutely smashes Serbia with a powerful, game-changing blow, yelling that the real fight is finally on. Allrina is just staring at the whole insane show, her face screaming disbelief as she's convinced the entire thing has to be a total fake. The beast, for all its raw power, was actually forced to retreat. That's how insane his skill truly was. A creature this powerful, forced to back off that much? Absolutely mind-blowing. Just as predicted, his fighting style was totally different now, and way more aggressive than ever. He's cornering the enraged beast, his emotions and attack patterns are totally different now, making him an absolute monster. Watching the brutal beatdown, Allrina couldn't help but notice his play style was way more aggressive now, a total 180 from before. Unumber totally agreed, saying it was like he had two completely different play styles, both equally devastating. The beast, despite its strength, was getting absolutely pummeled by his insane speed and ferocity, it couldn't even react. The chained beast was completely blindsided, staring in utter shock, like, what else can this guy even pull off? A vibrant blue aura pulsed around him, ready for the next epic move. The fight rages on, and Lee Hyunsung unleashes a relentless assault, closing in on the chained beast with lightning speed. But just as he closes in, a powerful counterattack sends him reeling, momentarily throwing him off balance. Not one to be deterred, he instantly unleashes a devastating new ability, his hand blazing with an intense blue light. The Sabbath of the Dead skill erupts, engulfing the chained beast in a blinding blue light and slamming it to the ground, utterly helpless. The system confirms Serbia, the soul-lost werewolf, is down for a full minute, but the triumph is short-lived as Hyunsung is hit with an unexpected drawback, leaving him frozen in place, his eyes wide with shock. The Sabbath of the Dead, God, skill just went live. A system alert screams, warning that for the next 60 seconds, all damage is getting a massive X2 multiplier. The chained beast unleashes a primal, furious growl. Its colossal body starting to convulse as Hyunsung stands his ground, eyes locked on the beast, ready for whatever comes next despite his own impending immobilization. Suddenly, dark, spectral chains, pulsating with an ominous purple glow, burst from the earth, slamming into the beast's face and limbs, violently yanking its eyes shut as it's plunged into a forced, agonizing slumber. More chains coil around its body, locking it down completely. A colossal, jagged link materializes, sealing the magical prison. And the chained beast is finally forced to its knees, its entire body locked down in glowing, dark chains, seemingly vanquished. But the skill's power isn't done yet. Ominous, shadowy tendrils start to ooze from the chains, shattering the very ground beneath the beast. The earth screams and rips apart, spewing forth a dark, malevolent energy. Then, against all odds, even in its forced sleep, the chained beast's maw tears open in a silent, enraged roar, thrashing against its chains with a terrifying, unexpected power. The epic showdown is over. The ground is soaked, and Serbia, the soul-lost werewolf, is officially down. Thanatos' nightmare took him out, but here's the catch, no EXP from this guy. Still, the dungeon is officially cleared. Victory confirmed. And just like that, level-up notifications explode around Lee Hyunsung, powering him up big time. The system drops another bomb, he cleared a dungeon that's been untouched for ages, so he's getting double the EXP. Golden light bursts around you number 2, as she stares at her own level-up notifications, totally blown away. The monster's awakening is totally shut down, its existence wiped out, and an exclusive reward is coming. U-Number takes it all in, realizing that the best glowing or drops from these dungeon monsters, with a cool "pa-bam" sound effect to seal the deal. Blue glowing particles explode as a new system message screams a milestone, level 50 achieved, and the epic title, Descendant of Thanatos is unlocked. The blue particles keep swirling, as something incredible is being created. After that epic boss fight, a new system alert drops, revealing the ultimate passive skill, Thanatos' narcolepsy, at max level. Turns out, even the god of death couldn't escape the snooze, and now that power is unleashed. This isn't just any sleep, it's a forced nap that hits randomly once a day, locking you in until you log out. But here's the kicker, you get random stat boosts while you're out cold, though the system will kick you after 12 hours of in-game sleep. Hyunsung is completely out cold on the ground, and his teammates are just staring down, a huge question mark hanging in the air. And U-Number just stares, a worried look on her face, realizing he's gotta be absolutely wiped out to be sleeping like this. All Rina, looking deep in thought, totally gets it, he literally soloed that insane boss. So U-Number pipes up, like, we should probably watch over him, right? U-Number gives a solid nod, agreeing, but then she's like, okay, but seriously, what are we gonna do with Hyunsung? All Rina, looking a little miffed, snaps back, Uni. That's so rude, before letting out a resigned sigh. But Hyunsung. He's totally out of it, completely unaware of their whole conversation, just lost in the deepest, most epic sleep ever. Inside the high-stakes Inferno headquarters, the user management team is on the job, handling all things play-related. Team leader Jo Hyun-soo is all ears as a subordinate drops a bombshell, that's insane. You can practically feel the tension building in the room. His phone buzzes, and Jo Hyun-soo picks up, coolly saying, pass. His subordinate chimes in, this is the user management team leader Jo Hyun-soo. Yeah, team leader Jo Hyun-soo, your call. Letting out a frustrated sigh, Jo Hyun-soo confesses, we're not ready, but what can you do? Then he gets straight to business, what's the deal with the players, especially with user Hyunsung hitting level 50? Eyes glued to the screens, he declares, it's chaos right now, but things are about to settle down. Jo Hyun-soo is on the line, absorbing some wild news, his expression already telling you things are getting intense. The intel flashes across his screen, confirming the player's narcolepsy is in full effect, locking him down for 7 real-time hours. But wait, with the game's time dilation, Hyun-soo realizes that's a mind-blowing 30 in-game hours of pure sleep. He nods, a silent thought echoing, if he had that power, he'd be making moves right now. And what an opportunity it was. While he slept, the player's character pulled off a massive feat, discovering a gigantic, glowing castle perched majestically on a mountain. But it's more than just a castle, it's a legendary waterbound city, one of the game's hottest spots, crawling with monsters and players alike. It's a done deal, the iron-blooded monarch is about to take over this castle, his powerful silhouette already dominating the entrance, eyes blazing with raw energy. The plan is simple, but crucial, they need his green light before they can even think about dropping a new event around his epic find. A knowing smirk plays on Hyunsu's face as he hangs up, fully agreeing that things are about to get seriously chaotic, but in the best possible way. Jo Hyun-soo is locked in, eyes glued to the screen, confirming the massive impact of the new city and castle discoveries. He's calculating the clock, realizing there's still a huge window before Hyunsung's narcolepsy skill wears off. His mind races to the game's heavy hitters, especially the shadowy figure lurking at the Empire's edge, a single entity capable of shattering the entire realm. He's weighing the fragile power dynamics, knowing that even a tiny ripple could unleash a cataclysm if it touches these high-level players. A chilling premonition hits him, something truly horrific is about to go down. The game's political scene is a powder keg. If Kron, the one holding Venda back, steps down and leaves the throne to Venda's mayor, it's game on for a super tough, super long quest. But who could possibly stand against the terrifying beast known as the Snake Wyvern Ruler? Its monstrous form is pure nightmare fuel. This thing is ancient. The Empire couldn't even beat it back in the day, and right now, it's way too strong for any player to even think about fighting. Sure, it'd be great if some other monster took it out, but what if it can't be stopped? What if the absolute worst-case scenario unfolds? The Empire would be toast. Only one monster mage, Thanatos, ever managed to stop its rampage before. Back in the office, Jo Hyun-soo is glued to the screen, knowing that if this snake wyvern shows up in the game, the Korean server is going to get absolutely slammed with complaints. He thinks, no way, this can't happen. His eyes snap open, a surge of resolve. A mysterious witch, scythe in hand, is revealed to be a level 50 quest target, promising epic challenges ahead. Ethereal chains shimmer, binding her power. A clear link to another player wielding the power of Thanatos. Despite not being god-ranked, her power is off the charts, capable of obliterating Aquilin's sealed castle. The game's keeping the full story under wraps, but the implications are massive. Hyunsu's hands clench, knuckles screaming with tension. As he desperately begs for a critical intervention. Meanwhile, a wise old merchant drops a bombshell, anyone even mentioning Thanatos is one of the continent's absolute powerhouses, a name whispered with awe and dread. And this power play leads directly to the reveal of the iron-blooded monarch Sharon, a name that just screams ultimate authority. The legendary iron-blooded monarch, Sharon, holds court from his towering throne, his presence alone commanding the vast hall. Below, Dorgnome stands, a lone figure facing away from the immense power. But Karen's response is swift and absolute, a cold refusal, an apology that cuts deep. Dorgnome, defeated, offers his own quiet apology, then retreats, his mind racing with the implications for Thanatos. He's so close, yet so far, wrestling with the monarch's impenetrable will, feeling the burning thirst for power that could either make or break him, and steels himself to concentrate. Yet, Sharon drops a bombshell, hinting that the answer lies not outside, but within Dorgnome's very own vessel. Dorgnome's eyes widen in shock, utterly bewildered, demanding to know what this cryptic message means for him. The monarch's voice booms, echoing his challenge, pushing Dorgnome to confront the truth. Karen's stare is intense, a silent, powerful judgment. A subordinate practically jumps out of his skin. Frantically apologizing and swearing to get the mayor of Venia on the case immediately, only for the iron-blooded monarch to cut him off with a chilling, "You're dismissed." The subordinate practically collapses in relief, whispering, "Phew. Saving my life." Elsewhere, a squad of other subordinates erupts in cheers, shouting, "Nicely done." Yes. Sharon strides through an opulent hall. A flicker of thought crossing his features as he observes, "Somehow all of my subordinates are afraid of me." A low humph escapes him. Then he ponders, "I've never been cruel to the citizens, but somehow I became a tyrant." His eyes narrow with resolve as he declares, "I was talking about the citizens, but I guess I have to be terrified for all of them. That's why I acted like that." And just like that, Karen's fearsome reputation as a monarch exploded, cementing his status as the undisputed strongest ruler across the entire continent. Sharon, the iron-blooded monarch, gazes out, a silent judgment forming as he considers his subordinates, supposedly the continent's strongest, yet trembling in his presence. A sneer plays on his lips, his internal voice branding them as utterly pathetic. Not a single one of them, he muses, proves to be genuinely useful. Caught between the terrified and the arrogant, he yearns for a spark, someone to break the monotony with true entertainment. And the travelers, who dare to cross his path? Just rude, and utterly devoid of any captivating spirit. He dreams of escape, of secretly ditching the palace and setting off on an adventure. But the thought of the chaos, the sheer uproar his absence would cause, gives him pause. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination replacing his boredom, as he crushes the thought of escape. Maybe staying put isn't so bad after all, especially with a successor already waiting in the wings. Sharon, ever the monarch, ponders a daring trip to monster-infested lands, if only his fearful subordinates would ever permit it. A contemplative turns into a sudden, electrifying thought. His gaze sharpens, a brilliant idea sparking to life. Then, with a decisive, "That's it," he resolves to host an event purely for his own entertainment. He pictures a grand spectacle, an open invitation for all, even the travelers, to join the fray. A brutal fighting competition, he decides, will be the perfect solution. The colossal arena stands ready, a promise of thrilling action to finally banish his endless boredom. A chilling, expectant grin stretches across his face, hoping for a truly amusing challenger to emerge from the mundane. Despite his own inability to join the chaos, he eagerly anticipates the show, already plotting the ultimate prize. For any traveler who claims victory, he'll offer a one-way ticket back to their world, with a single companion in tow. The iron-blooded monarch, Sharon, is on the move, stalking through his lavish domain, his mind already racing to the treasures hidden away in his storage room. A low rumbles from his chest, as he ponders the travelers, those interdimensional wanderers, and dismisses them all as utterly selfish. He knows the score, only those desperate for something will ever truly give, and the prize he's dangling. It's practically overkill for these self-serving travelers. But then, a mischievous glint in his eye, he decides to grant a wish anyway, a bizarre whim purely for his own twisted entertainment. He ponders the ultimate selfish player, the one who lives only for themselves, yet somehow still clings to a sliver of honor. But if they push their luck, if they demand something truly outrageous, then the game gets infinitely more thrilling. A chilling, predatory grin stretches across his face, as he practically salivates at the thought of the chaos and entertainment to come. And just like that, the hype begins. The Empire's fighting competition is officially on the horizon, a colossal showdown ready to unleash titans like Lee Hyun-sung and Agni. This isn't just any tournament, oh no. It's a massive, server-wide festival on the Korean server, packed with insane challenges and epic rewards. This massive competition is set to attract every single player hungry for glory and a name for themselves. And with this colossal event about to kick off, the iron-blooded monarch, Sharon, can't help but ponder its true meaning. He's actually pretty stoked about this adult game, knowing full well that he, a mere NPC, pulled all the strings to make this epic spectacle happen. Lee Hyun-sung's fingers are flying across his mouse. And he lets out a massive sigh, totally over it. The Serbia fight analysis is done, but he's just bored. Seriously? He stares at the monster on his screen. And a thought hits him, his control style is the only thing that makes a difference here. He leans back, chair groaning, and stretches, trying to figure out what's next. He remembers his Thanatos' narcolepsy skill, the one that makes him pass out every 24 hours and even logs him out if he's in too long, but also buffs him while he sleeps. He was hyped, thinking, status just for sleeping. That's insane. But then it hits him, this narcolepsy is a huge drawback. Then, something on the screen makes his eyes pop open, a sudden realization hitting him like a truck. He slams his hands down and shoots up from his chair, a whole new vibe of determination radiating from him. The screen flashes, revealing a search for Kendo class. The hunt for real-world power-ups has begun. More results pop up, confirming idea is pushing practical swordmanship classes, the game is getting real. With VR games blowing up into a huge industry, every dojo and sports center jumped on the bandwagon, advertising idea fighting for every single class. The ads keep coming, from wrestling to boxing, idea masters, and even specialized healers, all promising to boost your real-life balance and combat skills. Hyun-sung's mind races, can his real-life physique actually power up his in-game character? This changes everything. A light bulb goes off, this isn't just an opportunity, it's a game changer. His gaze shifts to the real world, imagining a building plastered with signs for fitness, kendo, and taekwondo, it's time to get ripped for the game. Lee Hyun-sung, fueled by his new resolve, powered down the hallway, each step a beat towards his next big move. He whipped out his phone, already strategizing, hyped to pick the perfect kendo dojo after crushing his gym registration. His phone flashed with the Practical Kendo Martial Arts Academy, looking totally awesome with its mix of old-school martial arts and cutting-edge sports science, promising an epic training journey. He finally hit the spot, but a quick glance at the door made him pause, that banner was looking seriously rough. Shrugging off the vibe, he went for it, slamming the doorbell. Silence. He yelled out, totally confused if anyone was even home. He stood his ground, a subtle rustle from inside confirming he wasn't alone. Then, a.m. The door swung open, revealing the intense, grizzled face of an older dude. The sudden appearance totally blindsided Hyun-sung, leaving him stunned. Hyun-sung is feeling those gains, flexing his arm, knowing he's put in the work. Even though the kendo dojo looks a bit run down, he's got a good feeling about this spot. He's locked in. Martial arts training is the mission. Then, an older, tough-looking guy shows up, and Hyun-sung quickly apologizes for being there, but the man's already asking what he's doing. He's totally caught off guard. He tries to lay out his whole plan, found a kendo dojo online, here for real training, but the old man just hits him with a blunt, what training? Inside the dojo, Hyun-sung tries to clear things up, waving his hands around, but the old man just looks totally confused by what he's saying. Then, out of nowhere, the old man just tells him to take off his clothes. Hyun-sung is absolutely floored, as the man casually asks if he wasn't there for a massage, making the whole situation even crazier. Lee Hyun-sung gets ready, his body primed and a determined grunt escaping him as he stretches for what's next. Feet grounded on the dojo floor, a sleek spear stands by, just waiting for him to grab it. Then, the gruff voice of the older man echoes, daring him to make the first move. Hyun-sung glances around, then with a decisive nod, he picks his weapon, ready to go. He grabs the spear, a cocky grin spreading across his face, knowing he's got the speed advantage. The older man eyes the spear, confidently stating he'll pick up Hyun-sung's moves in no time. The older man's brow furrows, muttering about Hyun-sung's weird combo of movement focus and inner energy, especially after all that sleep. Hyun-sung's eyes narrow, a silent dare as he announces he's ready, implying the older man's about to get a rude awakening. And with one last intense stare, the older man gives the signal, it's go time. Launching himself skyward with explosive force, he unleashes a lightning-fast spear strike, a whirlwind of motion. Touching down with perfect control, Hyun-sung keeps the pressure on, his eyes locked on his target. The seasoned warrior, sizing up his opponent, taunts him, daring him to even try and defend. Without missing a beat, he unleashes a devastating spear thrust, the tip blazing with raw power. He pushes the offensive, every muscle screaming with intent. A deafening crash. The spears collide, sending a shower of sparks across the training ground. But in a flash of unexpected speed, the veteran warrior deflects the blow, his counterattack a blur. His eyes widen in disbelief as he exclaims, "You actually blocked that. At that speed, it should have been impossible." Regaining his footing, Hyun-sung can only concede the point, knowing he made the right call by seeking out this formidable opponent. Going up against a spear with unprecedented speed. Hyun-sung's attack lands with an explosive crack. The sheer force sends his opponent flying backward, a blur of motion. A surprised Kek escapes the older man. But then, a massive, toothy grin splits his face. Out of nowhere, a glowing blue barrier slams into existence, shattering the air with another crack. Hyun-sung's jaw drops in pure shock. But he's not backing down, exploding forward with incredible momentum. A whirlwind of speed. Hyun-sung is sent skidding across the water, barely holding his ground after that hit. His spear carves a path through the spray, a testament to the force he just absorbed. But his opponent, the seasoned veteran, can only gasp in surprise. Yet, Hyun-sung pushes himself up, spear still gripped tight. Reclaiming his stance and locking eyes with his mentor again. He pauses, just for a second, gasping for air. Shocked at his own exhaustion, his stamina already gone even after such a short pause. But the older man just grins, a wicked smile spreading across his face, he's found a true challenge. And Hyun-sung's spear tip glints, poised for the next brutal exchange. His sparring partner drops a bombshell, there's more to Hyun-sung's training than just stamina, something tied to his swordsmanship. He then challenges him, asking if he's ready to ditch the blade for something new. Hyun-sung's all in, confirming his desire for change. The older man immediately proposes an MMA showdown, but Hyun-sung, ever the strategist, throws out a curveball, how about a dagger? His partner, intrigued by the novelty, readily accepts the challenge. The older man then lays out his own combat quirks, revealing he's a beast with a one-handed sword but completely useless with his left hand when it comes to weapons. Hyun-sung, ever the pragmatist, raises a valid point, is this even allowed? He knows the game's classes are all about martial arts, so a dagger is a wild card. But his partner just grins, shrugging off the rules with a confident, "I don't care." Then, he turns the tables, asking Hyun-sung about his own fighting style. A tense silence falls as the two warriors lock eyes, the weight of the question palpable. Then, a booming laugh explodes from the older man. He can't believe Hyun-sung's confession, he's been playing and fighting without any real opponents. His partner doubles down on the dagger idea, and Hyun-sung, deep in thought, echoes the word to himself. Realizing this unexpected path might actually be a game-changer. Lee Hyun-sung was absolutely locked in, his sword slicing through the air with intense, focused energy as he pushed his training to the max. But then, he took a beat, his eyes dropping to the floor as he processed everything. "Alright, pay attention," the older instructor commanded, ready to drop some serious knowledge. He lunged, showing Hyun-sung the ropes, pointing out that a long sword, while awesome, kept you at arm's length. Wouldn't it be epic if everyone had a long sword? But seriously, if you're swinging a long sword, you're stuck attacking from way out there. Suddenly, a dagger flashed into his grip. As the instructor instantly closed the gap, showing Hyun-sung how to dominate that long sword range by sending him flying. Seriously, wouldn't it be awesome if everyone had a long sword? Hyun-sung's mind raced, even wondering if you could just chuck your sword. Wait, you could just throw your sword. Then, it clicked for him, the ultimate combo, a long sword and a dagger. He instantly saw the genius of it, realizing a dagger could hit just as far as a long sword, letting him stay safe while dishing out damage. This is brilliant. A dagger's attack range is the same as a long sword, so you can attack and defend at the same time. He's all ears as the seasoned warrior, blade in hand, lays down the truth: combat isn't one size fits all. It's about personal adaptation, and with his guidance, he'll master it in no time. Burning with anticipation, he fires back, "So when do we start?" then practically shouts, "Right now, please." A sudden gasp rips from the armored woman, her eyes flaring wide in pure shock. As she braces herself for an immediate, game-changing move. Then, in a flash, she explodes into motion, a faint blue energy streak blazing in her wake. Her figure a blur as she annihilates the distance. She halts, her gaze razor-sharp and locked on target, her armored chest heaving with a powerful intake of air. Then, in a single, fluid motion, she whips a curved blade from her hip, ready for battle. The blade crashes into the ground, unleashing a devastating shockwave of brilliant blue energy that absolutely obliterates the earth beneath her. As the raw energy fades, she powers through her swing, her momentum carrying her through the explosive aftermath. A colossal, fur-covered claw smashes down, kicking up an explosion of spray and debris. But before it can land, a blur of motion, the blonde knight snatches her sword from its sheath. Then, with a blinding flash of electric blue, she unleashes a crushing blow, sending the monstrous beast flying back with a guttural roar. She surveys the incredible destruction, a storm of light and dust erupting from her impact. The sheer power of her strike continues to drive the creature back, its body now pulsing with raw, red energy. The beast, utterly bewildered and defeated, can only lament how badly its plan went. It plummets into the depths below, leaving the knight victorious. A moment of self-reflection, as she realizes her overconfidence. Standing triumphant over the vanquished foe, now a glowing loot drop, she prepares for what comes next. Boom! A dazzling flash erupts, revealing a massive haul of gold, weapons, and armor. Talk about a jackpot. The blonde knight, still hyped from the fight, stares down at the loot, asking the million-dollar question: what did we even get? But her dark-haired companion, ever the calm one, just kneels there, saying they'll only know once the sleeping guy finally wakes up. The blonde knight, though. Her patience is gone. She's thinking, seriously, I need to sleep too. That's it. She can't take it anymore. She stomps closer, armor clanking, ready to get some answers. She starts shaking him, like, hello. Time to wake up, buddy. What's the deal? But nope. He's still out cold, snoring away like nothing's happening. Unbelievable. Then, out of nowhere, a glowing blue system window just pops up, screaming, appear, at them. And the message? It's a forced logout. This dude's been asleep for too long, and the system's kicking him out after 12 hours. What a way to wake up. The blonde knight and her dark-haired companion are still in the water, trying to figure out what just happened. She's got a plan, I'll handle the timing. And her friend is totally on board, our levels are so different, we're bound to meet up again anyway. Good call. Then, a flash of motion. The blonde knight is already thinking ahead, she has to find him. She's not messing around, she's already planning to recruit him for the guild next time. But her dark-haired friend is also on the move, vowing to get stronger if she wants to recruit him. She finally catches up, shouting, Yumi, let's team up. The blonde knight whips her head around, startled, as the system chimes in, whoops. You can take your time. Her eyes snap wide open, a burst of stars around her face as she's hit with a sudden realization. No time to waste, she bolts. Leaving her stunned companion in the dust with a shout that she'll be waiting up ahead. Talk about speed. Her boots blur across the terrain, a whirlwind of motion as she vanishes. Elsewhere, in a completely different zone, two other players, one rocking a fur hat and the other a witch's cap, are totally gossiping about the blonde knight's wild antics, questioning if she's always like that. Back in the real world, our hero finally wakes up, stretching out those super stiff muscles and letting out a big groan. He can't help but smirk, flexing his heroic status and thinking about how awesome he is. Hitting up his computer, he spots a fresh post, a little escaping him as he dives into the details: a survey corps heading to Venia Castle, recruiting new blood, and a major merchant dropping a quest. Time to get in on that action. He's furiously clicking, his mind already racing to Venia, a city infamous for its elusive, high-level monsters. Even with its stunning beauty, he remembers it's a total tourist trap, packed with people. Another click, and he's totally lost in thought, wondering what the heck is going down, his expression intense. He's deep in the forums, spotting a post about some gangster guild in Venia, but he just brushes it off, thinking it's totally irrelevant to his plans. Nope, he's all about that grind, resolving to hit the gym, squeezing in workouts whenever he can. As dusk settles over the towering cityscapes, he finally bursts into his apartment, shouting his arrival. Looks like his college roommate is still out at the academy. He'd made a bold declaration, one day, he'd be his own man. And now, thanks to this capsule, he was finally diving in. No time to waste, he jumped into the VR capsule, hyped to test it out. The system roared to life, flashing a notification, VR registration was go for player Hyun-sung. Then came the big question, connect to idea? His answer was a resounding yes. Boom. Just like that, he was dropped into a vibrant, open-air plaza. The heart of Rihei village. Then, the familiar system message popped up, and he just had to say, ah. Ah. As expected. The message confirmed he'd logged a whopping 14 hours and 52 minutes of sleep, and his skills were getting a massive boost, strength, reaction speed, stamina, magic power, and intelligence all shot up by 9 points. Staring at the perfectly balanced stat gains, he mused, they all increased equally, before a new thought hit him, inches. I guess I can buy clothes. Stepping into a bustling shop, he's immediately greeted by a vibrant, green-haired merchant. He's got a plan, though, inconvenient location or not, he's convinced this is where he'll get the best deal for his loot. The merchant, practically salivating, is ready to buy everything he's got, confirming his hunch about the killer price. With a quick nod, the merchant gestures for him to show off his goods. Boom. A system window flashes, confirming the sale of everything for a whopping 16,225 gold. That's double the cash he expected. Transaction complete. A massive 32,450 gold floods his account. With a final, polite exchange, he's out the door, leaving the merchant to dream of more profitable days. But wait, a new system notification pops up, his status is updating. He's got to fix some things before diving in, though. His eyes snap wide open, a sudden, shocking realization hitting him. Whoa. He's hit level 50. And that's not all, an exclusive quest for the Hunter of the Abyss just dropped. Time to tap that icon and claim his destiny. His eyes widen in disbelief, a single thought echoing in his mind. A surge of ethereal energy pulses. As he stands his ground, utterly transfixed. Whispers of these legendary quests for the elite had reached him, but he never imagined one would manifest so soon. Then, the truth dawns on him with a jolt, a quest reserved for the gods themselves. The quest window erupts into existence, a chilling skull engulfed in sinister purple energy. The mission is laid bare, locate Thanatos' disciple, seize their very essence, and ascend to a quest of divine proportions. The lore unfolds, ancient gods once hand-picked disciples for their grand designs, but Thanatos, unable to choose, forged his own. Unearthing this unique disciple will unleash their influence across the entire continent. These divine quests don't just change lives, they reshape continents. The first clue points to a Thanatos disciple, a legendary, dragon sealer, who once imprisoned the terrifying, Chaos Wyrm Abe Lion, near Yemka's city of ruins. The quest details are dropping, and it's wild. Abelian's seal is in Yemka, and the dragon sealer's trace is right there in the city of ruins. But to follow the trail, you'll need to hit some serious levels. The sixth trace, hitting at level 300, has no time limit, but there's a massive catch, if anyone else snags the trace, it's game over. But the rewards? Insane. A god's authority skill and a god's relic for every single trace you find. His eyes practically pop out as he processes the info, shouting about how crazy it all is. And then, a chilling thought, Thanatos of a goddess? He's frantically scrolling through some kind of screen, probably looking for answers, but gets sidetracked by a webtoon about a superhuman girl and a Thameyer. But then, a cold dread hits him as he realizes the danger. What if the Survey Corps, those guys, find the trace first? The gravity of the situation starts to crush him. And then, the ultimate nightmare hits, he'd be back at level 1. That thought alone sends shivers down his spine. His eyes bugging out in absolute, pure terror. Dropping to level 1. Lee Hyun-sung is absolutely reeling, the sheer insanity of a god-rank quest having such a brutal penalty hitting him hard, but then the system drops a bombshell, God's authority and a God's relic are on the table. He's thinking, if he actually pulls this off, the payoff could be absolutely insane. Then, boom. The system confirms it, he can actually pick a skill of God's authority and a God's relic. The text practically screams power. Just the sound of those names, God's authority, God's relic, is enough to get him hyped, promising some seriously awesome power-ups. His eyes are practically glowing with golden light as he shouts, he's got to get his hands on them. With his mind made up, the system drops the next waypoint, sending him straight to the epic city of Venia. Behold, a colossal city emerges from the depths, its epic structures piercing the heavens. Taking in the breathtaking panorama, Lee Hyun-sung can't help but question the city's size, asking if it dwarfs even Rihei's city, as Agni, totally hyped, points out the insane crowd already assembled. And it's true, this place just feels way more important than Rihei City, a fact Hyunsung totally agrees with, announcing their arrival at Venia Central Plaza. Standing right in the middle of the buzzing plaza, Agni can't believe how modern the city looks, admitting he thought it'd be some ancient ruin, but Hyunsung's just stoked, saying it's a total win since he loves the modern vibe. Agni just lets out a loud "pht," totally unimpressed by the modern city vibes. The blonde knight, checking out the diverse crowd, chimes in on how everyone looks, declaring that they all seem pretty awesome. Hyunsung, soaking it all in, totally backs her up, confirming that yeah, everyone here looks epic. Right there in the middle of the action, a super detailed sword, sparkling with a glowing gem, sits ready in its sheath, a silent promise of the epic battles these adventurers are about to face. He's in his beginner's room, eyeing his basic gear, knowing it's time for a serious wardrobe upgrade. Because let's be real, a true hunter needs the right look, so it's time to hit the shops. Suddenly, a dazzling, rainbow-colored item card materializes, hinting at some serious new power or gear. With a quick ding, Hyunsung's face lights up with a mix of surprise and calculation. He's officially leveled up his look, rocking common-grade leather armor and a sharp sword, ready for anything. Checking out his new boots, he can't help but grumble about dropping 1,000 gold on just common leather armor. But then, a smirk spreads across his face as he remembers, he's raking in 1,000 gold a day, so this investment is totally worth it. Shopping spree over, he's now sprinting towards the castle, no time to waste. He quickly checks his map, realizing that since he's locked out of the main town until he finishes the tutorial, this trek to the castle is going to be a much longer grind than he thought. Lee Hyunsung is on the move, and he's already calculating his edge, realizing he's got a massive leg up on those other survey teams, all by himself. Then, his thoughts turn to his ultimate cheat codes, the sheer power of his God's authority and God's eyes. A confident, knowing smirk plays on his lips. The big question, just how broken are these new skills going to be? His journey finally brings him to the opulent, sprawling estate of Mayor Dorgnome. Inside, the lavishly dressed Mayor Dorgnome takes a gleaming golden item from Hyunsung, casually accepting the gold on behalf of the Survey Corps. A system notification flashes, revealing this man is none other than Dorgnome, the Lord of Venus and a great merchant, solidifying his legendary status. With a sly grin, Dorgnome seals the deal, his merchant's skill flashing to lock in the trade. Dorgnome drops a bombshell, revealing that God's authority skill is a passive that'll randomly force sleep every 24 hours. You're stuck sleeping until you log out, or for a minimum of 12 hours if you're deep in the game. Hyunsung is internally fuming at the inconvenience, but he knows he's got to play along with this guy. But wait, there's a catch. Dorgnome reveals that during this forced sleep, your stats will randomly skyrocket every single hour. You're literally leveling up while you snooze. And here's the kicker, if you're in the game for more than 12 hours, you're getting forcibly booted. Dorgnome seals the deal, promising Hyunsung an epic time and that his new power-up is on its way. And just like that, Dorgnome whips out a fancy crest, handing it over to Hyunsung. As Hyunsung grabs it, Dorgnome drops the full name, God's Authority, Thanatos' Narcolepsy. Hyunsung stares at the red and gold lion crest, then it hits him, he's gonna power up just by sleeping. That's insane. Facing Dorgnome once more, Hyunsung thanks him for the incredible deal. A powerful figure lays down the law, issuing a chilling warning, don't you dare disappoint me or the Emperor. A sly grin spreads across the man's face as he takes it all in, secretly calling the authority figure a damned fat bastard, while his mind races with plans of promotion and power. He's fully aware he's just a pawn, but the promise of power is too intoxicating. With a curt "I'll take my leave then," he exits the opulent room. His boots click on the marble, a lone figure in the massive hall, his gaze fixed on the path ahead as he strides down the majestic stairs. His hand tightens into a fist, the target clear in his mind, eliminate the Dorgnome, that pathetic, bargaining weakling, and the captaincy is his. The captaincy is just the beginning. His smirk widens as he plots to snatch the reward, the money, and even the mayor's daughter, pushing himself to hurry before it's too late. His teeth flash in a terrifying, wide grin, as he envisions claiming every single thing he's ever wanted. Across town, at Venla's last plaza, the streets are a chaotic mess of people, with someone yelling, "Hey, don't push." The entire plaza is a sea of bodies, with insistent shouts echoing, "Line up! Line up!" Agni's at the counter, totally prepped, while Lee Hyunsung's on his knees, just waiting for his shot at that Castle Survey Corps quest application. His number, a crisp 95, pops up on the holographic screen, and Agni, the guild manager, is already hyped for the next one. Then, he slaps a quest into Lee Hyunsung's hands, a massive Emperor-mandated mission to take down a chief in Dorgnome's turf, loaded with insane rewards like Guild of the Empire status, new followers, and epic achievement points, leaving Hyunsung to wonder if he'd been ghosted or if this was his big break. Later, overlooking the city, Agni just can't help but curse the stupid bastards who dropped this quest on them. Remembering how they were once in the castle survey corps themselves, and now they're just expecting everyone else to gather the materials for this chief's takedown, instead of getting their own hands dirty. He's seriously wondering why Hyun-sung would even order him to do this mission when he should be out there hunting, not running errands. But Lee Hyun-sung? He's all about the grind, seeing this dirty job as a golden ticket to way more cash than any dungeon run could offer. With a subtle red glow pulsing from him, he's deep in thought, pondering the real target of this mission. Just who exactly are they supposed to be keeping in check? Whoa! A sudden shocker hits, eyes popping wide. Out of nowhere, a mysterious figure, rocking a dark cloak and killer black hair, just pops up. Her boots land on a sick glowing blue magic circle, and get this, it's a real-life only kinda deal. Her look is absolutely perfect, totally screaming, player vibes. Someone off-screen is totally blown away by how real she looks, then immediately hits her with the classic, class, level, and name, interrogation. It's this blonde-haired knight in shiny armor, grinning like he just won the lottery, waiting for her answer. She's thinking, seriously, why is he asking for my name, when she only asked the other guy's level? With a hint of annoyance, she finally spills the beans. It's Han Seoa, level 110 magician. The blonde knight totally gushes about her pretty name, but Han Seoa is just not having it, looking away in pure annoyance. Han Seoa is totally crushing it, but the blonde knight next to her is absolutely floored by how real she looks. With a fierce look, she's already set her sights on the castle. But the knight's got a different plan, wanting to hit the village first, which totally grinds Han Seoa's gears. He just lets out a little, ugh, clearly at his wit's end. Switching scenes, the masked protagonist is checking out a level screen, and Agni is totally calling out someone's rude attitude, wondering if they're always like that. Agni keeps going, saying that normally, that rude person would have gotten what was coming to them, then casually asks if the masked protagonist has heard anything about the survey corps. The masked protagonist is like, yeah, I know, and drops the news that they're recruiting. Flipping back to Han Seoa, the blonde knight is trying to be logical, insisting they at least hit the village for some intel. The masked protagonist, all by himself, grumbles, annoyed that if he hadn't gotten lost, he wouldn't even need to bother with the survey corps. Hyun-sung, rocking a slick yellow jacket, is absolutely kicking himself. He's screaming internally about how dumb he was not to get the full intel on the game's powers and systems. Now in a sleek black suit, he's stomping through town, thinking, man, if I'd known this was coming, he'd have just joined the survey corps and saved himself the headache, totally owning his own mistakes. He stops dead in his tracks, staring up at this massive, intimidating building. His face twisting into an epic scowl of pure, unadulterated frustration. Later, in some office, Dorgnome cuts straight to the chase, telling Hyun-sung he's swamped and getting right to it, while Hyun-sung just looks utterly fed up with the whole conversation. Those words just set Hyun-sung off again, and he's back to thinking he should have just joined the survey corps, letting out a furious, WHAT? With a dismissive, whatever, he flat out refuses to join the survey corps, proclaiming he's way too elite as the great player's chance, and totally rips into the game's pathetic internet ban. He spins to walk out, but then Dorgnome, who's somehow ended up on the floor, looks up, making Hyun-sung demand to know what in the world he's doing down there. With a massive sigh, Hyun-sung just can't figure out why his assigned teacher isn't more chill and cooperative, his frustration practically radiating off him. Still fuming from the previous encounter, he can't believe how hard it is to just get internet access in this game, a privilege only for high-class players, which makes him wonder why he's being treated like this. And to make matters worse, the other guy just casually dips out after dropping a bombshell, leaving Hyun-sung absolutely losing it. But Dorgnome's all like, oh, a genius is here, while simultaneously freaking out about the missing info on Han Seo's guest account, talk about mixed signals. Hyun-sung snaps, demanding to know why he's being kept in the dark, and what the heck is going on. The merchant just bows, claiming he's just following orders, then drops the bomb that the great player's chance quest is top secret. A dark cloud descends over Hyun-sung, a gut feeling telling him that this is just the beginning of a total disaster. He slams his fist down, utterly defeated, wondering if his only option is to just keep sleeping through this mess. A new passive skill, Thanatos' narcolepsy, just dropped, letting his stats skyrocket just by sleeping. Talk about an OP advantage. Over at Venia's east entrance, the survey corps registration is about to close, and everyone's scrambling. A massive crowd of users, including Agni, the Blonde Knight, the Dark Knight, and Han Seo-ah, are all converging as the call goes out. Everyone joining the survey corps needs to get to the east entrance, now. Hyun-sung, still keeping a low profile, chats with Dorgnome, trying to figure out the real headcount for this 1,000-person capacity event. Dorgnome spills the tea, explaining that since it's a joint quest, there are other players trying to pull some shady moves. But even with all the potential drama, Hyun-sung's got a plan, power through until they hit the castle, then peace out like a phantom. And get this. He can't shake the feeling that some guild interviewer is totally eyeing him down, making things just a little bit awkward in the middle of all this chaos. He quickly glances at his status again, his hooded form a silent, watchful presence among the hyped-up crowd. He watches the other players, seeing right through their petty schemes, their blatant attempts to cheat the system. He's already caught their attention, and the hot-headed knight can't stand the way he's looking at them. The knight's blood boils, thinking he's being disrespected by some weakling, absolutely certain the guy is just trying to provoke him. But Hyunsung's already planning his next move, thinking about the break he'll need, and how he's going to take down every single one of them. Suddenly, a system alert pops up, revealing a secret path straight to the castle, the Lord of Venus's hidden route, loaded with insane treasures. He knows he's earned this secret progression, thanks to his bridge connection, and the system's even telling him to chill on the logouts, since he's locked in for 2 real-time days anyway. He's completely blindsided, his jaw dropping at the insane system notifications. The system keeps dropping bombs, saying the secret path is cool, but it's messed up that the Lord of Venus is after him, and then he realizes Han Seo is totally missing. He lets out an annoyed grunt, cursing that absolutely nothing is going his way today. He's absolutely seething, a burning rage directed at some bastard he vows to take down later. He's got a bad feeling, sensing a trap, convinced someone's shadowing him, just waiting to jump him tonight. His fist tightens, a silent promise that a surprise attack might have caught him off guard once, but now that he knows, he's not going to be an easy target. From his vantage point on horseback, his eyes narrow, a chilling vow to take down whoever stands in his way. Elsewhere, the masked protagonist, with the blonde and dark knights by his side, calls for a quick break, noting that any clueless newbie is just asking to be targeted. Under the vast night sky, a roaring campfire crackles, its flames dancing with a deep, resonant rumble. As the masked protagonist rests beside it, a system message confirms his class has been set, prompting a moment of confusion from him. Another message indicates that rest is in progress. His confusion deepens as a new skill, Thanatos' narcolepsy, God, appears, stating he won't be able to move until he tries it. He questions the bizarre condition. But before he can fully process this, a subtle sound draws his attention, causing him to glance back into the dense forest. Unaware of the danger, he ventures deeper into the woods, while behind him, a blonde-haired man muses that it's almost time for their target to arrive, planning to lure him further into the forest. A smirk plays on the blonde man's lips as he anticipates the prey falling into their trap, a deadly snare leading straight to the afterlife. The forest grows darker, the air thick with an unseen threat. Until the masked protagonist lies motionless on the ground, unconscious and vulnerable. The blonde man looks down at his fallen target, a chilling promise escaping his lips, "I'll kill you." He struck like a phantom in the forest, a lightning-fast ambush that sent his target crashing to the ground. A guttural cry of pain ripped from the armored figure, his face a mask of shock and agony. The masked protagonist stared down, a faint clink of chains reaching his ears, instantly writing off his foe, muttering about what a low-level was even doing here. He held his stance, shield up, sword glinting, eyes locked on the downed enemy. His eyes flared with power, sensing a bizarre, unsettling aura from the guy's gear, a gut feeling screaming that something was seriously off. Then, his eyes darted to the man's empty hand, and he realized there was no chain there at all. Out of nowhere, glowing purple chains exploded from the ground behind the blonde figure, who let out a startled cry. The chains wrapped around him with brutal force, trapping him completely as he fought against their magical hold. The masked protagonist watched, his face a mask of surprise, as the unexpected power took over. Suddenly, blinding purple chains exploded from the earth, ensnaring the blonde knight. But the masked protagonist felt a shiver of dread. He knew that power, that terrifying, familiar aura. No doubt about it, these were the infamous Reaper's chains. But something was off, something felt twisted. These chains weren't playing around. They dealt true damage, ripping through defenses and locking down their target, immobilizing them for 5 agonizing seconds. They tore through everything, defenses, magic resistance, it didn't matter. The target was completely helpless for 10 brutal seconds. A chill ran down his spine as the horrifying truth dawned on him, what just happened? His jaw dropped, eyes wide, the full horror of the situation hitting him like a truck. Resistance was futile. The chains were absolute, and their target was locked down for a full 10 seconds. Then, a voice cut through the chaos, the blonde knight's chilling declaration, "Gotcha. Just in time, but you were too slow." Trapped by the enigmatic chains, he's down. A cloaked figure looms, her voice chillingly calm, asking if he's okay. His thoughts are a whirlwind, trying to process this woman. Is way more than meets the eye, a silent question burning behind his mask. What kind of crazy mess has he gotten himself into now? He's reeling from his epic fail to shake off the Reaper's chains, a legendary item that not only snagged him but also cost him a crucial class relative. Staring down the cloaked figure, he knows, her power is on his level, maybe even beyond. She coolly states she's fine since he didn't strike, but he's already plotting his escape to a quieter spot the moment her guard drops. With a casual, he brushes her off, thanking her for her help, claiming she doesn't need him, and just like that, he's out. But as he strides off, the cloaked figure's mind is racing, calculating the odds against such a formidable foe, wondering if he's truly as strong as he seems, and deciding this doll demands extreme caution. He's bolting through the shadowy forest, a quick humph as he pushes his limits, completely oblivious to the mysterious, long-haired observer below. His gasps are getting louder, a full-on gasp as he keeps running, and that cloaked figure, with those emotionless dark eyes, is still just watching him get away. He finally stops, totally bewildered, like, what just happened? Why do I feel like I lost something big? Elsewhere, the massive Inferno building just dominates the skyline. And there he is, the masked fighter, right in front of Inferno, still being watched by the cloaked figure, who's totally shocked, like, this guy. Over in an office, some dude is freaking out, like, what the hell? He's supposed to be in the hospital. Does he even want to live? Hyun-sung's deep in thought, muttering about how it's an obvious judgment from my section chief's perspective, but you know there's a catch. He's still staring at that holographic screen, deep in thought, and it hits him, Hyun-sung and Han Seoa's quests are totally different. He's holding these two glowing blue screens, and then, a soft ring echoes out. The quest details drop, and it's a game changer. Han Seoa's mission. To stop the resurrection of Aquilier. This bombshell leaves Hyun-sung with a gut feeling that things are about to go completely south. He just can't shake this ominous vibe. The air itself screams ominous. A massive bonfire blazes, throwing wild shadows across the camp, a beacon in the dark. Masked and focused, Lee Hyun-sung knows the score. Before he can even think about helping that woman, he's gotta snatch the treasure and get out. It's the only play he's got for her. The camp is buzzing around the fire, and then a voice cuts through the noise, shouting, breaks over. We're heading out. Meanwhile, two guys are off to the side, one of them totally fuming about the elves, like, ugh, those damn elves are exactly as sly as I thought. So why the heck did they even help us? But Hyun-sung is already moving, turning his back on the camp, his mind on the woman he's protecting, deciding he just has to trust her. His hand glows faintly, a sign of his Thanatos' narcolepsy passive, letting him power up even while he sleeps, and he thinks, sweet. They won't even know that guy died chasing me until he revives. The call connects, and a voice on the other end confirms, yeah, Sungo. And then, Lee Hyun-sung's face, twisted in disbelief, drops the bombshell, Hyung, I died. He's absolutely floored, trying to process the impossible, his own in-game death during a guild war, even with a player from their ranks tracking him for months. What the hell just happened? Meanwhile, Sungo's hand flies to his high-tech device, cutting to the chase, alright, I got it. I'll connect the capsule to look into it, so hang up. A frustrated sigh escapes him, and he mutters, this freaking idiot. His eyes blaze with a soft blue as a system message flashes, declaring, iris recognition has started. The interface then prompts him. With a determined look, Sungo declares, I'll connect with Reiner, just as the guild chat window pops up, showing 30 members online. The guild chat explodes with concern and theories about the death. Pill can't believe Asur is dead, Goofy pushes for group movement, Daiche warns about hidden dangers, and Farant locks it down, groups of 4. Deep within the game's digital wilderness, the tension is palpable, Sungo demands answers, vowing to expose the killer of their fallen guildmate and prevent any more losses. His mind races, a storm of thoughts brewing behind his determined gaze. Then, a chilling realization hits him, the only path to justice lies through the deadly labyrinth. Lee Hyun-sung, surrounded by formidable warriors, feels a burning desire for power, a silent vow to become stronger. His eyes narrow, a primal fury igniting as he challenges anyone who dares cross his path. But Sungo has his sights set on a grander prize, a noble title, a testament to their triumph, awaits them. Across the realm, the masked protagonist makes a bold declaration, he's taking every chance, leaving no glory for anyone else. Suddenly, a game-changing system window materializes before Lee Hyun-sung, now sporting a mysterious cloaked form. It reveals Thanatos' narcolepsy, god, a passive skill that boosts his stats just by sleeping. Stunned, he can only exclaim, how can a quest be this ambiguous? Surrounded by a throng of warriors, Lee Hyun-sung is totally baffled, asking aloud how he's supposed to clear this quest if he can't even get into the castle or hit the resurrection point. He's totally lost in thought, muttering about this ridiculous quest, but one thing's for sure, he's got a plan brewing. Close by, Sungo, looking epic in his heavy armor, gasps, his eyes practically popping out at what Hyun-sung just said. His face turns stone cold, a serious vibe radiating from him. Sungo's mind races back to a huge blunder, figuring out some unnamed manager messed up by contacting them too early, and he's kicking himself for letting that guy into their player guild. Hyun-sung just stares, totally zoned out, trying to figure out what's going on. Sungo's still deep in his head, wondering if he's the real target here, and mentally sizing up Hyun-sung, deciding a level 70, though decent, isn't gonna cut it for this mess. Facing Hyunsung, Sungo demands why he'd join a quest just to level up, and Hyunsung shoots back that Sungo's gotta have some serious guts to be here. Hyunsung lets out a heavy sigh, accepting his fate, deciding there's no other choice but to protect Sungo, knowing deep down that no matter what, Sungo would have ended up in this mess because of him anyway. Lee Hyunsung schemes, convinced his companion will be eternally grateful if he just plays his cards right, but a chilling premonition starts to creep into his mind. As they trek onward, Sungo drops a bombshell, pointing out the eerie absence of any monster drops whatsoever. Hyunsung nods, confirming the 35-minute mark, but Sungo drops a bombshell, revealing they've only been moving for a mere 7 minutes. The time warp sends Hyunsung's mind reeling, frantically crunching the numbers, as his internal clock screams in protest against the impossible math. Then, a cold dread washes over him, as he realizes the unsettling truth: they're all staring at him. He whips his head around, catching their subtle shifts, and a terrifying question forms: did they just move in on him? Now, their gazes are undeniable, a blatant, open stare, and he can't shake the feeling that he's a pawn in a much larger, darker game. Could this be some twisted strategy, forcing him to take the lead? He shrugs it off, but the unease lingers. Without warning, Hyunsung bolts, leaving his companion stunned. Sungo shouts, "Sorry." He's running away, then commands, "Hey. Go after him." He's gone. Pushing his body to the absolute max, Hyunsung refuses to be caught, even as Sungo shouts for him to go faster, and Agni can only marvel at his insane speed. A quick look over his shoulder, and he's questioning everything. Are they even trying, or is this some twisted mind game? But from the sidelines, the real players are watching. The blonde knight, cool as ice, declares the chase is officially over. He's still booking it, amazed at his own stamina, but the regret hits hard. He should have just run from the start instead of trying to figure out who was on his side. He looks back again, and then it hits him, that woman from earlier. He totally forgot about her. Then, pure panic. He's completely screwed, and the terrifying thought that they heard everything he said flashes through his mind. No way, right? Holding up a game card, the brutal truth sinks in: he's totally done for. He forgot to send a message to the team chat, a basic guild rule. But it's too late. His escape is over as he's completely surrounded by his friends, and Sungo's smug laugh confirms he just walked right into their trap. But Hyunsung isn't going down without a fight. His eyes burn with fury as he screams, demanding to know who his real ally is, and who the heck killed Nim. Trapped and cornered, he realized this was it, the one shot he had left. With a lightning-fast draw and a sharp click, he was ready to unleash hell, daring them to come closer. Before he could even blink, a brutal, invisible blow slammed into him with a sickening thud. He stumbled, a choked "h-huh" escaping his lips, utterly blindsided by the ambush. Then, a sinister ding and a terrifying message blazed across his vision: Thananos' nightmares has been activated. This was bad. Really bad. A crushing wave of debuffs hit him, slashing his EXP and gains by 50%. He screamed, "ARGH," as the nightmare took hold. Down and out, Hyunsung was completely encircled, his so-called allies looming above him, their betrayal undeniable. But the treachery wasn't done. Sungo, one of the allies, suddenly spun, his weapon ripping into the masked protagonist with a brutal jiik, sending blood flying. The assault didn't stop, the blade sinking in with a final, brutal PUK. He's down. The critical strike just rocked his world, leaving him sprawled on the ground while Lee Hyunsung can only watch the brutal aftermath. Then, a boot stomps down, and they're shocked he's not dead. This guy's a tank, even after a critical hit. Agni shuts everyone up, dropping the bombshell that a critical strike means a massive debuff, wiping out tons of EXP and gold. But he's already getting back up, thinking, if this is the new normal, he'll adapt. He takes a beat, focusing, gotta stay chill, gotta stay calm. Then, Agni screams, charge him all at once, and the whole squad rushes in. As they rush him, he's already thinking, do any of these guys have stealth skills? A quick scan confirms, nope, no stealth types here. But he keeps it in mind, just in case a stealth type pops up. The blonde knight's blade flashes, a lightning-fast arc tearing towards the masked protagonist's back, a brutal ambush. The attack continues its relentless trajectory, connecting with a sickening crunch, drawing first blood from the already wounded hero. He grunts, recoiling violently from the impact, his body slammed backward. As he struggles to regain his footing, a system message flashes before his eyes, confirming the devastating loss of his bounty and that his armor points are permanently shattered. Oh, he exclaims, the brutal reality of the critical hits debuff slamming into him. Before he can fully process the information, Agni's sword slices through the air, a brutal, lightning-fast follow-up attack. It strikes him with brutal force, the impact echoing like thunder through the cavern, sending him flying through the air, a blue energy burst marking his trajectory as he's launched like a ragdoll. He draws his bow, a shimmering arrow of pure energy manifesting. But a devastating fiery blast erupts, slamming into his flank and dropping him to a knee. Before he can recover, a blinding blue magical strike connects, sending a shockwave through him. "RRGH," he roars, fighting through the agony. Another explosive fiery hit sends him spinning. And he smashes into the ground with brutal force, the floor is trembling. The blonde knight seizes the moment, charging an enormous, shimmering blue spell, ready to obliterate the downed hero. But then, a thunderous shout rips through the air. Lee Hyun-sung bursts onto the scene, his shield intercepting the colossal magical attack with an explosive clash. He braces, shield whirling into place as the blonde knight's attack closes in. Impact. The blow hits, sending a shockwave, but he holds his ground, protecting the fallen hero behind him. But the blonde knight doesn't let up, her glowing weapon crashing against his shield again. The ground beneath him groans and cracks from the relentless pressure. And he lets out a grunt of pain, his body straining, pushed further back. With a fierce battle cry, the blonde knight unleashes another devastating strike, her weapon flares with power. The ground beneath him shatters completely. As the relentless assault continues, a blur of motion and glowing energy. But before the final blow can land, a new figure, Sungo, suddenly intervenes, blocking the blonde knight's attack with his own weapon, forcing her to recoil with a sharp grunt. Just as Sungo made his move, the masked protagonist was already caught in a brutal, unseen attack, dark tendrils of pure malice wrapping around him, threatening to crush his very will. He tried to fight back, bow in hand, but the pressure was immense, an invisible vice squeezing the life out of him. Then, a sickening crack. A void-like wound ripped across his face, the sheer agony threatening to break him completely. He hit the dirt, blood exploding around him, the unseen enemy showing no mercy. But you can't keep a good hero down. Even battered, the masked protagonist's eyes gleamed, a glowing knife ripping from his system screen, a smirk playing on his lips as he declared his foresight. He was ready, his new weapon humming with power. Out of nowhere, Agni exploded forward, a devastating punch rocketing towards the masked protagonist, who met it head-on with his glowing knife, the impact sending shockwaves through the very ground. But Agni was too slow. The masked protagonist's counter was a blur, a bone-shattering strike connecting with Agni's jaw, the force twisting his head violently. Agni was sent flying, a broken doll tumbling through the air, as the masked protagonist stood tall, the undisputed master of this lightning-fast duel. He lands a devastating critical strike, sending his foe flying, but the system's already telling him no bonus karma for this one. Agni lets out a furious roar, absolutely seething with disbelief and pure, unadulterated rage. His golden eye flares with an insane glow, and then, boom. The system drops a message, Taemin is gone. Notifications are blowing up his screen, 50 points from Thanatos' dreams just dropped, and get this, Yasuo is out too. But the quest's got a cap, no more karma points for him. The masked fighter just turns his back, leaving Agni absolutely reeling, screaming, how in the world did this even happen? He's gone in a flash, a total speed demon, that glowing knife still in his grip. He's just a streak across the horizon, a dark blur against the epic blue glow of the world. Meanwhile, Sungo and Lee Hyun-sung are watching this whole thing go down, their jaws on the floor, totally freaking out about how wild this masked dude is. He throws one last look over his shoulder, a cheeky wave, and then, poof. The masked protagonist is gone, leaving everyone stunned. Even as the dust settles from his last battle, the system's passive abilities kick in with a PUK sound, instantly racking up another 3 dungeon points. This guy's leveling up even when he's not fighting. Level 28, and the masked protagonist is already a force to be reckoned with, his stats flashing across the screen. Standing solo in a lush forest, he's already strategizing his next move, thinking about all the ways to grind, from earning items to fishing. Loot drops everywhere. Swords, daggers, shields, just waiting to be claimed. Masked and focused, he's already eyeing that arrow drop, thankful for the peace and quiet to perfectly time his attacks. He's tearing through a monstrous boar, but even mid-fight, he's annoyed. More interruptions mean he's stuck in the game, unable to log out. Forget this. He's ready to log off and get back to his solo grind, no more distractions. Wait, what was that? His eyes narrow, something's up. A new system alert. A topographic map of Scythe pops up, showing a new castle and his exact location. This changes everything. Nice, he thinks, a grin spreading under his mask as he clutches the fresh map scroll. This is what he's been waiting for. He eyes the system's prompt, knowing full well how guilds operate, but his solo grind is just too important. Shaking off the thought, he's all about that solo life, thanking the system for keeping things simple. Suddenly, a system message flashes, demanding to know if he'll bail on the quest. His mind is made up, no way is he joining some survey corps. Just as he decides, a surge of glowing blue energy erupts from the water, pulsing with raw power. The energy quickly fades, leaving only ripples behind. Meanwhile, high above, a mysterious figure in dark robes and red boots, with a glowing green pendant, watches the action unfold, her gaze fixed on the water. A thought crosses her mind, what exactly just went down? Her gaze sharpens, assessing the masked fighter's prowess, and she confirms her suspicion, he's seriously skilled in combat. The masked protagonist is on the move, and he's just realized something huge, that last fight. Total decoy. He gets it now, they were deliberately lured into the forest, totally bamboozling those other players. He knew they were after him from the start, and he played them like a fiddle. After pulling off that genius move, he just vanished. Meanwhile, the mysterious female observer is still watching, a burning question on her mind, what in the world is this guy even after? She makes her decision, she's going to track him down, and for now, she's logging out too. The forest floor is quiet now, but the mystery is just getting started. The masked protagonist is an absolute whirlwind, tearing through the shadowy figures with insane speed. His foot a lightning-fast blur, delivering a devastating kick that sends another foe flying. He launches himself into the air, a brilliant blue aura exploding around him, taking down another enemy with absolute finesse. The sheer power of his attack sends him soaring, his red cloak a dramatic flourish as he drops back down. But then, a colossal, horned monster, absolutely radiating dark purple energy, bursts onto the scene, its sheer menace undeniable. A massive explosion of fire erupts right next to him, sending him stumbling back from the sheer force. Even amidst the chaos, he can't help but think about his new passive skill, Thananos' narcolepsy, God, which lets him power up just by sleeping. He's absolutely stoked, thinking, I can't believe I'm getting a skill like this. I'm so lucky. He lets out a soft, wow, his eyes wide with an unknown emotion. Then, with an explosive burst of speed, he's gone, a mere blur across the forest floor. Nearby, a figure freezes, head cocked, wondering if she's just imagining things. The masked fighter keeps pushing, a relentless blur, leaving a literal dust trail behind him. The observer peeks from behind a tree, eyes glued to his disappearing figure, a single thought burning in her mind, what is that skill? She thinks it should take minutes to hunt one monster, but he just wiped out 3 in seconds, it was instantaneous. Beyond the raw power, she's fixated on his insane control and that mysterious black sword, a weapon she's never seen him use, screaming, overpowered. His skill, she decides, is at least hero grade, maybe even legendary. As he continues to absolutely decimate boar-like monsters in the distance, she's already calculating her class rank and thinking, I need to recruit this guy. The masked fighter is absolutely flying, leaving a vibrant trail of green and orange energy in his wake. 25 seconds, and he's already pushing the limits, making you wonder if his skills even have cooldowns. A monstrous claw lunges, but it's no match. He dodges with such insane grace, it's like he's dancing through danger. And it's not just dodging. He snags that glowing item out of the air with lightning-fast reflexes, even faster than before. The unnamed observer is absolutely captivated, her mind blown by his sheer perfection. He just keeps getting better. He's literally dodging attacks while floating in the air. What even is this guy? Elsewhere, a chat screen lights up with messages from Sungo and Donghoon, buzzing about some Superman girl and that guy, clearly hyped about the masked fighter's insane skills. Sungo, phone in hand, is clearly fuming, ranting about what he'd do if he could dodge like that. His eyes practically burn with jealousy, the idea of that bastard being so good, and not even on his side, is driving him crazy. Later, slumped in bed, totally defeated, he just wishes he could dodge everything and live the easy life. Lee Hyun-sung jolts awake, eye mask still on, his mind already racing about the strategic nightmare of bringing a search party into this game. He's already calculating the insane logistics, knowing full well the first one there snags all the loot. His mind races, hoping the player count isn't in the double digits, then he just decides to hit the snooze button and let sleep solve it. Meanwhile, under the epic full moon, the game world keeps spinning. Hours fly by in-game, and that epic castle still looms, waiting for someone to finally reach it. Then, a.m. The masked protagonist is tearing across the map, blazing a trail and racking up levels like it's nothing. Back in his room, Lee Hyun-sung's jaw drops, his eyes glued to the screen, absolutely stunned by the insane progress. He can't help but notice the masked protagonist's insane speed, admitting there's no way he could keep up. Eyeballing the distance to the castle, Lee Hyun-sung figures it's gonna take the masked protagonist roughly 2 more days to get there. He can't help but think, if this masked player keeps grinding like this, they'll be unstoppable, leaving everyone else in the dust. Watching the tiny avatar on his screen, he decides it's smarter to hold back just a little longer, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Because let's be real, more players means less loot for him, and he's still got a shopping list of gear to snag. But back in the game, deep in the glowing, eerie forest, the masked warrior hits a new zone, declaring, gotcha. I found them. He spots 2 other players, quickly calculating, 5 of them. And they're rotating their hunts. Interesting. A quick glance at their gear and movements tells him they're probably rocking levels in the 200s. Their strategic positioning screams it, these guys are definitely his direct competition. Yep, same old rivals he's tangled with before, but guess what? He's already got a counterplan locked and loaded. With a determined turn, his mind races, if things stay like this, then. The masked fighter, fueled by pure determination, unleashes his battle cry, I'll win, as he charges headfirst into the looming shadow. A wave of intense fatigue hits him, making his eyes feel impossibly heavy. Gathered around a roaring campfire, the adventurers are talking big, with one guy boasting, seriously, how strong can he even be? I can take on 5 people by myself, no problem. Someone else chimes in, they wiped out a whole guild because of him. The whispers say one guy did it all, right? So, if you're into prophecies, is he like, a god now? Sungo, clearly over it, remembers Guild Master Reiner calling the guy a total coward, but honestly, he just wants to get off duty already. Then, out of nowhere, the air starts to shimmer with a mystical blue light, and a cascade of sparkling particles rains down. The whole group around the fire freaks out, yelling, what, and demanding to know what kind of skills are hitting them, because there are definitely no monsters around. Before anyone can even blink, a soft, blob sound rings out, and Sungo's eyes pop open in shock as he's immediately hit with a status abnormality, sleeping. The masked fighter is plummeting through a chaotic blue abyss, a system alert blaring that he's been hit with the sleeping status, a 10-second knockout. But even in this chaos, he's thinking, my stats are gonna skyrocket just by sleeping. That's insane. Back on the ground, the squad is reeling. Agni is absolutely stunned, staring at the downed Sungo, as Lee Hyunsung shouts in frustration, we can't even see who's hitting us. But the masked fighter's nightmare isn't over. A sinister red orb is rocketing straight for him, closing the distance in a flash. His eyes go wide, a silent scream tearing through him, a golden energy erupting as that orb is right on top of him. Kwang! The red orb smashes directly into his chest. He's down, eyes fluttering shut, system alert screaming significant damage, and, sleeping status, 10 seconds. He's out cold. Lee Hyunsung's face twists in pure shock, a single, stunned word escaping him, crazy. Agni's face is a storm of pure rage, he lets out a furious roar, vowing to annihilate whoever did this. The masked fighter's hand goes completely limp, a hazy mungnong sound effect confirming he's totally out. The entire squad is caught off guard, a wave of shock rippling through them as the invisible assault intensifies. Then, out of nowhere, a burst of dark, crackling energy slams into Sungo, sending him reeling with a pained shout. The sinister aura engulfs his face, his expression a mask of pure agony and shock. The shadowy power explodes outwards, consuming everything in its path. It surges relentlessly downward, a silent, terrifying wave, swallowing the very ground beneath them. The dark magic vanishes, leaving Sungo and the masked protagonist utterly motionless, knocked out cold as their stunned teammates stare in horror. Suddenly, critical system alerts blare for the masked protagonist, screaming about massive damage, a 3-second knockout, and stamina on the brink of collapse. The two heroes are down, their worried comrades surrounding them, the tension absolutely suffocating. And then, the ultimate nightmare flashes across the screen, a brutal, undeniable system message, user, Cade, has been killed. Whoa! A system message just dropped, confirming Thananos' narcolepsy, God, passive LV, max is active, and get this, a user has been absolutely wiped out with a difference. And the rewards are insane. A great achievement means all stats are boosted by 20, all because a legendary user just got taken down. As the notifications flood in, Cade's jaw drops, his eyes wide with pure shock. Meanwhile, Cade's crew, including the mysterious female observer, are all like, totally bewildered by what just happened. But across the map, a hulking warrior in black armor is absolutely losing it, his enraged roar echoing through the forest. Where are you? His armored fist clenches tight, the crushing blow of, the guild master has fallen, ringing in his ears. Glowing with raw power in the middle of the forest, the enraged subordinate keeps screaming, demanding answers. And through the same dark woods, a whole squad of armored warriors are charging, their faces set in stone. Then, another system alert blares, you have dealt a preemptive strike to the enemy's party, while the enraged warrior keeps roaring, Where are you? Come out and fight me. The battle is on. The squad pushes deeper into the unknown, and Hyunsung barks out a command to stay sharp, keep that combat vigilance locked in. Meanwhile, Cade, cool as ice, throws down the gauntlet, just try to find me. Hyunsung keeps the pressure on, laying out the strategy, emphasizing that they've got a preemptive strike in their pocket, and if they don't use it, they're gonna get swarmed. Then, the deputy chief drops another bombshell, revealing that if anyone bails on combat for 5 minutes, they're out. Cade, meanwhile, is just thinking, what is he even up to? Then, out of nowhere, a raging figure bursts forward from the enemy lines, his face a mask of pure hatred, screaming, "You see him? That's the guy who took out our guild master. I'm gonna end him in his sleep." The subordinate, absolutely seething, roars for the killer to show his face, vowing to keep this fight going all night. His furious shouts reverberate, as he singles out the one who took down his guild master, doubling down on his promise of brutal revenge. 10 minutes tick by, and nothing changes. The subordinate's fuse is officially blown, his face a twisted mess of fury, as he absolutely loses it, roaring, "Fuck. I said come out, you crazy bastard." But even with the enemy absolutely losing their mind, Cade is just chilling, a little, sleepy zzz thought bubble popping up, totally unfazed. The guild master subordinate, absolutely seething, unleashes a furious death threat at Cade, who just stands there, chilling. But wait, the sounds of movement ripple through the water, as someone shouts, "He's there. Let's go. The hunt is on." The subordinate, backed by his crew, doubles down on his death wish, his voice absolutely dripping with venom. His eyes are practically on fire with pure, unadulterated vengeance, a terrifying sight for anyone but Cade. His squad, all geared up, are on edge, their anticipation practically jumping off the screen. But Cade? His eyes are just, chill, his face totally zen, like he's either super calm or about to drop into a power nap. Suddenly, a massive, unseen energy just explodes around the subordinate, telegraphing a huge, devastating attack is about to drop. Even with all that crazy energy and glowing stuff happening, Cade just stands there, totally unfazed, sword still chilling in its sheath. He's just thinking about the game rules, like, hey, I haven't fought in 5 minutes, so why bother rushing into this fight? He's locked in, wondering if he's the last hope for this mysterious woman, his mind racing with the implications. Because seriously, she's the only one left in the entire Survey Corps. But just as he's deep in thought, a sudden system prompt hits him, log out. The game world shatters. And he's instantly back in the real world, just like that. Back home, chilling, he's just sitting there while a girl absolutely demolishes her food. She looks up, totally deadpan, and asks, "Still on that game grind?" He just shrugs, "So what?" She just keeps munching, then adds, "Hey, at least I got some food in me thanks to your gaming addiction." He cracks a relieved smile, confessing, "Dude, I'm so relieved. I actually thought I was gonna enjoy that." The conversation heats up as Lee Hyun-sung's companion grills him about his guild, pointing out the sheer number of oddballs he's surrounded by. She's digging for answers, wondering if his small guild is some kind of exclusive club, and challenging the very rules of how guilds are supposed to operate. But he's not giving anything away easily. Hyun-sung drops a bombshell about other guilds trying to gatekeep, but it's a losing battle. Then, she hits him with the real question, is someone out to get him? She's trying to figure out if his guild is a casual hangout or something more, questioning their unique hunting methods and district strategy. He just lets out a knowing, aha. Then, the curveball. She asks if he's ready to jump ship to a new guild, but he's playing it cool, giving nothing away. She pushes for a reason, and he finally reveals his true feelings, he's not a people person, and definitely not a leader. With a decisive click, he declares victory, believing he's won her over, and tells her to concede. Hyun-sung's mind races, grappling with the sheer power and the bizarre inconvenience of his Thanatos' narcolepsy, god, passive skill. This god-tier power comes with a catch, random forced naps that have always been a nightmare for him and his crew. But his deep thoughts are shattered as a tiny voice cuts through the silence, and a pair of small, bare feet peek into view. He remembers the brutal truth, a random activation every 24 hours, and even if he logs out, his character is still stuck in dreamland. But here's the crazy part, he levels up every hour while sleeping, gaining power even while unconscious, though the system eventually kicks him out after 12 hours. Elsewhere, a fierce warrior strikes with blinding speed, her movements a whirlwind of power, leaving a dazzling trail of pure energy. The call to action rings out, loud and clear. Whoa, check out this insane new passive skill. Thanatos' narcolepsy just dropped for the sleeping ranker, letting him hypnotize and crash out whenever, wherever. Even though it's a total sleep fest and his crew's been struggling, plus he'll randomly log out if he bails while snoozing, the real kicker is his stats are gonna skyrocket just by catching Z's. That's epic. But as he's pounding the pavement, a thought hits him, or maybe he's overhearing something, about that wild incident where a whole Slayer guild got wiped out by some monster. He's thinking, was it because too many high-level players were crammed together, messing up their coordination? Or maybe the superhuman guild, the big shots running the whole Slayer operation, just got totally blindsided. Meanwhile, up close, Sungo is confirming they were totally a Slayer guild back in the day. Hyun-sung's mind is racing, connecting the dots, the superhuman guild, starting as Slayers, actually flipped the script and became heroes. He's thinking, even as Slayers, their core mission was protection, so why on earth would they use field lures to summon monsters? He's all ears as the female observer drops a bombshell, the Superhuman Guild, infamous for using corpses as bait, has totally rebranded themselves as heroes. Sungo chimes in, totally disgusted, calling it absolutely shameful how they've pulled the wool over everyone's eyes, making their shady past look heroic. The female observer keeps going, revealing that tons of guild members have jumped ship to the surplus core, and with other guilds giving them a wide berth, the Superhuman Guild has exploded in power. She can't believe the nerve, how can they still be called heroes after all that shady stuff, and everyone just rolls with it. The observer wraps up, and Hyansung's face just goes stone cold, that whole field lure creature summoning scheme is still eating at him. He's connecting the dots, thinking if the Superhuman Guild is really pulling these strings, then their map for tracking creatures is the key to everything. His eyes narrow, a fierce resolve burning within him. He's decided, he's getting that map, no matter the cost. Way up high, a massive castle looms on a jagged mountain, its old walls catching the epic light of a sunset. With rapid, determined clicks, he's already hammering away at the keyboard, getting ready for whatever comes next. He totally misjudged her. She looked like a knight, but fought like a mage, and her unexpected power was absolutely insane. Knocked flat on his back, he could only gasp at the insane, overwhelming power that just hit him. Then, a heavy boot slammed down, right next to his head. Meanwhile, some guy with glasses was totally shocked, his jaw practically on the floor. He spun around to his buddy, shouting that a brand new video just dropped. The whole crew, including Sungo, crowded the screen, and someone gasped out a name in pure shock. Later, the glasses guy was chilling with the mysterious female observer, joking about how much he'd already had to drink, then immediately asking for more. Elsewhere, a simple door waited in a corridor, with the name HWN clearly marked. He's absolutely grinding, feeling his innate skills ignite and his stamina surge with every single swing. Even if he's slow as a snail, he's convinced he can master this martial art, making it his own signature move, pushing his limits with every repetition. He lets out a frustrated sigh, realizing his poker face is still stuck on maximum. He's fully aware that without his gear, he's basically a total noob. Then, with a thunderous "Kwang," he slams the staff down. He boldly declares, with this, I can totally beat him with my bare hands, but instantly facepalms, while his friend just smirks. But he quickly shakes off the cringe, doubling down on his resolve, thinking, who even cares about insane strength when there's literally no one else around? Fueled by pure grit, he unleashes a rapid-fire barrage of strikes, each one hitting with a fierce "Kwang." The staff becomes a blur of powerful, rhythmic force, another "Kwang," signaling his unstoppable grind. Suddenly, a massive burst of energy explodes, and the system screams, it's overpowering. Peering over the edge from above, the glasses-wearing prodigy locks onto his target, ready to make his move. And just like that, he's airborne. Staff in hand, he plunges down, a blur of motion. The older man below can only gape in shock, his jaw dropping as the young fighter rockets towards him. Boom! He slams down with incredible force, his staff hitting the ground like a thunderclap. His eye practically pops out of his head, the sheer shock undeniable. Stunned, the older man rushes over, shouting, "Ho! Let's go! What's with that look on your face?" The young man just grins, thanks, then offers, unless you're scared for me to check out the sculpture. The older man quickly agrees, yes. But the true cost of that power is revealed, a hand absolutely drenched in blood, proof of his brutal training. He's absolutely loving the grind, even through the agony, and with a quick goodbye, he's already planning his return for tomorrow. But a closer look reveals his hands are absolutely shredded, raw and bleeding from the sheer intensity. The training pain is next level, almost unbearable, while the guildmaster subordinate carefully checks out his mangled hand. The subordinate watches him, realizing he's already passed out, and can't help but comment on his freedom from the agony. He tries to tell the young man to chill out and rest those shredded palms, but the glasses-wearing prodigy just brushes it off, saying he's totally fine. He's internally debating if this insane regimen is too much, if he's gonna turn into a zombie, but then, boom, he's already decided he's coming back for more tomorrow. The subordinate is practically dripping with worry, trying to voice his concerns, but the words just won't come out right. With a quick, "see ya tomorrow," the glasses-wearing young man heads out, leaving the subordinate to thank him for his insane dedication. Later, he's completely crashed out, deep in a capsule, recharging after that brutal session. The grill is fired up, meat and veggies sizzling with an irresistible aroma, setting the scene for some serious chill time. Meanwhile, a girl with sleek dark hair hits up the glasses-wearing guy, dropping a bombshell, "Appa, I've been brainstorming YouTuber names, got any ideas?" He's totally caught off guard, "Wait, you're gonna be a YouTuber?" As she pushes his wheelchair, she quickly corrects him, "Nah, not me, Appa." His eyes light up, leaning in with genuine curiosity, "Oh, for real? What's the deal with that?" She dives into the details, apparently, he drops tons of videos showcasing his two distinct play styles. He's intrigued, two play styles, huh? She keeps brainstorming, it's usually a short, punchy name, 2 or 3 syllables, but my mind's drawing a blank. He nods, deep in thought, alright, let's figure this out. They both stare off screen, totally focused, their brainstorming session in full swing. Suddenly, a terrifying, multi-faced, multi-armed demon with fiery skin flashes into view, and she remembers, oh, like that Baron Azura character from the movie adaptation. He chimes in, yeah, the one that was half human, half male. Azura's terrifying visage dominates the screen, and she declares, and there's also the god with 3 arms and 3 faces, Azura. I mean, that's a perfect name, right? He's weighing his options, declaring one name just hits different than Azura, definitely leaning towards the Baron prefix. Locking in his decision, he's all in, alright, Azura. And the reply? Sounds good. Suddenly, a low hum fills a stark room as a massive, egg-like pod activates, the word death glowing ominously on its shell. Transported to a new, shimmering reality, his eyes blaze with electric blue energy as he thinks, Azura, yeah, that name just rolls off the tongue. Remembering the Guildmaster's 10 o'clock return, he knows he's gotta catch some Z's before that happens. Cut to him in a lush, sun-drenched forest, he's hyped, stretching and ready to go on a massive hunt. Clutching a scroll, his energy is off the charts, shouting, I'm so excited. Strengthening complete, he's ready to roll. The masked hero thinks it's time to get this show on the road, slowly but surely. He moves with a silent grace, a soft whoosh, the only sound as he glides through the trees. But just as he's getting into the groove, a sharp voice shatters the silence, demanding, excuse me. He spins around, only to find a fierce woman in dark robes standing directly in his way, her eyes locked on him as she flatly states, you cannot go. His mind races, completely baffled, not just by her anger, but by the impossible question, how did she even know I was here? Stunned, he glances down, trying to make sense of it all, muttering, sorry. What are you trying to say? Her gaze intensifies, unwavering, as she repeats with absolute finality, you can't go.